Recorded Books presents Perfect Shot by Steve Urszenyi, narrated by Cynthia Farrell. Chapter 1. Terlet Airfield, north of Arnhem, the Netherlands. The figure lying on the ground wasn't shivering, but she wasn't far off. The cold had seeped through her outer layers, chilling her as she lay motionless on a mound of dirt and damp moss. Though the rain had stopped at dawn, the sun's warming rays hadn't yet reached her. Water dripped from leaves, producing a quiet, up-tempo beat tapped out on the forest floor around her. She inched her way forward through the underbrush to adjust her sightlines. Like an apparition, her body blended in with her surroundings, her ghillie suit and face camo breaking up the lines and patterns that could give her away. Special Agent Alexandra Martel was, quite literally, hiding in plain sight. A voice in her earbuds broke through the silence. "All units stand by." It was the soothing baritone voice of Chief Inspector Niels van Dijk of the Dutch National Police Corps. 7 minutes earlier, a mid-size cargo van pulled into a secluded area off a runway at the airfield, accompanied by 2 dark sedans on either side. Men piled out, 7 in total, and gathered around the vehicles. All of them were armed. She ranged the closest at 260 meters. Like 3 of the men with him, he carried a semi-auto carbine slung over his shoulder in the low-ready position, as if preparing to engage his shadow. The chief inspector's voice came through her in-ear headset again. "Sierra 1, report." Alex had settled into her overwatch position shortly after dawn. It was now approaching 10. Peering through her rifle scope, she came up 2 clicks, settling the crosshairs over center mass of the man closest to her. Then she laid the weight of her shooting hand on the stock of her rifle, chambered in .308 Winchester, and rested her finger outside the trigger guard, lightly in contact with the cold metal. The rifle was braced by a bipod in front and a sandsock below the buttstock. "Sierra 1, Special Agent Martel, do you copy?" She keyed the push-to-talk pad clipped to the molly straps of her vest with her support hand. "Targets acquired. 7 subjects in all." Her muscles were relaxed, allowing her skeletal frame to support her weight, averting the fatigue that could induce a tremor. She pulled the rifle butt into the pocket of her shoulder and welded her cheek to the gun, just as she had done 1,000 times before, in preparation for what might happen next. The man she sighted in was leaning against the front of the van, a cigarette nestled between 2 fingers. A pistol was visible in his waistband, a cell phone in his other hand. He looked gaunt and unkempt, with messy blonde hair standing straight up and a week's worth of stubble, but it was clear to Alex that he was in command. That earned Spike the honor of being designated her primary target. He looked down at his phone and answered a call. While he listened, he took a drag off his cigarette, nodded, then clicked off and shouted something to the group of men gathered nearby. She couldn't hear the exchange, but assumed it meant the rendezvous was about to go down. Van Dijk's voice came over the radio again. "Second target package approaching," just as he had outlined to her and the team in the pre-dawn briefing. Dutch National Police Headquarters, The Hague, 0400 hours. Chief Inspector Niels van Dijk led the briefing in front of 20 officers gathered to prosecute the mission. While uncommon for a high-ranking officer to lead such an operation, this was an unusual situation, and Van Dijk a highly proficient commander. He was a senior officer with real-world tactical and military experience. As Alex scanned the room filled with her colleagues, she noticed a man standing in the corner off to her left. He wore his wavy chestnut-brown hair a little longer than she preferred, and wasn't particularly handsome. but dressed in the somewhat cliched unofficial uniform of paramilitaries everywhere, khaki 5.11 strike pants, an untucked black polo shirt, and a pair of black and gray Solomon mid-height tactical boots, he communicated an air of confidence that made him attractive anyway. He carried no visible sidearm, which made her suspect he was from British or American intelligence with a military special operations background. If anyone introduced him as an advisor, she reckoned, it was a done deal. Spook for sure. In fact, no one introduced him at all, which only confirmed for her his intelligence community pedigree. Chief Inspector Von Dyke began the briefing. He advised that the arrests they were about to execute were part of a more extensive investigation. Then he continued with a formal review of the situation and mission. Our targets are two groups conducting their criminal enterprise on Dutch soil, he began, and the commodity they are exchanging is special nuclear material. Alex sat up in her chair. Fissile material? As in nuclear bomb-making material? Correct, replied the chief inspector. Someone else whistled. 20 kilograms of weapons-grade plutonium and highly enriched uranium, enough to construct several bomb cores. He nodded toward Alex. Interpol caught wind of the pending sale to a jihadi group called the Islamic Levant Front and notified Dutch intelligence that they were looking to transact their business here in the Netherlands. The room turned toward Alex. She was an FBI special agent on loan to Interpol and Interpol's liaison to the Dutch National Police for this mission. Don't look at me, she said. First I'm hearing of it. Von Dyke nodded toward the mystery man in the corner. Western intelligence services have also been monitoring chatter about a bomb. Do we have any sense of a target? Your guess is as good as mine, Special Agent. But since world leaders will be in Paris for the peace summit in only a matter of days, security agencies are understandably on edge. The priority of our mission is the recovery of the nuclear material. We cannot afford to have this package go missing. Can we track it if it does? She asked. The Americans flew a nuclear emergency support team out of Joint Base Andrews in Maryland into Volkel Air Base here yesterday. Nest is on alert and will be nearby. Lady and gentlemen, you are authorized to use lethal force to prevent these special nuclear materials from going missing. He paused to make sure everyone was listening. Let me repeat that. The S&M must be recovered at any cost. This mission has been dubbed Operation Valiant Angel, and the interagency team assembled in this room is Task Force Angel. Special Agent Martel has call sign Sierra 1 and will be on Overwatch. I will maintain incident command from the TOC, but she is the tactical lead once the targets are in play. Watch your fields of fire. Maintain trigger and muscle discipline. We don't know what the transport vessels for the nuclear material will be, and the last thing we need is a stray bullet or distraction device creating a major radioactive spill. Alex met the gaze of the man in the corner. His eyes were focused and calm, but she could see their stillness belied a troubling disquiet within. Chapter 2. Terlet Airfield, north of Arnhem, the Netherlands. Task Force Angel had deployed, and Alex, like its guardian angel, was on Overwatch. Her headset came alive with Von Dyke's voice from the Tactical Operations Center, the TOC. All units, status check. Alpha team ready. Alpha consisted of 3 two-person strike teams, waiting together in the back of a black up-armored van hidden in the forest 400 meters south of her position. "Bravo team ready." Bravo was a duplicate of Alpha Team. They sat in an identical van inside a hangar that housed gliders 600 meters to her north. "Charlie en route." Charlie Element, made up of 8 surveillance in 4 cars, were shadowing the target vehicles to the rendezvous point. "RIT team ready." 6 operators from the Koninklijke Chaussee, the KMAR, made up the Rapid Intervention Team. They belonged to KMAR's Special Security Missions Brigade, known as BSB, and were loaded up and waiting on a Bell Huey helicopter at Deelen Air Base, 3 kilometers southwest of Alex's position. The RIT team was there to provide airborne support to cover the ground units if the mission went sideways during the arrest phase. Alex depressed the push-to-talk pad at her shoulder. "Sierra 1 ready." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath to clear her mind. In, out, rest, 2, 3, she thought. When she opened them again, the focus of her variable power scope was still crisp, its illuminated tactical milling reticle on target. With her next draw of breath, she flicked her rifle's safety into the fire position and waited. Von Dyke and other senior officers were in the TOC, set up near the KMAR unit. His voice spoke through everyone's earbuds. "When Sierra 1 confirms the cargo is present, we execute. Wait for her signal." "On me," Alex said. A moment later, 2 black vans and a dark sedan appeared over a rise 500 meters in front of her and lined up facing the first group of vehicles. A 10-meter gulf of open tarmac separated them. 6 dark-skinned males dismounted. 13 targets to track, plus the nuke material. "Both groups are heavily armed," she said. "I have eyes on carbines, SMGs, and handguns." She watched through her scope as one of the newcomers walked into the no-man's land dividing the 2 groups. The man she had christened Spike walked toward him and stopped 10 feet away. Both were careful with their gestures, making no moves that might alarm the other side as they spoke. They kept their hands at their sides, plainly visible. Spike turned to his men. One of them moved to the rear of the cargo van and opened the doors. Another man joined him, and together they lifted a large trunk-like box to the ground. "Subjects have removed a Pelican case from the rear of one of the vehicles." "Is it the cargo we're looking for?" "Unclear. Stand by." It would be nice if the case were covered in radiation warning stickers, she thought. "All units hold." One of the men wheeled the case out to the 2 in the middle. Both sides faced off across the ad hoc demilitarized zone. Despite their measured movements, neither was shy about presenting their weapons for the others to see. This had all the hallmarks of a mushrooming shit show. 2 of the new arrivals entered the DMZ. One held what Alex recognized as a radiation survey meter, used to detect and differentiate types of radioactive materials. Still, its presence was only presumptive evidence of the existence of the fissile material. The wheeled case was opened, and the man with the survey meter stepped forward, scanning its contents. 5 seconds later, he nodded and stepped back, and the lid was closed. Alex depressed the PTT pad at her shoulder. "Attention, all units. Cargo confirmed. Execute, execute, execute." At her command, Alpha and Bravo teams launched from their respective positions. Both vans converged at high speed on the 2 groups standing in the middle of the disused runway. As soon as the targets grasped what was happening, they started shooting. Some of their rifles had been converted to full auto, but the shooter's muzzle and trigger control were poor, spraying bullets indiscriminately. The tactical teams had anticipated the gunfire and began to dismount behind the protective ballistic shields they carried, but they were met with a heavier barrage than expected, with few opportunities for solid cover. "Shit," she thought. "Shots fired! Shots fired!" came the urgent radio call from the Alpha team leader. Alex kept her scope fixed on Spike and drew in a breath as he swept his weapon from side to side. "Focus on the reticle," she recited to herself like a mantra. She exhaled and squeezed the trigger steadily until the firing pin drove forward into the primer, propelling the bullet almost 3 football fields downrange. It caught the man at the base of his throat, and he crumpled to the ground like a heavy sack, his finger still clamped down on the trigger, his rifle continuing to empty its magazine. One of the bullets struck a Confederate in the head, killing him instantly. Her team needed the helo, and they needed it now. Alex spoke calmly through her bone mic. "RIT team, deploy." "RIT team en route," came the response from the BSB team leader. She retracted the bolt of her rifle and ejected the spent casing, then pushed it forward, locking another round into the chamber. She aimed the rifle to the right and lined up a figure moving fast, zigzagging as he fired at one of the arrest teams as they dismounted their van. With another squeeze of the trigger, she released a round that found its mark in the man's pelvis. He dropped, but kept firing, pain and panic written on his face as he continued shooting wildly. She worked the rifle bolt and fired another shot, catching him in the temple. The gun fell out of his hands as the contents of his skull sprayed across the tarmac. "Charlie, where are you?" Von Dyke's voice was calm. "All Charlie units arriving on scene with Alpha and Bravo." Alex caught sight of 4 vehicles approaching fast from her right. 8 operators from Charlie dismounted and fanned out to flank the group. 2 of the bogies grabbed the black case and ran back to the van under cover fire laid down by 3 others. Alex took out one of the shooters first, choosing not to shoot at the men lifting the case of nuclear material into the vehicle. As she chambered another round, she heard the unmistakable sound of a Huey on fast approach. One of the men on the ground took aim at the helicopter, and she put a round into his chest for his troubles. She keyed her mic. "They're loading the case back into the van." "Do not let them get away with that cargo," ordered Von Dyke. She looked to her right and saw members of Bravo team holding multiple tangos at gunpoint while cuffing them on the ground. 2 officers from Alpha were running toward the men with the case, but quickly came under fire. Alex targeted one of the shooters and felled him instantly. The KMAR operators fast-roped out of the helicopter just as the van's rear doors were closed. They immediately came under fire and took cover in a shallow ditch that ran alongside the old runway before re-engaging. Alex shot at and missed the man scrambling into the passenger seat of the van. She quickly swapped out her magazine with a fresh 10-round mag and jumped up off the ground. Slinging her rifle over her shoulder, she drew her Glock from her thigh rig and broke into a run coming out of the trees, effortlessly shedding her ghillie suit on the fly. "Bring the bird to the west tree line," she called into her radio. The machine banked slightly, its nose dipping almost to the ground as it turned to line up with her, kicking up a cloud of dust and forest debris. She was in an all-out sprint as the van full of radioactive material raced in the opposite direction. The man in the passenger seat held an AK-47 out the window and fired a few bursts in her direction. "Fuck!" she shouted as bullets struck the pavement nearby, peppering her with chips of asphalt. She dove and rolled, her rifle jettisoning from her shoulder into the tall grass. She felt a sting in her calf and came up in a shooter's crouch, but she was too far away from the fleeing van to lay down effective fire with her Glock. As the gunfight continued, she holstered her pistol, retrieved her rifle, and ran for the Huey. The pilot turned the aircraft sideways for her to hot load aboard through the open starboard door. Tires screeched behind her, and she expected to be plowed down by a car. She drew her Glock and spun in the direction of the sound, leveling her sights at a man running toward her. "Don't shoot!" She recognized him as the quiet one, the one she presumed was a spook, from the morning briefing. "What the hell?" she shouted over the roar of the helicopter. "I'm with you," he yelled as he ran past her and jumped aboard the hovering machine. "Like hell you are! Who are you? Quick, get in!" She looked at his outstretched hand, then back over her shoulder at the van with the radioactive payload disappearing into the distance. She unslung her rifle and handed it to him, jumping onto the skid of the helo. Before she was even through the door, he was shouting to the pilot to go after the van. She scrambled into a seat and buckled up, leaving the sliding door clipped wide open. "Here," he said, handing back her rifle. Her new companion strapped in beside her. She wiped grass and dirt off the front of her scope and quickly inspected it for signs of damage. "You're bleeding," he shouted over the noise of the rotors. "What?" He pointed to her leg. She touched her calf at a tear in the heavy fabric. It was warm and sticky, and her hand came away coated in blood. "Just a flesh wound," she yelled back, grinning. She wiped her hand on her pants. "Caleb," he said, holding out his hand, still staring at her leg. "Alex." She fist-bumped his palm with her bloody hand. Who is this guy? She thought. He pointed up. She reached for the green, noise-attenuating headset with a coiled cord that hung above her seat. It fit comfortably over her earbuds, allowing her to continue monitoring the comms chatter from below as the helicopter rose above the trees. The Alpha team leader had taken over coordinating the movement of ground assets, and the situation was being contained. Ambulances and other resources were being summoned to the airfield. From the TOC, Von Dyke advised that Nest was being scrambled to the airfield to stage. Then he radioed Alex. "Sierra 1, what's your location?" Von Dyke asked. "I'm in the Huey, going after the van." "Alex, don't lose that cargo." Chapter 3. North of Arnhem, the Netherlands. Alex double-pressed the shoulder PTT button of her mic to acknowledge the chief inspector's message. All she could think of was Yoda's famous entreaty. Do or do not. There is no try. The Huey banked east and gained a few hundred feet of elevation. She addressed the pilot through her headset's boom microphone. "Find that van and bring us in low." The pilot nodded and dropped back down, leveling off just above the top of the forest canopy. They spotted the van speeding along a narrow service road beside the airfield and watched as it almost T-boned a fuel truck exiting a hangar. "Jesus! That was close," said Caleb, his voice clear in her headset. "Can we block them?" she asked the pilot. The pilot dropped onto them fast, but as he maneuvered the helicopter around to the front, the van's passenger leaned out and started shooting. Bullets punched through the floor of the Huey and into the wall behind them. The pilot pulled back on the cyclic and collective controls, instantly backing off and putting 300 feet of sky between the shooter and his helo. "Any ideas?" Caleb asked. "You don't happen to have a grenade launcher, do you?" "Not today." "We could follow them and lead the cavalry wherever they stop," she said. "Not an option," said the pilot. "Why not?" He pointed to the center of the Huey's instrument panel, where several components were lit up and flashing red. "That one's a master caution alarm. Transmission oil pressure's dropping. See that hole in the wall behind you?" Alex turned to look.
One of those bullets must have hit the transmission fluid line.
How much time do we have?
I need to set down now.
Not an option. Do you know what's in that van?
Yes, ma'am. I'll give you 5 minutes, or however long we can stay aloft.
Great.
But when we run out of fluid and the transmission fails, the blades will lock up and will drop like a rock,
he added. Great, she thought. She watched as the van drove off the road, busting through a gate. Then it plowed through the bushes and up onto the A50 motorway southbound toward the city of Arnhem.
"Can you take out the driver from here?"
asked Caleb. Traffic on the motorway was heavy, with commuters moving along at the speed limit.
"If I take out the driver, or otherwise make that van crash at highway speed, we'll have a major radiological disaster on our hands." "What about disabling the engine?" "Maybe, but that'll expose us to direct fire. If we're taken out, that cargo's gone forever. What other option do we have?"
As she was considering his question, she saw the flashing lights of a police car coming north on the 4-lane divided highway about a kilometer ahead. What's he doing? The car stopped beside the center guardrail, and an officer clambered out. "No, no, no," she shouted. "What the hell's he doing?" The officer vaulted the guardrail and scrambled across the grassy median, popping up in the southbound lanes. Drawing his sidearm, he took up a shooting stance as the van sped toward him. She keyed her mic. "Chief Inspector!" "Go. Call off the local police. We have Dirty Harry on the A50 about to engage the van."
"What? Calling now."
"Have them keep all police away. Tell them the van is full of explosives or whatever you have to, but keep them back." They were about 20 meters behind the van at an altitude of 75 feet. As the van approached the officer, he began firing. "Move, you idiot!" Alex shouted. "Get off the road!" They watched helplessly as the van veered toward the cop doing 120 kilometers an hour. It struck him and sent the man hurtling high into the air and back over the guardrail, where his lifeless body came to rest in the tall grass. "Jesus," said Caleb. "Officer down," Alex called quietly into her radio. There was silence for a moment, then Von Dyke's deep voice cut in. "Copy. I'll send EMS." She double-pressed her mic, though she knew paramedics wouldn't be able to do anything for him. The van straightened back out in its lane, then veered toward an off-ramp.
"Special Agent," said the pilot to Alex. "We have to land. Transmission oil pressure is critically low."
"Sergeant, you will not land this helicopter until we stop that van." She could hear the warning alarm sounding, but she wasn't about to let the van disappear into the city. "Keep this bird airborne until we get those assholes."
"Yes, ma'am."
The helicopter lurched as he pushed the cyclic forward and throttled up, and the alarm screamed louder. Alex clipped into a harness secured to the Huey's airframe and unbuckled her seatbelt. She swung her legs around and dropped her butt to the floor, placing her feet on the skids outside the helo.
"What are you doing?"
asked Caleb. "Getting ready." The van raced down a series of narrow streets as it entered the city of Arnhem. Lunch hour traffic was heavy, and the driver bobbed and weaved around cars, apparently oblivious to the danger posed by his cargo. He seemed to be trying to outmaneuver the helo between the buildings, but the Kamar pilot did a masterful job of keeping them on top of the van, despite the alarms ringing from the cockpit. "I'm going to take a shot if I have one," she said. "Not sure how much more time we have." She wound her forearm through the front of the Vickers 2-point sling, which helped secure the rifle and lessened the odds of her dropping it to the ground below on the bumpy flight. Peering through her rifle scope, she dialed back the magnification to one more suited to a close-range engagement. The helicopter continued to shudder as the pilot kept up with the van. At this point, her best shot would be to take out the driver if she got the chance. Trying to disable the vehicle had the lowest probability of success. Even if it resulted in a loss of control of the vehicle, killing the driver was the better tactical option. Now that it was traveling on city streets, she hoped a slower speed collision would be less likely to compromise the containment of the nuclear materials inside their cases. She took aim and lined him up in her reticle, but each time she was about to pull the trigger, the pilot corrected to avoid a building or to stabilize the unsteady bird, taking her off target. In a crowded urban environment, a miss could prove catastrophic. The risk of collateral damage here in town, that is, shooting an innocent bystander, was considerably higher than it had been on the highway.
"Sorry, ma'am,"
the pilot said as the helo swerved again. There was no point berating him. He was doing all he could to keep the helicopter in the air, let alone steady. She sighted in the van's driver again. He was driving recklessly, weaving around traffic, aiming for pedestrians, forcing them to jump out of his way. She wanted to end this pursuit. Now. The Huey leveled out. She started to squeeze the trigger. Suddenly, the bird dipped and lurched, and she lost her footing on the skid. Her butt slipped out the door, bounced on the skid, and sailed on past. She just managed to hook her right elbow around the skid as the harness strap locked up. She was dangling 75 feet off the ground over the city. Her feet swung wildly as the pilot fought to regain control of the swaying helicopter.
"Alex, hold on,"
called Caleb. She tried to pull herself onto the skid, but no joy. She tried to throw a leg over it, but again, the helo proved too unsteady as it flung her around beneath. At least her rifle remained hooked around her arm. She shuffled it to a more secure position higher on her shoulder. The helicopter bobbed and lurched as Caleb appeared in the doorway.
"Take my arm,"
he said, reaching out.
"You're not buckled in,"
she shouted, fighting to get her words out against the rotor downwash jamming gusts of air down her throat.
"Grab my arm."
She hooked her left arm over the skid and let go with her right to snatch his hand. On her first attempt, she missed and swung wildly in the air, her one leg coming up and booting the underside of the Huey. Her harness was still attached by the monkey tail, but she had no idea what its anchor weight rating was. A bigger, chunkier piece of webbing would have offered greater reassurance.
"Try again,"
he shouted over the noise of the helicopter and the wind. She wasn't keen on the idea of letting go of the skid again. Maybe we can land this way, she thought. Her eyes met and held his. His gaze was intense, focused, confident.
"Alex, I'll bring you in. I swear it."
She let go with her right arm, again clinging to the skid with only her left. She swung it toward his outstretched hand. He matched its trajectory and caught hold, locking his hand around her wrist. He pulled. The helicopter dipped and bobbed again, but Caleb held fast, the strain of it written on his face. She pulled up as well, then swung her left leg onto the skid. Once she found a foothold, she pushed up and twisted around, driving her butt into the helicopter, landing on the floor, her back knocking against the bench seat.
"Welcome aboard,"
Caleb said. She shortened the length of the harness webbing, repositioned herself in the door, then slipped the rifle off her shoulder, taking aim through the scope without missing a beat. The van was turning onto a curving road headed south. She could see that, just ahead, the road was going to run past a park.
"I'm going to try to take him there," she said to the pilot. "Next to the park."
He acknowledged and throttled up to bring them alongside the van on the driver's side. Alex focused on her sight picture. But as they reached the park, she saw that the roadway alongside was lined with 30-foot-tall trees. Damn urban green spaces, she thought. Take us a little higher. I need a steeper angle over those trees. The pilot did as requested, increasing Alex's distance and angle on her target, but offering an unobstructed shot. She squeezed the trigger just as the helo shuddered. Boom! You get him? Asked Caleb. As the pilot smoothed out, Alex could see the van skidding left, then right, but it regained control after a few seconds. Well, I don't think so, she said as she chambered another round. The van came out of the canopy of trees. The road approached a roundabout that encircled the airborne monument commemorating the Battle of Arnhem in 1944. Alex could see the Naderine River just beyond. It looked like the van was going to stay on the circle and head back into the busy part of the city. If they go back into the city, we're screwed, she told the pilot. But I can take him at that bridge. The pilot understood and dropped lower, and like a cowboy on a cutting horse, he used his Huey to block the van's path, forcing the driver to veer right and take the exit off the roundabout that led to the John Frost Bridge. Nice move, she said. This isn't my first rodeo, ma'am, he said with a Dutch accent. The pilot throttled up so he could position the helicopter ahead of the van at a 45-degree angle. Alex sighted in the driver once more and was about to squeeze off another shot when the helicopter lurched left, buzzers and bells ringing from the cockpit. Her foot slipped off the skid again, but this time she managed to recover. She struggled to get back into position as the helo gyrated through the air. It's now or never, ma'am. The pilot's tone was calm but assertive. Transmission fluid pressure is low and temperature is critically high. I can't keep us up here any longer. I have to set this bird down now. Just one more minute. He battled the controls and steadied the helo, but they were about 100 meters off their target now, having drifted away from the infamous bridge and out over the river. The van sped along the first span of the bridge. Alex tracked her target, leading it slightly in the reticle, struggling to compensate for the movement of the helo. It's now or never, she thought. She exhaled and squeezed the trigger. Boom! A split second later, the driver's head exploded and the vehicle lurched to the right, striking the barrier that separated the roadway from the sidewalk and bicycle path. The van became airborne and spun around, its momentum carrying it end over end through the air. She watched as it cartwheeled through the spars of the bridge span, over the railing, and off the bridge, falling 20 meters until it slammed into the surface of the river below before sinking into the dark abyss. Chapter 4. Arnhem, the Netherlands. Alex and Caleb stood at the water's edge, upwind of the crippled Huey. It sat on the north bank of the Naderine River on an interlocking brick pathway, smoke creeping from the engine's exhaust nozzle and air intake vents. Together, they jogged toward the point where the van had entered the water a few minutes earlier. The Naderine, or Lower Rhine, was slow and wide, meandering its way through Arnhem. Midway across the river, about 60 meters from shore, an oily patch formed around air bubbles breaking the surface. Hopefully, the van would be easy to recover. Do you think the passenger survived? Alex asked. Caleb shook his head. Would have been nice to question him. He shrugged. But the van and its human occupants weren't her biggest concern. The local police arrived and cordoned off the area as curious onlookers gathered for a closer look. Fire engines surrounded the Huey. The KMAR pilot was speaking to the fire brigade commander as his men charged hoses around them with water and foam. Two police rigid-hulled inflatable boats with blue lights flashing converged from downriver, taking up their posts well outside the boundary defined by the oily layer on the surface. The Marine unit officers placed buoys in the water to delineate a perimeter. Brandishing semi-automatic rifles, they enforced a no-go zone to keep other boaters from wandering too close. Alex worried about the van's cargo and whether hazmat divers would be able to find the cases in the murky depths of the river. Water was an excellent insulator against the movement of ionizing radiation. Still, if the containment structures had ruptured or otherwise been compromised, they would be dealing with an environmental disaster downstream as the plutonium and uranium settled into the muddy bottom and entered the ecosystem and food chain. Cleaning up the radioactive contamination would be complex and costly.
"You had no choice," Caleb said, breaking into her thoughts.
"What?"
"You did what you had to do. It's still a cluster. You prevented the nuclear material from going missing."
"We'll see," she said, gazing out at the activity on the water.
"Could have been worse."
"Not comforting." A blue and silver Bell 412 twin-engine helicopter approached from the north, coming in low overhead. It banked to the east, then briefly hovered 30 feet above the oily patch before arcing over the bridge and beginning a grid pattern. Chief Inspector Von Dyke had directed the nest crew to Alex's location. On board, she imagined the nuclear emergency support team would be bringing all its radiation sensing technology to bear, and as she watched, she wondered what its equipment was telling them. She was classified by the FBI as a weapons of mass destruction and CBRNE interdiction specialist, but that didn't make her a chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, or explosive ordnance engineer. Her expertise was with guns and tactical operations. Her job was to locate and secure the threats. She relied on other team members with proper training to keep her and the rest of her team safe from the stuff, that being any rad, nuke, explosive, chem, or bioagent. She maintained a working knowledge of detection, identification, and decontamination procedures, but otherwise, her job was to leave the stuff alone and allow the glowworms, her subject matter expert teammates, to mitigate the hazardous material threats. She turned to her companion. "Are you finally going to tell me who you are?"
"Name's Caleb."
"Smartass." She turned and walked away from the river, back toward the crippled Huey. He followed her to the road. A marked police car with its warning lights activated pulled alongside them. Chief Inspector Von Dyke stepped out of the passenger side. Passers-by gawked at her as they walked past. She wanted to ask them what they were staring at, but then Von Dyke tapped his cheek with 3 fingers, and she understood. She was still covered in face camo. She had shed her forested ghillie suit when she ran from the woods, but the rest of her was still kitted out like a soldier in olive drab-green BDUs. Not at all the expected appearance of someone in the center of Arnhem during the lunch hour. The trunk of the police car popped open, and Von Dyke pointed to her rifle. She cleared it, then secured it in a case inside the trunk.
"Nest picked up a signature in the water. They're sending in divers," he told her. "Let's head back to the MICC to debrief."
"I'd rather stay for the recovery."
"You've done your job, Alex. Members from Kmar will assist in securing the scene and the materials if they can be found. Besides, your boss wants to speak to you."
"Brassard?" she asked, referring to her Interpol chief at the National Central Bureau for The Hague.
"Your other boss."
"Oh, Washington. That was fast," she thought. Here she was, an FBI special agent on secondment to Interpol, where she was regarded as a superb operator among some of the finest in the world. But secondment or not, she was an FBI special agent first. She had discharged her firearm and people had died. In the eyes of the U.S. Department of Justice, even bad guys were people. She had, from time to time, reluctantly conceded the point. The Office of Professional Responsibility would have questions for her, and she hoped they wouldn't pull her stateside to answer them. She wanted to see this investigation through while the trail was still fresh. A Kmar officer had dropped off an Ineos Grenadier SUV at the riverfront for their use. Caleb drove the blacked-out, unmarked vehicle along the N224 out of Arnhem, taking them back to The Hague for the debrief. He glanced over at Alex riding shotgun, who was occupying herself by playing with the radio as they drove along the smooth blacktop highway, seemingly incapable of tuning in a station. She was alluring, even with her face covered in camo paint. Her golden brown hair was long and lustrous, tied back in a ponytail. Her cheekbones were high, lending an elegance to the profile of her face that gave her a timeless beauty. The hue of her green-blue eyes shifted with her mood. She was fit and lean and had run with and hefted her heavy rifle with ease. He admired how she had taken control of the chaos around her, fearlessly survived a tumble off the skids of the helo, even as it bobbed and sputtered, and had turned a near-disastrous end to the operation into mission success with a final, fatal, extraordinary shot. He looked at her again, still fumbling with the channel selector on the Grenadier's infotainment system. Sure, she was a formidable operator, but she sucked at working the radio. He had memorized her service jacket, including the eyes-only sections that most high-ranking commanders and officials would never see. He had access to things they did not, and was fascinated by her career in the profession of arms, including her time with intelligence support activity. ISA was arguably the nation's most elite and secretive special missions unit. Alex had applied herself expertly to the military trades, from special operations combat medic to unwitting sniper and decorated war hero, to her service as one of her nation's elite shadow warriors at the tip of the spear with ISA and its various spectral sections. Her time with ISA had seen her operate covertly behind enemy lines in Russia and Syria, in both instances on the trail of violations of the Chemical Weapons Convention. If he could recruit her to CIA's newest team, the team he commanded, it would bolster his standing within the agency. Not that he had eyes on what would be called the C-suites in the corporate world: CEO, CFO, COO. He had no interest in being the D or the double D at CIA, the director or deputy director. But he had been greenlit to develop a unique team of operators within the Special Activities Center. The Advanced Counterterrorism and Counterproliferation Team was a small, boutique squad, free to act globally and deploy its operators as he saw fit, with a hefty budget to support his command. As the branch chief of ACCT, Caleb reported directly to CIA's deputy director, bypassing the section chief and other mid- and senior-level executives who, in his experience, all too often functioned more as gatekeepers and moneylenders than mission facilitators. For her part, Deputy Director Kadisha Thomas expected transparency, to her, plausible deniability, for her, and results that would impress JSOC and, when appropriate, POTUS. ACCT's objectives were the early detection, intervention, and mitigation of WMD threats to the United States from abroad. The strategy was simple: nothing lands in the homeland. This meant his team was to undertake every effort to interdict weapons of mass destruction that could possibly end up being deployed on American soil or against American citizens or interests abroad. That responsibility came with Title 50 authority for covert and direct action, straight from the president. In Caleb's view, Alex was the right one for the job. As a former operator with the ultra-secret ISA, and in her current assigned role as a counter-proliferation specialist and FBI legat, their legal attaché to the U.S. Embassy in the Netherlands, Alex would add depth to the team and help solidify its standing in the intelligence community. Her presence would also silence some of ACCT's early detractors, who felt it was yet another male-dominated, door-kicking, knuckle-dragging team lacking accountability. In short, Alex had skills he could use, and she carried a certain cachet in the corridors of power as a female Silver Star and Purple Heart recipient with numerous other ribbons, medals, and decorations, plus a proven track record with the type of no-nonsense mission profiles that would make future operations with ACCT easier to sell. Sure, she had baggage, but she had been adjudicated sane and whole again, or at least so said several teams of shrinks with various federal agencies, including her last evaluation by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. His undertaking in the Netherlands was simple and broke down this way: assist with securing the plutonium and highly enriched uranium. Identify the source, as well as the group aiming to acquire the special nuclear material. Determine the group's intent and purpose and end the threat. And finally, bring Special Agent Alexandra Martel into the CIA fold. These were the outcomes the DD expected of him on this mission. No more, no less. He could succeed in recruiting her if he remained mindful that she wasn't an asset for him to handle. She was an elite operator with a lust for action, so the focus had to appeal to her hunger, not for personal acclaim, but for justice and fair retribution. Special Agent Martel was one of those rare animals who still believed in duty and honor above all, and worked diligently in service of both. His successful enlistment of Alex into ACCT needed to be mindful of those points. It would be more seduction than recruitment. He dug into his breast pocket and pulled out his phone. "Here, plug this in," he said. She took it and connected it via a patch cable into the Grenadier's USB port. Caleb toggled through the playlists that popped up on the large infotainment display on the dash. "Try this," he said. The Sound of Silence, the version by Disturbed, not Simon and Garfunkel, played from the speakers, its gentle piano intro acquiescing to David Draymond's lush voice. He stole glances at her as she settled into her seat and closed her eyes. She rested her size 7 tactical boots against the dash, a smile of contentment tracing lightly on her lipstick-free lips. Her head leaned back into the seat back. She played air piano as Draymond's voice shifted from black velvet to coarse gravel, the song's tempo increasing in ferocity. Caleb felt an involuntary stirring of his baser instincts, but he suppressed his body's reaction, focusing his attention instead on the road ahead. The drive to The Hague would take just over an hour. They had traveled for 10 minutes along the scenic N224 expressway before he pulled into a Shell station. "Why are we stopping?" asked Alex. "They left us with less than a quarter tank. You want anything?" he asked, pointing to the convenience store attached to the station. "I'm good." He walked around to the passenger side to pump fuel. A minute later, Alex hopped out of the vehicle. "On second thought," she said, ambling to the store. "Want anything?" Caleb was hanging up the fuel nozzle when she strode back holding 2 chocolate bars, 2 bottles of Gatorade, and a bag under her arm. "Bounty or Mars?" she asked, holding them up as he walked around to the driver's side.
"Surprise me."
She tossed the Bounty to him over the Grenadier's roof. Then she hopped in and removed a package of baby wipes from the bag. Caleb watched as she flipped down the sun visor to use the mirror, wiping away the green, brown, and black paint from her face. "What?" she asked.
"I prefer my women all camoed up."
"Lucky for you, I'm not your woman."
Not yet, he thought.
2 minutes later, he took the Cloverleaf interchange, and they merged onto the A12 motorway westbound. The highway bisected the Netherlands, running from The Hague on the North Sea coast to the west to the German border in the east, crossing 3 Dutch provinces, South Holland, Utrecht, and Gelderland. Along much of the way, the thoroughfare was bordered by forests thick and green, fenced off from the highway for the mutual protection of motorists and wildlife. But presently, fields of tulips spread out from the road as far as the eye could see along flat farmland. The sight was surreal, bright yellows and reds popping in one field, while the next held more pastel shades of pink and purple. It was the first time Caleb had passed these fields in daylight, and he was captivated by the vibrant colors laid out before him. They were not unlike the poppy fields outside Jalalabad in eastern Afghanistan that shared the same growing season as these tulips. Rifle in hand, he had walked through many of those fields and set many more ablaze. Alex had her eyes closed again. Her knees were bent, and her now bare feet rested against the dash, her toes tucked under the grab bar of the off-road vehicle.
"Hey,"
he called gently.
"What?"
she said with a start.
"We there already?"
He nodded his head toward the view out the passenger side window.
"Beautiful, isn't it?"
She turned to peer out the window.
"I've been here 3 years now, and seeing this still blows my mind," she said. "It reminds me of Afghanistan."
He smiled. Chapter 5. The Hague, the Netherlands. Alex's phone rang as they neared the edge of the city on the A12 motorway. A picture of a smiling Martin Broussard holding a young grandson in a soccer jersey flashed on screen.
"You going to let that keep ringing, or—"
said Caleb.
"Hi, Chief,"
she answered, bringing the handset up to her ear.
"Alexandra, how are you?"
Chief Broussard's voice dripped with empathy.
"Good. We're about 20 minutes away. I didn't ask where you were. I asked how."
She switched the handset to her other ear. "I'm fine." She knew what he was asking. This morning, she had dispatched several men to their graves. 5, 6, more, she thought. She did the math. By her hand, 5 at the airfield, 2 in the van. There was a pause on the other end, as if Broussard were contemplating his next remark. She decided to fill the void before he could. "Honestly, Chief, I'm good. We'll be at the MICC for the debrief soon. You'll have my after-action report on your desk tonight."
"The debrief is postponed. It's already getting late. Go home, Alexandra. Go for a run. Or do a few laps in the pool. Take the motorcycle for a spin. You can write up your report in the morning."
"It's mid-afternoon," she replied. "What about the Bureau?" Von Dyke had already informed her the FBI wanted to talk. No doubt someone in the Bureau's Office of Professional Responsibility was anxious to get a full accounting of the incident as soon as she could give it.
We still have teams of investigators in the field, he said. Your masters in Washington can wait. I told them you are otherwise engaged.
They bought that?
I didn't give them a choice. Just like I'm not giving you one, Alexandra. Take the night off.
Somehow the chief had bought her more time. This was his way of looking out for her. She appreciated it, even if she didn't say so.
0800 in the MICC, he said before clicking off.
She gazed out the window. The motorway slithered under the A4 that headed north and south above them. High banks of grassy slopes bounded them, reaching up toward a convoluted series of impossibly high ramps filled with afternoon traffic. They approached an overhead sign announcing they were 2 kilometers from Den Haag Centrum, the central business district of The Hague.
"What was that all about?" asked Caleb.
"Debrief's been postponed till morning," she said. She saw the follow-up question in his eyes, but his mouth stayed shut. Good man, she thought. She preferred her men strong and silent. "Take the 2 lanes to the left," she directed. Caleb peered over his shoulder, signaled, and changed lanes.
"Where are we going?"
"Head straight for the beach. We aren't going anywhere. You are dropping me off at my apartment."
"And me?"
"Once you drop me off, you're on your own. You can do whatever the hell you like." Chapter 6. Police Headquarters, The Hague, the Netherlands, 0745 hours. The Major Incident Command Center, pronounced MIC, was the equivalent of an FBI Tactical Operations Center found in any of the larger field offices back in the United States. From this room, the incident commander could exercise centralized command and control over any operation. It was housed within Dutch National Police Headquarters in the center of The Hague. Once past the security screening area, Alex headed up the elevator. She waved her prox card at the reader outside the door and walked in. It was an ample, well-equipped space with a giant ultra-high-definition television monitor mounted flush against the front wall and a computer at every seat. Flowering floor plants lined the walls in a style Alex dubbed Utilitarian Plus. The look was in keeping with the aesthetically pleasing architectural flair of the new government buildings scattered around the Netherlands to which Alex was growing accustomed. The thing about the Dutch, she'd observed over the years, was that, besides being above average in height, they could mix the practical with the beautiful to create a pleasing yet functional aesthetic. It complemented their forthright mannerisms by adding an element of artistry to what she felt was an otherwise lackluster cultural sensibility. Caleb had arrived before her and was engaged in conversation with Chief Inspector Von Dyke, who summoned her over with a wave. She made herself a dark roast coffee with an espresso machine on the table along the wall and walked over. "Morning, sir."
"Chief Brassard should be along shortly," he said. "Everyone else is here. We'll begin the debrief when Martin arrives."
Caleb held a steaming mug in his hand. She was envious of its sheer volume as she examined her paltry demitasse. If she leaned in over it, would it be just coffee that she smelled? There was an edge to him she couldn't quite get a handle on. He seemed always switched on and alert, yet presented a calm and casual facade. Those are the ones to watch out for, she thought. The quiet warrior was a dangerous breed. In battle, they reveled in the chaos and conjured violence as a means to an end. Even the most skilled adversaries feared them, because they were notoriously effective and lethal, expert in the art of combat, and fearless in its execution. Comrades in arms fed off their confidence and bestial demeanor. The warrior with a peaceful exterior became a force multiplier during any armed conflict. Was Caleb like that? Were his spots the same as the ones she wore? At 5 minutes before 8, Interpol Chief Martin Broussard entered the MIC and strode toward them. Wavy-haired and lightly bearded, the chief was a dapper 50-something Belgian wearing a tailored navy suit and bright orange tie.
"Oh, good. You're here. We can begin," said Van Dyck as the chief approached. "Take your seats," he announced to the room. "Alexandra," Broussard whispered, nudging her out of her spell. "We have to talk after the debrief. Something's come up."
"Sure, Chief." She took a sip of coffee and sat at the conference table, wondering what was going on. Usually the king of calm himself, Broussard's tone concerned her. Van Dyck began his briefing.
"Most of you have already seen the media coverage of yesterday's events."
Heads around the table nodded.
"We managed to keep the press underinformed regarding the contents of the van, suggesting it contained a volatile cargo that was recovered by emergency crews."
"Fake news!" someone shouted, followed by the sound of laughter around the room.
"Indeed," continued the chief inspector. "They were quite eager to believe our cover story about a turf war between rival gangs and a stolen shipment of heroin. This, though,"
he pointed to the big screen TV that came to life on the wall behind him,
"was a little harder to explain. So we added a narrative about explosives and cloaked the whole affair in a veil of national security."
A shaky video began to play. It started with a woman's voice narrating in German as the camera panned from a vantage point on the bridge to 3 young people laughing and looking out toward the river. Tourists. Over the sound of traffic, Alex could hear a helicopter approaching, and the videographer swung her camera phone toward it. The room full of cops watched as the entire incident at the bridge played out on the giant television. The news segment ran with the frozen image of Alex's camoed-up face pinned to the corner of the frame. "Oh, Jesus," she groaned, sinking into her chair. "Hey, Rambo!" someone shouted. She buried her face in her hands as the cops around her drank in the intense action. There was a momentary hush as the news story ended with the van hurtling over the side of the bridge and the screen went black. To a man, everyone stood and applauded, except Caleb, who leaned back in his chair, studying her from across the room. Alex reluctantly acknowledged their appreciation with a slight wave. Their adulation wasn't necessary. She did what she did because that was her job. She enjoyed the challenge and the rush of the moment. When chaos erupted around her, her focus narrowed to take in the threat and the immediate environment. She enjoyed sending bullets downrange to meet the bad guys. There was no moral dilemma, only the clarity of the moment. She was the problem solver, the one who halted the threat. The satisfaction that gave her was her dark secret, and she accepted it. Caleb's eyes met hers as if he saw her truth. She held his gaze for a moment before turning toward the chief inspector at the front of the room.
"Okay, settle down," called Van Dyck above the din. "Settle down, gentlemen. Take your seats." "Wow, Alex," said a KMAR operator. "That was one badass—" His eyes found the chief inspector's locked on him, and he reeled it in. "I mean, that was an incredible shot, ma'am."
Caleb was smiling, seemingly bewildered by her humility. Van Dyck smiled too, like a proud uncle.
I think we can all appreciate the skill demonstrated by Special Agent Martel in ending this incident, as well as her actions at the airfield. That was truly a remarkable display of marksmanship.
"Thank you, sir," she said, rising from her chair. "The team did an outstanding job yesterday. Especially," she looked around the room for the helicopter pilot, "especially our Kamar flyboy, who exhibited exceptional skill and professionalism in keeping that bird aloft. So, thanks again for your acknowledgement, sir, but everyone here was amazing." She applauded the men around her and retook her seat. Von Dyke let the applause die down.
"All right, now that our little love-in is over, let's get back on track."
Glancing down at his notepad, he summarized the events.
"You will find all this information in the summary document before you, but in total, there were 13 bogeys. 8 are dead," he said somberly. "The remaining 5 are in custody, and warrants have been issued for several others. Among the sellers, 6 Eastern European men are dead, including the driver of the van and his co-conspirator. 2 of the would-be buyers are also dead. We're still trying to confirm their nationalities, along with the remaining participants, but as suspected, among them are members of the Islamic Levant Front." "A veritable UN of bad guys," someone said. "Indeed. Meanwhile, other agencies are coordinating with us through Interpol to determine what the plot and target might have been, and whether we have disrupted it completely. It would be good to know what else we should be focusing on. For now, though, the word from our law enforcement and intelligence partners is that the shipment of nuclear materials was recovered from the bottom of the river and rendered safe. So, job well done, everyone."
Alex's eyes were on Caleb as he sat back in his chair, playing with a Kubaton, deep in thought. The 5.5-inch long metallic keychain held no keys, just a short bead chain running through an eyelet at one end with what appeared to be a deformed slug strung on it. The instrument of attitude adjustment, as it was affectionately known, had a faded and chipped gunmetal blue matte finish. He was absent-mindedly rapping it against the knuckles of his left hand, as if to test whether he could still feel each blow. He looked over at her, like he had sensed her watching, and tucked the weapon back into his pocket, expressionless. The briefing continued without offering much additional information or context to explain why an Islamist group was trying to buy one of the world's hottest illicit commodities. So far, any motive, target, plot, or additional players remained unknown. While unconfirmed reports outlined possible threats to several U.S. cities, with New York at the top of everybody's hit list, no one had yet verified the information. If Von Dyke or Broussard knew, they weren't saying.
"All right," said Von Dyke with finality. "That is all. I want all section leaders' after-action reports by this afternoon. Dismissed."
She looked over at Caleb again. They might not know, but she was getting an inkling that he might. Chapter 7. London, England. Darkness wasn't the same as empty or undetected. Kristen knew this, and if she had considered the distinction as she had been trained, things might have turned out better. She tapped a code into the keypad outside the door, and the magnetic lock clicked open. It wasn't her code, but given the circumstances, it was better to access the office using one belonging to somebody else. And the leering security guard's was as good as anyone's. Let him try to explain how someone was able to steal it so easily. The only light in the room came off the green fire exit sign glowing over the door, offering just enough illumination for her to get her bearings. The windowless office had 4 workstations. At the back was a locked, air-conditioned server room that housed the network drives and the company's proprietary secrets. The company itself was a front for other activities. Those were the files she was after. The only computers with direct access to the servers were the 4 in here, tethered by an Ethernet cable to the computers inside the locked room itself. She powered up one of the desktop systems, flinching when it emitted a short, sharp beep. She listened for any sound in the hallway that might indicate she had been compromised, then slid into the chair when the computer finished booting. Taking a folded sticky note from her pocket, she entered the password scrawled on it. It had taken her a few days, but she had managed to get these, too, from one of the men who worked in this section. He was careless enough to post his login credentials beside his workstation, and had been vulnerable to the charms of a beautiful woman, mistakenly interpreting her hand on his shoulder as something more lecherous than larcenous. Getting past the home screen was one thing, but the folders Kristen was after resided on a confidential vault drive with yet another login. Lucky for her, the man was also a coffee aficionado. So when she reappeared the following morning at his desk bearing a cup of Jamaica Blue Mountain coffee, a plunging V-neck blouse, and a smile, she'd been able to capture his keystrokes on a Bluetooth-connected phone app. After a failed first attempt, she again mistyped the alphanumeric string, and a red warning box flashed. Access denied. 1 attempt left. Her heart jackhammered against her ribcage as she pulled her phone from her pocket and turned on the camera light to better see the keyboard. Never a strong touch typist, she entered each number and letter slowly so as not to make any more mistakes. Finally, she held her breath and hit Enter after the 11th character, and the network directory file structure appeared on the screen. Her ears perked up at a sound outside the door. Afraid to breathe, she sat motionless, enveloped in the glow of the computer monitor, peering through the darkness in the direction of the door as if, at any moment, it might burst wide open. Hearing nothing more, she went back to her task, plugging one end of a cable into her phone and the other into the high-speed data port on the computer's front panel. She navigated to the folder she was looking for on the network drive and began downloading the files to her phone, straight into an app that ran a scripted routine. The app then hid the encrypted data within the bits and bytes of 2 pre-selected photographs. Come on, she thought. Another sound in the hallway. This time it wasn't her imagination. She opened her Proton Mail email app and entered a name into the To field of a message she had drafted beforehand. She quickly attached the 2 photos, then proofread the pre-written note she hoped her old friend would understand just as the door erupted and 2 burly men rushed through. She leaped backward as they rushed her, one seizing her by the shoulders. Her phone clattered to the floor in the struggle, still tethered to the workstation, its screen aglow under the desk. She broke free, punching and kicking at her assailants with practiced moves that found their mark. She struck one squarely on the bridge of the nose with the heel of her hand. He cried out in pain, then quickly channeled his discomfort into violence. He threw a punch aimed at her face, but she dodged it, and it caught her instead on the collarbone. She reeled backward over a chair, but then leaped up and lunged at him despite her pain, keenly aware that her life was in peril. The second man maneuvered behind her and pinned her arms. The first man joined him, and together they overpowered her, one on either side.
"We are terribly disappointed in you, Tovarish,"
he said in brawny, Russian-tainted Queen's English.
"Sergei?"
she thought. His words both surprised and burned her. Tovarish, she thought. Comrade. She struggled to escape their clutches, yanking her arms from their grasp and tearing herself free. As she circled back into a fighting stance, something hard cracked into her skull above her ear, and she crashed to the floor, her vision alight with bursting fireworks and flashing lights. In her struggle to remain conscious, she saw her phone glowing under the desk, barely within reach. She hoped the scripted routine had finished downloading and encrypting everything she needed. She brought a finger down on the send button as a steel-toed boot connected with her cheekbone. The phone made a glorious swoosh sound just as her world went dark. Chapter 8. Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation, Znamenka Street, Moscow, 12 feet below the ceiling, its ring of low-wattage incandescent bulbs offering up more heat than light on this uncharacteristically steamy morning. The general stared at the glowing ember at the end of a cohiba esplendido, nestled on the side of a platter-sized crystal ashtray. A wisp of smoke rose from the cigar and floated to the ceiling. He seized the cigar, rose from his chair, and stepped toward the window, feeling only a meager suggestion of cool air on his face as he pushed back a lock of gray hair. To the southeast, the Bolshoi-Kameny Bridge ferried commuters over the Moskva River, from which the Russian capital gained its name. The murky river flowed east, past the glorious Kremlin, less than a kilometer downstream, before joining the Oka River 100 kilometers southeast of Moscow. The Oka then poured into the Volga River that terminated at the Caspian Sea, but not before coursing past the general's hometown of Volgograd, perched on the great river's western shore. Tikhonov was born when the city still called itself Stalingrad, and not long after the battle for which it received the title of Hero City. Its citizens had resisted the onslaught of the advancing German Wehrmacht forces during the Great Patriotic War, a victory gained at the cost of over 1.5 million lives. But it was Stalingrad no more, despite its citizens' wishes, as the Politburo under Premier Nikita Khrushchev had carried out a campaign to de-Stalinize the motherland and rid the country of any cult of personality. So, despite the sacrifices of Tikhonov's family and the pleading of the people of the city, the central government of the formerly Great Union of Soviet Socialist Republics stripped them of the eponymous link to their heroic achievement and in 1961 renamed the city Volgograd. Now it was he who would reshape Russia's destiny and thrust the motherland into its rightful role of geopolitical supremacy over a world crippled by impotent alliances. His Directorate 13, a direct action element of the country's Foreign Military Intelligence Agency, the GRU, was leading the charge to restore Russia's global superiority. The agency had in recent times taken a back seat to Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, the SVR, and her Federal Security Service, the FSB. But no more. Directorate 13 would change that. Tikhonov moved to a side table next to the window and poured himself 2 fingers of Remy Martin XO. He gently swirled the cognac as he raised it to his nose, breathing in the smooth notes of vanilla, citrus, and ground cinnamon. Before he could take a sip, there was a knock at his office door.
"Zakhadi,"
he called. "Come in." Tikhonov's assistant escorted an officer in. The man stopped at the threshold and proffered a crisp salute. The general met him halfway across the floor.
"Dobroye utro, General Mayor,"
said the man. "Good morning, Major General."
"Privyet, Victor."
"Hello."
"So good to see you again,"
he said, switching to English. General Tikhonov gave his visitor a warm embrace, kissing him on both cheeks. Standing 6'2", Colonel Viktor Gerasimov cut a dashing figure in his army uniform. It was adorned with a chest full of military honors and decorations, including a gold star suspended beneath a tricolored ribbon, the hero of the Russian Federation medal, pinned to his uniform by President Dmitry Sergachev personally. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and densely muscled, Gerasimov was a graduate of the Military Diplomatic Academy, better known as the GRU Conservatory, in Moscow. A veteran of the 14th Spetsnaz Brigade, he had survived countless military campaigns and battles, most alongside his Special Forces unit in Chechnya and other former Soviet republics. His covert assignments had included tours in Crimea and the Donetsk region to help soften Ukrainian defenses and civil resolve ahead of the insertion of Russian forces. He had served in Syria and many other locales as well. Like any Tier 1 operator, Gerasimov carried himself with an air of confidence. Some might even say arrogance. Though barely older than Tikhonov's desk, the colonel was the general's right-hand man. Where Tikhonov was objectives, Gerasimov was strategy and tactics. He was the brilliant architect behind every operation devised by his boss and carried out by Directorate 13, the elite clandestine operations cell formed out of GRU Unit 29155 that was headed by General Tikhonov. Tikhonov officially reported to the Chief of the General Staff of the Russian Armed Forces. Unofficially, President Sergachev himself sanctioned all of Directorate 13's missions, except this one.
"Welcome home, Victor," said the general. "I trust your travels were fruitful." "Thank you, Comrade General. It was a most successful journey."
Tikhonov indicated toward a leather sofa against the wall.
"Please sit."
He walked over to the side table and picked up the decanter of cognac.
"Remy?"
he asked. He saw Colonel Gerasimov hesitate.
"Or would you prefer bourbon?"
Gerasimov smiled.
"Indeed," the general said. "Ice?"
Gerasimov waved off the suggestion, and the general poured him 2 fingers, neat, into a crystal tumbler like his own. He carried it to the sofa and handed it to Gerasimov, who raised it to his nose.
"Old Forester?" "Yes, my friend. You have an excellent nose. To your health." "Cheers,"
Gerasimov replied before taking a gulp of his drink. The general took a more modest sip of his Remy, then lowered himself into an antique leather wingback chair next to the sofa and studied his young colleague.
"The results from the mission so far have been excellent," he said. "Perhaps a few more casualties than we had expected, but still, the outcome has been most impressive. Men like those come cheaply," said Gerasimov of the debacle in the Netherlands. "A little greed mixed with the right ideology makes for motivated associates. Friendly pirates, I believe I once heard you call them." "Yes, but I prefer Stalin's expression, useful idiots. But results are what matters, and one cannot deny the results in Holland. The authorities will be tripping over themselves for days, if not weeks, trying to solve the puzzle we set out in Phase 1 of the operation at Arnhem. Meanwhile, we move ever forward." "Agreed," said Gerasimov. "The art of magic lies in misdirection. Our little endeavor should leave Western intelligence baffled and chasing their tails."
He downed the rest of his bourbon.
"They will believe the threat has been neutralized, while again laying the blame on our poor persecuted Arab friends. That will leave us free to focus on Phase 2. "Which you are still planning to oversee personally, yes?" "Absolutely, General. I have a team in Turkey executing the second phase as we speak. I will join them within 24 hours. Then I will meet you at the Paris Peace Summit at the Sorbonne to ensure preparations are in place before launching the third and final phase of the mission. But you will, of course, leave Paris before... Yes, of course, General. You and I will be long gone before the operation concludes.
Good, Tikhonov said, satisfied with the chronology.
And what of the complication you are overseeing in London? Resolved. Any problems?
Gerasimov dismissed the thought.
Barely an inconvenience.
The general pursed his lips pensively.
And her friend, the Interpol agent with whom she was corresponding?
Gerasimov nodded his head.
The American woman, FBI Special Agent Alexandra Martel. No problem. She is under surveillance. In the meantime, I am returning to London to wrap up the matter. Then, as I said, on to Turkey as planned, to ensure our operation runs smoothly there. Excellent, said the general. I am a simple man, Victor. I do not like complications.
Chapter 9. The Hague, the Netherlands. Alex shot the last few drops of cold coffee and stood to follow Caleb out of the briefing. "Hey, wait up," she said, catching him at the door.
You coming, Shooter?
He said. "Where?" she asked as he strode to the bank of elevators. "And don't call me that."
Why not? It fits.
Not the point.
Alexandra, can I have a word?
It was Broussard, on her heels. Sure, she said, stopping to speak with her boss. She glanced back over her shoulder at Caleb disappearing into an elevator.
See ya, Shooter,
he called, saluting her as the doors closed. What's going on, Chief? You said something's up.
Have you checked your email today?
I don't think I have any. My phone's been quiet all day. Several officers filed past them, some of them giving her high fives.
That's the point, Alexandra. Information technology detected unusual activity on the server and passed it to the cybercrimes unit. Your account was one of the targets.
Target of what? She pulled out her phone and scrolled through her email. Nothing since yesterday morning.
Isn't that unusual?
Very.
Okay, call IT. Let them sort you out. They'll probably ask you to change your password or something.
She stared at him.
What?
He asked. This coming from the man who keeps his passwords on a post-it note on the bottom of a flower vase on his desk.
You're not supposed to know that,
he said sheepishly, dimples on full display.
Point is, it was not my account that was compromised, Alexandra. Call IT and get your account sorted out.
Touché.
Also, complete your use of force report for the FBI. They're crawling all over me. And Inspector Von Dyke and I need your after-action report.
Right, Chief.
And watch out for what's-his-name,
he said, tipping his head toward the elevators.
I don't know what to make of him.
Caleb? I haven't figured out his angle yet either.
Well, when you do, let me in on the secret.
Interpol's National Central Bureau, The Hague, the Netherlands. Alex sat in the middle of the bullpen in her 19th floor office in The Hague's Willems Park district. Today, she was one of only a handful of special agents at their desks at Interpol's National Central Bureau in the Netherlands. Her mobile phone lay in front of her. With a mixture of awe and terror, she watched as an information systems security analyst working from Interpol headquarters in Lyon, France, navigated through its contents remotely like some digital poltergeist floating through the Apple ether. "Your phone is clean now, but someone hacked your corporate email," he reported over the speaker of her landline. "Thanks, Jonathan. Random infection or targeted?" she asked. If Interpol's servers were breached, she wondered if it was a global issue or if somebody was explicitly looking for something from her. "Can't tell," said the disembodied voice. Before being scooped up by Interpol, Jonathan Burgess had been a 20-something computer wizard working for Canada's National Cryptologic and Foreign Signals Intelligence Agency, the communications security establishment. "Yours wasn't the only account hacked, but you're the only one with a top-secret security clearance." Alex didn't much believe in coincidences. If Interpol's exquisite and considerable network security had been penetrated and her email hacked, then it stood to reason that someone had explicitly targeted her. Everything else was a red herring. "Okay, that should do it," he said. She watched as the phone went dark and then rebooted, the bitten Apple logo glowing iridescent on the screen. "I'm out of your phone now," he reported. "How would I know?" "You wouldn't. I sent you a link to reset your network and email passwords. If anything else goes wrong, power it off and back on again." "That's helpful." "And call us back. Your email should restore over the next few minutes, but it looks like some messages might have been permanently wiped or redirected. We're still working on that. I've set up a spider to backtrack any intrusions into your phone. If we're lucky and we find anything, we'll let you know, and we'll flag anything problematic." "Like Nigerian prince oil schemes?" "Like stolen classified documents." "Oh, like that. Okay, thanks, Jonathan." She hung up and noticed a voicemail notification flash on her mobile. "That's odd. Someone must have called while my phone was restarting," she thought. Broussard breezed past her desk, and she detected the faint smell of cigarettes on his otherwise immaculate suit. "I thought you quit," she called as he stepped into his glass-walled corner office. "I did," he replied, swinging the door closed. She punched a button and dialed into her voicemail. "Hi, Alex." The voice on the recording bore a thick Scottish accent. "You don't know me. My name is Cara. I guess you know Kristen. Well, sure you must. I found your name and phone number written on the back of a wee photo in her apartment in London. It looks like it was taken a few years ago, I would say. You're both standing in front of the Eiffel Tower. I don't know if she has any family or if you know who I should call. Look, something's happened to Kristen. Could you please ring me back on this number? Right, sorry to be a bother. Hope to hear from you. Bye. Bye-bye." Kristen, she thought. She played the message again. They had met at the annual International Security Symposium attached to the Paris Peace Summit. The conference had been held at the newly expanded Sorbonne University International Conference Center, located in the heart of the Latin Quarter in the 5th arrondissement of Paris. Alex was still with ISA at the time. In a sea of testosterone, the two women had buoyed each other with their unlikely circumstances. Both were at the pinnacle of their respective roles in their country's national security apparatus. Each had carved out an unparalleled reputation in the profession of arms. In a field of 1,000 individuals at the summit, Alex and Kristen comprised an exclusive sorority of 2. Kristen was a former member of Britain's elite Special Reconnaissance Regiment. Its specialty was conducting surveillance operations focused mainly on counterterrorism activities. The regiment was a virtual copy of intelligence support activity. And, like Alex, Kristen was a veteran of numerous covert missions in Afghanistan and other regions ravaged by war. Her current domain, or at least what it had been when they were together in Paris, was agent recruitment for MI5, the United Kingdom's Internal Security Service. She had spent considerable time abroad eliciting intel on plots against the homeland. Last Alex had heard, Kristen was working at Thames House, the headquarters of MI5, running agents and mentoring younger intelligence officers. Alex scrolled through photos in her album of favorites on her phone and found the one Kara was talking about. There was Kristen, hair billowing in the breeze, Alex's cheek pressed against hers. She zoomed in on the image and was pulled back into the joy of that moment. Chapter 10. Paris, France. Alex and Kristen came to the edge of the Jardin de Trocadero in Paris's 16th arrondissement, Kristen still clutching the bottle of Sancerre they had been sharing on their walk along the banks of the Seine. The gardens, created for the International Exposition in 1937, were spectacular. Standing next to the fountains with their backs to the river, the women hammed it up cheek to cheek for a selfie on Kristen's phone as the evening breeze danced around them, entangling their hair like kite ribbons in the wind. Their laughter made the shot almost impossible. The Eiffel Tower gyrated in frame behind them on the opposite bank of the Seine. The sky beyond streaked with hues of pink and orange as sunset fell around them. 10 attempts at a selfie later, one succeeded. They checked the photo. Their laughter said it all. Life was good, and friendship between them came easy. They were two formidable young women with the world by the tail. "I still can't believe I'm here," marveled Kristen, her accent a hybrid of London English and something Alex couldn't quite place. She looked across to the left bank of the river at the iconic symbol of the City of Light. "And can you believe we're looking at the Eiffel Tower? It's magical," she said, topping up their clear plastic cups with wine. This was Alex's first visit to Paris as well, a city she had always dreamed of seeing in person. She had listened to and fed off the stories her mother would tell of her visits and exploits here as a young woman before her father had entered the picture. Looking around, she spied couples strolling through the gardens, posing before magnificent fountains. Artists painted and sketched on easels. Down the hill from where the two women stood, the Seine was a living organism. Tour boats cruised upriver past Notre Dame Cathedral and back again. Restaurant boats floated nearby, pumping out music, the smell of their French and international cuisine filling the air. Kristen was right. It was magical. The evening continued with the two women singing 80s rock anthems on a rickshaw ride, the final drops of Sancerre teasing their lips as the flirty cyclist guide called out the sights for them along the way. "You ladies want to go to a party tonight?" he asked enthusiastically. "Sure. You know where there's a good one?" Kristen asked, although Alex could tell she was leading him on, or so she hoped. "Oui, mademoiselle. There is a party starting at midnight in the catacombs, down in one of the underground vaults known only to le cata, the cataphiles." "Cataphiles?" asked Alex. "You're making that up." "No, mademoiselle. Le cata are real. You have heard of the catacombs of Paris, yes? The underground network of tunnels and vaults that contains the neatly stacked bones of 6 million dead Parisians." "Of course we have," lied Kristen. "Well, only a bit of the tunnels.
1.5 kilometers is open to the public. But hundreds of kilometers of the ancient quarries and ossuaries exist and are forbidden to go in. The catacombs reach everywhere in Paris. And they hold parties down there at night? Yes, the people known as les cata are addicts of the catacombs. Drug addicts in the catacombs? Asked Kristen. He laughed. Not drug addicts, catacombs addicts. Those who love and explore the catacombs, which is not legal. They know where all the sealed-off entrances are, the places where no one is permitted to go. They host the best parties imaginable. Urban myth or reality, Alex wasn't sure. Sounds enchanting. So, you will go? He asked. No, but we'll keep it in mind for next time. The young man had been disappointed when they rejected his invitation and disembarked at Place Charles de Gaulle, the road that encircled the Arc de Triomphe. The two women opted instead to stroll arm in arm along the Champs-Élysées on the warm spring night. Soon they found themselves sipping Aperol spritzes on the patio of Le Deauville, next to the famous luxury macaron bake shop, La Durée. A little spearmint green-colored box was opened between them. "It's so enchanting," said Kristen, all sparkly-eyed and staring up at the sign above the shop. "I always wanted to come here," she said, biting into a strawberry candy macaron and moaning as the airy, sweet meringue-like confection melted on her tongue. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and McLarens lined the avenue, their testosterone-fueled drivers strutting like peacocks past the patio now and then, vying for the ladies' attention, utterly oblivious to how little they impressed these uber-accomplished women. "Should we tell them about the party in the catacombs?" joked Kristen. The conversation between them turned inescapably to men. Kristen spoke of a string of lovers, none serious enough to warrant the effort of monogamy. But Alex's heart was already possessed by her Delta Force fiancé, Kyle, who was currently on deployment. She knew it would be days before she heard from him again, but imagined what it would be like if he were here with her. He'd appreciate the beauty of Paris, too, though maybe not the spritzes. Music blared from one of the supercars. "Come on," said Kristen. She rose out of her chair and grabbed Alex's hand, pulling her up between the tables. "Let's dance." The two women danced and drank the night away, then strolled back to their hotel for a nightcap before drifting off to sleep in Kristen's room. Not surprisingly, they were late for the plenary session the following morning. Paris seemed like a lifetime ago, and even though work had taken her back there several times, none of those subsequent trips had been with either Kyle or Kristen. The City of Light was beautiful, but she hoped that one day it would be magical again, too. Alex checked her phone's recent call log and tapped to return the missed call. "Hello?" came a Scottish-accented voice on the other end. "Kara?" "Yes, hi, it's me. Thanks for ringing me back." "You said something happened to Kristen. What's going on?" "Alexandra, I don't know how close you were to Kristen." "Were," thought Alex. "What's happened, Kara?" "I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but—" There was hesitation, as if she were searching for the right words. "Kara, just tell me. Look, I'm so sorry, but Kristen is dead." She took in the words. Death was shocking to most people, but ordinarily not to her. She had delivered the news, or delivered the means, many times. She wore her own scars, both inside and out, from the time she had cheated death while others around her had not.
Enemies had died. Fellow soldiers had died. Her husband had died. Her mother had died. Everyone but her, it seemed, had died.
How did it happen? A drunk driver killed her, or at least that's what the police are saying. But you don't believe them? They said she was walking home, but the police found her in the car park at her work.
Alex wondered if Kara knew Kristen was with the United Kingdom's Domestic Counterintelligence and Security Agency, MI5.
Where did she work?
She asked, probing.
She was with a tech company here in London.
That answered that. Kara didn't know Kristen was with MI5.
Maybe she had car trouble. It was dark. If she needed a ride, she would have called me, or a taxi. We live in the same building. She wouldn't have walked along a dark road alone. Look, I don't know what else to do. I thought you were her friend and might be able to help. Your voicemail greeting said you're with Interpol. Isn't that the police agency? Are you an investigator? I am. Can you help me, or do you know anybody else I can call?
Alex did not, and said so. She and Kristen had been close briefly. They'd kept in touch for a few years, exchanging cards at Christmas, that sort of thing. And they sent text messages and emails occasionally to check in, talking about work or men they had met. Nothing of substance. Certainly nothing about Kristen's family. But even that banter had faded away, as casual friendships do. Theirs was like any long-distance relationship, and she understood better than most what they could be like.
I'm sorry, we were friends, she said feebly, but we've been out of touch for a long time. I don't know what else to do.
Her voice was shaky through the sniffles.
I'm sorry to have bothered you.
Click. What the... she thought. Kara had hung up on her. She stared at her phone for a moment, trying to decide whether to call her back. Before she could make up her mind, Broussard was standing beside her desk.
I need your after-action report by this afternoon. Something wrong with your phone? What? You're staring at it like it just insulted you.
No, it's fine. Actually, it's not. I just had a strange phone call. Broussard's eyebrow went up.
A friend from my past just died. That's terrible, he said. I'm sorry, Alexandra.
It's weird. The story sounds a little hinky.
How so?
Kristen was an intelligence officer with MI5, but something about what this friend of hers is telling me sounds off.
What are you planning to do?
He asked guardedly. Nothing, I guess. Broussard gave her a skeptical look, as if he didn't believe she was capable of doing nothing. Ever. No, really, I think it's fine. The woman who called me will probably find someone else to notify. She must have had family somewhere, and I'm sure MI5 will step in anyway.
Okay,
he said, turning to walk away.
After-action report.
Yes, Chief. As she placed her phone down on the desk, it rang. She picked up.
Sorry for hanging up on you, Kara said. Look, I feel quite lost here.
I'm an investigator. I ask questions. It's what we do.
I know. Kristen and I were friends. That she died is bad enough, but something about all this doesn't add up.
She paused, and Alex picked up the question that hung in the air. It's not that Alex didn't want to help. She simply didn't know what she could do. Besides, surely the local authorities and MI5 were fielding resources to look into anything that might be amiss.
I'm
in the middle of a big case, Kara. I might not be able to get away. It's no bother. I'll find someone else. But I thought the two of you might have been closer. That's not fair. Fair? Kara interrupted. Bollocks to fair. Like you said, you're an investigator. Can't you investigate? Listen, Kara. She trailed off, collecting her thoughts. She recalled the image of her and Kristen in happier times against the backdrop of the Eiffel Tower in one of the world's greatest cities. Give me some time, she said. I'll get back to you soon. Right, Kara said. I don't believe you. Click. Kara had hung up on her. Again. A few minutes later, Alex stood outside Brassard's corner office. His back faced her through the glass walls as he spoke on a video call. The image of Secretary General Clicquot, the head of Interpol, loomed large from a monitor on the wall in front of him. Madame Clicquot, I will have a full report for you within 24 hours, she heard Brassard say. See that you do, Chief Inspector, she replied, a distinct Parisian accent punctuating her speech. And try to have Special Agent Martel refrain from killing anyone else for a few days. Could you? Interpol is not an FBI SWAT team. They are here to support the police of member countries, not to run their operations for them with American-style cowboy shenanigans. Yes, Madame Secretary. Alex watched Brassard bob his head up and down in response. The video screen went blank as Madame Clicquot hung up. He looked up from his desk and noticed her hovering outside his office. He rose from his chair and opened the door, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, then stepped aside to let her pass. He moved behind his desk and sat, twisting the cigarette. You going to light that? He tucked it away into the top drawer. I gather you heard the Secretary General's comments, he asked. I did. I'll see what I can do. Not funny, Alexandra. Look, I know what transpired in Arnhem wasn't your fault. Not my fault? Chief, it's not like I had a choice. That's not what I meant. Frankly, I want to put you in for a commendation. You acted boldly and decisively. You saved the lives of many of your colleagues, and you kept the nuclear material from disappearing into the hands of who knows who. I don't need a medal for doing my job. Good, because I couldn't do it even if I wanted to. Don't worry about the Secretary General, he said, swiping his hand dismissively toward the video monitor. She's a senior administrator in a very political organization. She has bigger fish to fry. Great pep talk, boss. She'll cool down. Now, what can I do for you? I need some time off. Oh? I'm not sure I like where this is going. I need a couple of days in London to help this woman, Kara, wrap things up regarding my friend Kristen's death. And exactly what am I to tell Van Dyke? He asked. He still needs your after-action report. Tell him I'll finish it as soon as I can. She didn't mention she'd be doing a little digging of her own. Chapter 11. London, England. The last-minute decision to fly to London didn't give Alex much time. She raced to her apartment, changed into something casual and versatile, and grabbed her go-bag, a cedar green Osprey backpack. Then she called an Uber for the 40-minute ride to Amsterdam Airport, Schiphol, where the gate agent hurried her onto the jetway. She was the last to board the KLM City Hopper flight. The twin-engine Embraer 190 landed at London City Airport an hour and 11 minutes later. Alex descended the staircase from the plane and made her way into the terminal through passport control, then outside to the row of black taxis waiting for fares.
"Where to, love?"
The driver spoke with a heavy Cockney accent, full-on East End of London. She tossed her pack into the hackney cab and hopped in.
"The Grind on Old Street,"
she said, recalling Kara's text.
"Right, the Shoreditch Grind."
As they drove along, Alex checked her phone. She had 7 new emails in her Interpol inbox, but nothing suspicious or even remotely interesting. She couldn't figure out why anyone would hack her phone specifically. What were they after? She thought. She texted Chief Broussard to let him know she had arrived.
MB. How's London?
AM. Gray and chilly. MB.
I need your after-action report ASAP.
AM. I know. On it, boss. The road ahead curved seemingly forever as they entered a tunnel. After a minute and a half, they were still in it, going 30 miles an hour. Are we ever coming out again? She thought. Where are we? She asked her driver.
Limehouse Link Tunnel, love.
After another minute and a sweeping S-curve later, they re-emerged into daylight. The cabbie was glancing behind them in the mirror, his eyes flicking back and forth.
Something wrong? No, everything's brilliant.
They made a right on Butcher Row at St. James Garden. Coming out of the turn, his eyes flicked back to his rear view.
Don't bullshit me.
Both the point-of-sale terminal and the license card behind the driver's seat listed his name.
Garrett,
what do you see back there?
I think I've seen too many James Bond movies, he said. Either that or someone is following you.
She raised her phone and turned on the camera, switching to selfie mode to see over her shoulder what he saw in his mirror. How long has that Beamer been behind us? She asked, spotting the black BMW sedan in their lane 2 cars back, peeking out around the car immediately behind them. She noted the M5 series badge on the blacked-out grille.
Since we left the airport, and he has a friend.
That's when she saw the second BMW, a black X5 SUV. It trailed the sedan by 2 car lengths and stuck to the inside lane.
You in some trouble, love?
Depends who you ask.
Want me to try to shake 'em?
Alex watched the beamers on her phone while he turned the taxi left at the White Swan onto Commercial Road. The tail followed, which wasn't a complete surprise, since the natural flow of traffic at midday was to turn toward the center of London, not away from it.
Miss, should I lose 'em?
He asked again. Not yet. Let's see what they do. The road narrowed with cars parked along both curbs. Garrett passed a red double-decker bus that had stopped to pick up passengers. It pulled out behind them as they passed, and for a few seconds it formed a barrier between them and their tail. But the sedan darted out and around it during a gap in oncoming traffic. Amateurs, she thought. That move eliminated any chance of coincidence and confirmed her cabbie's assumption. What's the game here? She thought. She had been in these situations before as both tailer and tailee. Counterterrorism was her specific arena, and both surveillance and counter-surveillance tradecraft had been drilled into her at ISA and the FBI. For now, her options were limited. They were driving through Whitechapel along a busy road. Unlike in the movies, it wasn't probable that her driver could outmaneuver 2 tail vehicles in close quarters through narrow streets and heavy traffic without killing someone, her included. Suddenly, the taxi banged a right across oncoming traffic as a double-decker bus approached. The cabbie hit the gas and accelerated up Cavell Street past a Holiday Inn. So much for the wait-and-see approach, she thought. Hold on, he said. As the cab straightened out, Alex reached for the grab handle and did as she was told. You know that any chance they didn't know we were on to them is ruined now, right? She said. Oh, blimey, that ship has sailed, love. Another block east, and he put the front-engine, rear-wheel drive taxi into a Tokyo drift around a left-hand turn onto Varden Street, the X5 having replaced the sedan on their tail. He deftly avoided other cars, passing in the oncoming lane of traffic whenever it was clear. I'm going to get you near Old Street, and you can hoof it from there. Or would you prefer I drop you at Scotland Yard for your safety? New Scotland Yard was one of several names for the London Metropolitan Police Service and their headquarters building. She wasn't prepared quite yet to deal with the local constabulary, not having a clue what was going on. No, the grind, she said. Thought you'd say that. He hung a quick right through a residential block. The X5 had fallen back, and the M5 competition was nowhere to be seen. As they approached the next intersection, the sedan suddenly reappeared, bearing down on them at high speed from the right. Garrett hit the brakes and swerved at the last minute, the sedan missing them by inches and continuing past. Shit, said Alex. Shite, said Garrett. He dodged into an alleyway, avoiding pedestrians and garbage bins, then plunged back out onto Commercial Street near the old Spitalfields Market. Take my number down, miss. I'm going to drop you up here. You might stand a better chance of losing them on foot. What's your number? She asked as he rounded a corner into another graffiti-lined alley. She watched over her shoulder as the X5 missed the turn they had taken and continued north on the road behind them. She caught a glimpse of a brunette woman in the front passenger seat as it sailed past. It's there on my license. Call me if you need a lift. I'll come get you any time. She took a picture, then another, trying to steady her phone. Are you sure? Could be risky. Bollocks, he said. I did 2 tours in Afghanistan, love. This here's just a little shits and giggles is all. She thumbed through her billfold for a banknote. We may have met then, she said with a glint in her eye. He gave her an approving smile over his shoulder. I knew you were different the second you got into my cab. I recognized the look. What look is that, Garrett? Your eyes, miss. My eyes? Yes, miss. I'd know a combat veteran anywhere. Man or woman, we're all the same. Your eyes are sharp and focused, always ready for something. She let him carry on. I can tell you've seen real action, miss. You're alert, like a jungle cat, if you don't mind my saying. You have the eyes of a warrior, miss, not just an everyday soldier. Warrior eyes. Apropos, she thought. Thank you. You're not wrong. I'm sorry, but I didn't have time to get any pound notes, she said, fishing out a couple of blue 20-euro notes. Forget it. It's on the house. Baloney. Here. She dropped the bills onto the front seat next to him. Consider it a thank you gesture from a fellow warrior. Well, if you insist. The missus does like channel trips to France. He scooped the notes into a shirt pocket and brought the taxi to a stop in the alley behind a row of Indian restaurants. Go through that door, he said, pointing ahead on the left. Stroll right through the building to the market on the other side. Walk along to your right, then follow the side streets up to Old Street. That's where you'll find the Shoreditch Grind. She swung her door open and stepped out. This was fun, she said sincerely. She dug her holstered Glock out of her backpack and threaded it onto her belt under her coat as Garrett watched. No need for a press check. She lived by the motto, a gun with an empty chamber is nothing more than a clumsy hammer. Nice chunk, he said. He peeled away down the alley as she dodged into the greasy kitchen. It filled her senses with dishes that smelled of cardamom and curry. Confused voices raised around her, and she smiled back at the cooks, who no doubt wondered what this woman was doing in their kitchen. Steam rose off a chicken tikka masala being plated. It was one of her favorite dishes. She inhaled deeply, and the fragrances carried her back to another place and time. She reached the front door and emerged into an outdoor bazaar half a block from the Spitalfields market. The stalls were wooden, some covered with burlap for shade. They were filled with produce in one section and household goods in another. The area was packed with shoppers, and she paused on the step of the restaurant's entrance to reconnoiter the area. She saw families shopping, mothers with children moving up and down the aisles, bartering for fruit and vegetables. Nearby, a young girl carried a basket of oranges. As Alex gazed at her, their eyes met, and Alex was transported back in time to a small town northeast of Baghdad years ago. Jalula, Diyala Province, Iraq. The howl of an incoming 82mm mortar round tore through the air. Alex's overwatch position shook from the explosion immediately below her rooftop perch. She buried her face in her arm as shrapnel and dirt fell around them.
"Alex, we have to move,"
her spotter shouted, low-crawling toward her. Before the torrent of debris had even ceased raining down on them, she raised her M24 sniper rifle again to sight in her next target 220 meters away. She wiped grit from her face and blinked through fresh blood that stung her eyes. She was here with an ISA team supporting intel operations and had teamed up with a squadron of Delta Force operators for this mission. It should have been simple, but Daesh fighters had streamed into the market that the Tier 1 element was working to clear. "2 tangos, west side," she called calmly into her radio headset.
"I see them."
Sergeant First Class Kyle Ward's voice came across crystal clear through her earbuds. She watched through her scope as he turned to his right to engage the enemy. The muted pops from his carbine arrived at her ears in slightly under a second, making it seem like she was watching an out-of-sync video. A medic pinned down by gunfire was tending to a fallen squad member nearby. The howl of another mortar split the air, and the shell exploded on the rooftop of the building behind them.
"Alex,"
her spotter called.
"They've got us dialed in. We have to bug out, now."
She aimed down a wide dirt avenue, focusing on the man shooting at the squad medic. The shooter broke cover, turning toward the wounded operator lying on the ground. She dropped him with a round to the chest, racked the bolt on her rifle, and prepared for a follow-up shot. But none was needed. Just then, another tango emerged from the south end of the market stalls and moved toward the squad leader. "Focus on the reticle," she recited to herself. Alex sighted him in and squeezed off a round, then sent a second for good measure. The man fell, his AK spraying bullets into the air as villagers hid beneath the stalls. She continued to gaze through her scope, ready to engage more tangos. 20 meters behind the fallen gunman stood a young girl, 12 or 13 years old. She wore a loosely fitted red scarf around her head that accentuated her impossibly green eyes. Alex hadn't noticed her there before the shot. She had been blocked from view by the charging insurgent, but was now in plain sight as he fell out of the way. Alex saw blood spread over the front of her pale blue dress. One of her bullets had gone clean through her target and caught the little girl in the upper chest. The girl dropped to her knees, then fell to the ground. Alex watched through her scope as the girl's breathing became shallow, then stopped. Her eyes met Alex's across the distance as she took her last breath, the oranges she'd been carrying glowing brightly in the midday sun, rolling away in the dirt.
"Cease fire! "Alex, cease fire," called Sergeant First Class Ward.
But Alex had already stopped shooting. Chapter 12. London, England. Sergeant First Class Kyle Ward's voice in her head echoed through her soul, even here in the present, burning her chest until she raised a fist to rub away the painful memory. She became aware of someone jostling her from behind.
"I said, excuse me, miss. You're blocking the door. Would you mind getting out of the way, please?"
A young woman carrying takeout lunches in a canvas bag stood behind her, trying to exit the shop.
"What?"
The intrusive memory had left her breathless, her heart racing. She had broken out in a cold sweat that coated her skin and raised goosebumps on her arms, despite the warm breeze floating through the market.
"Sorry,"
she said, stepping to the side. The memory came to her infrequently, often triggered by an innocuous smell, sound, or sight, like chicken tikka masala or oranges. But when it did, it felt like she was braced against an onrushing tsunami, draining her of energy. Her visual field narrowed, and the intrusive sights, smells, and sounds left her wishing she could curl up in a ball and disappear. But that hadn't been an option on that day, or any day since. Frailty wasn't a luxury she could afford, and while others had worked hard to convince her that it wasn't a weakness to suffer the effects of a mental injury, that's not how she saw it. Nor did others in the military communities she had worked in, no matter how much they publicly professed otherwise. A warrior who choked up from a bad memory was a liability, or so she believed others thought. Alex was no one's PTSD poster child. The only person who had understood this about her was her late husband, Kyle. He had been the Delta Force squad leader on the mission with her that day, and years before that, he had been the one who had coached her into picking up a sniper rifle in combat for the first time. Under the circumstances, there had been no other choice. She took a deep breath and forced the air out through pursed lips, then wiped the sweat from her forehead with the sleeve of her coat. She plunged in toward the market stalls, looking around to see if anyone was still following her. She wondered if her pursuers had dismounted and were nearby on foot. She scanned all around, but noticed no one suspicious. Moving through the market in a westerly direction, she pulled out her iPhone and searched for the Shoreditch Grind. Her navigation app said she was 18 minutes away on foot. She figured she could easily have that, although she had to be careful. It would be easy for whoever might be hunting her to pick out a runner over someone walking in a crowd. She tried not to stay on any street for too long, preferring a zigzag pattern to a straight line. She kept casting her eyes around her surroundings. She stuck close to couples or groups for short bursts so that a glance from someone searching for a person walking solo might overlook her entirely. Why was she being followed? And by whom? Was it related to the theft of the special nuclear material in the Netherlands? After all, her face had been all over the news. Or was it linked to the conversation with Kara about Kristen? She wanted to speak to Kara in person, and to do that, she had to make it to the coffee shop. Pedestrian traffic was light. She veered right at Holywell Row, knowing it would take her off the main thoroughfare. A blue Hackney cab drove past, followed by a black BMW sedan. As it went by, she turned toward a shop window. In its reflection, she counted 3 men in the small sedan. The man in the back seat was studying her a little too carefully. As she turned back up the street, the BMW came to a stop. At the sound of its tires chirping, she broke into a run. Looking over her shoulder, she saw the man in the back get out to run after her. The BMW's reverse lights came on, and the car hurtled toward her. She jumped out of the way as it careened into a stack of garbage and recycling bins. She took off at a full sprint. The man from the back of the Beamer was 30 feet behind her. She checked his position and ran out into the street in front of a motorcyclist who honked and yelled obscenities as she went past. The bike ran straight into the man following her, but he pirouetted off the handlebars and kept running after her. Ahead was a choice: hook right and follow the road around in more or less the direction from which she had come, or run straight into the 8-foot-tall steel picket fence. The gate through was closed, but she could see between the slats that there was a residential complex on the other side. Not knowing where the BMW with the other 2 men had gone, she made her decision. A street sweeper and his cart rested against the fence, which jutted upward from 18 inches of brickwork. She ran straight at the man, apologizing as she stepped onto the low brick wall, leaped onto the top of his garbage cart, and shimmied the rest of the way over to the other side, carefully avoiding the 3-pronged pickets on top of each post. When her feet touched the ground, she turned to face her pursuer, visible between the galvanized steel posts. The man was young, tall, and fit, dressed in black jeans and a brown leather jacket. Their eyes met, and for a moment he seemed to be contemplating whether to chase her over the spike-topped fence. He instead went for option B and drew a semi-auto from under his jacket. She suddenly found herself face to face with the business end of what she was sure was a GSH-18, a striker-fired polymer-framed Russian pistol designed to shoot armor-piercing bullets. The man assumed a tripod stance, and Alex dove behind a metal dumpster at the side of the alley as the sound of gunshots pierced the silence of her surroundings. Daylight shone through 2 smoking through-and-through holes in the side of the garbage dumpster. She stared at the holes. "Who is this guy?" she thought. She drew her Glock, but stayed crouched behind the bin. Under the circumstances, the dumpster did not provide adequate cover, but it still offered marginal concealment. 2 more high-velocity AP rounds pierced the dumpster. "And why the hell is he shooting at me?" she thought. 1 lucky shot, and she'd be dead. Even if she'd been wearing a ballistic vest, unless it were outfitted with ceramic plates, the rounds he was firing would go through it like butter. Her only way out of this shooting alley was 20 feet behind her. She had to move. She peered around the corner of the dumpster and fired 3 shots at her assailant. Sparks flew off the fence, and the man bolted for cover. She ran to the gap behind her and dodged around the corner onto the street as more gunshots rang out. As far as she knew, only Russian Spetsnaz units were equipped like that. And the best of those still belonged to Russian military intelligence, the GRU. She hid in an alcove, using the cover of the brick wall to look down the road. There was no sign of her pursuer. The BMWs were nowhere in sight either. Mark Street Gardens lay across the street from her position. It was a small park that appeared to offer both concealment and a path out of the immediate area through a gated exit on the far side. She sprinted across the street, vaulted over the fence along the sidewalk, and pressed her back up against a tree. But why would the GRU be chasing me through London? She thought. She glanced over her shoulder. Still nothing. She checked the map on her phone. As near as she could figure, her rendezvous spot was 400 meters away. She weighed her options, which admittedly looked a little bleak at this point. Breathe, she thought. This was no time for cerebral fibrillation, aka panic. The way to win in any physical confrontation was to stay focused and in control, which meant control over her breathing as well as her mental state. Achieving the former would lead to the latter. Don't hold your breath. Breathe, she thought. She bolted for an opening through the gate out of the park to the west. 2 gunshots rang out behind her. She spun to face the shooter, but couldn't get a shot away as he ran behind a group of people running toward her to escape his gunfire. She took cover behind the brick structure of the gate and reacquired her target. Tires skidded to a stop behind her, and she turned to face a man leaping from the left side of a BMW sedan. He leveled a pistol at her, but she dropped him with 2 shots center mass before he could fire a shot. She took aim at the driver, who was now speeding straight at her. She fired 4 shots through the windshield as she dove out of the way. While she was mid-flight, the M5 struck her leg before hitting the wall beside her. The driver slumped over the wheel, his lifeless eyes staring straight through her. Her gun lay 6 feet away, loosed from her grasp by her impact with the car and the ground. From flat on her back, she turned her head to see her pursuer advancing, holding his GSH-18 extended, wearing a self-satisfied grin. She rolled to her left to retrieve her Glock. As she reached for it, her pursuer fired, the bullet striking the pavement between her hand and her gun. He was toying with her, like a cat with a mouse trapped between its paws. The roll left her prone and vulnerable with her back exposed to the shooter, and she expected that at any second she would hear the gunshots that would take her life. She flinched at the sound of 2 shots, but felt no pain. Letting out her breath, she turned cautiously to glance over her shoulder. The man who had been chasing her lay face down on the ground, a pool of blood swelling around him. Another man stood over him and kicked the gun away from his hand.
"You okay, shooter?"
Her ears were ringing from the sound of the multiple gunshots and the pounding of the blood in her head.
"Alex, are you hit?"
he asked again. She looked at the man speaking to her. Caleb? She thought. She grabbed her gun off the road and jumped to her feet. A wave of dizziness overtook her, and she dropped to a knee to keep from falling.
"Whoa, easy there."
He ran over to steady her.
Huh?
She said. Her face was stinging. She must have banged it when she hit the ground. She dragged the back of her hand under her eye and looked down at the blood.
"Are you hit?"
"What?" she asked again, feeling woozy.
"Did you get shot?"
he said more slowly. He holstered his sidearm and stooped down beside her. Gripping her by the shoulders, he examined the laceration under her right eye.
"Just a flesh wound,"
he said, smiling. Then he ran his hands down her ribs and sides, looking down at them after each pass. He moved around behind her and raised her jacket and shirt.
Hey,
she protested.
"Take it easy," he said. "I'm doing a gross bleed check, looking for holes, checking for hemorrhaging."
Satisfied she hadn't been shot, he stood and hoisted her up by the elbows, keeping a tight grip on her. She finally regained her bearings and focused on him, then indicated toward the dead man who had been chasing her.
"I thought you weren't armed,"
she said, nodding to where he had tucked his Sig Sauer into the IWB holster under his shirt.
"Please, I'm a Republican."
"I didn't see you with a gun in the helicopter yesterday."
"I try not to telegraph I'm carrying. Besides, you were doing just fine without me."
Fair point, she thought.
"What are you doing here?"
she asked.
"You're welcome," he answered.
"No, seriously. Why are you here?"
"No time to explain. We've got to get you out of here before the police show up."
"What? No, I'm staying put."
"No, shooter, you're leaving."
"Stop calling me that. I'm not going to flee a crime scene. My crime scene."
She looked over her shoulder for her pack, then jogged back to the gate to get it, limping from the pain shooting through her left knee where the bumper of the BMW had struck it. She picked her backpack up off the sidewalk and swapped a fresh mag into her Glock. Then she reached in and pulled out a small package of Kleenex, which Caleb took from her. He tore it open, folded one, and held it under her eye, applying gentle pressure.
"And you won't be fleeing. Consider it a tactical retrograde after a defensive engagement," he said. "And I hate to be the bearer of unwelcome news, Little Miss Interpol, but this isn't your crime scene."
"Well, whatever you call it, I'm not running from the police. I am the police."
"Point of order, Mr. Speaker,"
he said, raising his hand to address an invisible audience.
"The member opposite is, in fact, a federal law enforcement agent of the United States of America. She is not the police."
He emphasized that last point with air quotes.
"Look, we don't have time to argue."
He pointed up the side of the 5-story building next to them to a CCTV camera.
"We're in London, England. You are an FBI special agent and legat, on loan to Interpol, stationed in The Hague, in a country within the European Union. Tell me again, Special Agent Martel, by what authority are you carrying a firearm on British soil and employing lethal force to neutralize 3 foreign nationals?"
"Under the authority of extraterritorial jurisdiction granted to me as a U.S. federal agent."
"Oh, bullshit. You're making that up."
"I'm not. They were trying to kill me," she protested.
"Semantics."
"And I only killed 2 of them. You killed the 3rd one." He took the tissue away and examined his work.
"Bleeding stopped."
"How do you know they're foreign nationals?" she asked.
"The same way you do. Who else carries a GSH-18?
He was leading her by the elbow to the next street over. A crowd was forming around the bodies and the Beamer.
"You're about 3 blocks from your rendezvous point. Go. I'll sort things out here and meet you."
She pulled her elbow out of his grip. "Meet me? How does he even know where I'm going?" she thought.
"Go,"
he said. As much as leaving the scene made her uncomfortable, Caleb had a point. She had been intercepted on foreign soil by, judging by their tactics and firearms, men likely connected to Russian military intelligence. And there were more of them still out there looking for her. Their motives were unclear, but their intent was not. They were trying to kill her. What the hell's going on? Russian agents, stolen nuclear material, Kristen. WTF? Is everything connected? Kristen was, or at least had been, back when I first met her, an intelligence officer with MI5. If she was still with them when she was killed, she must have been working undercover, judging by the story her friend told, and now she's dead, she thought. "Fine," she said, holstering her gun as people dodged out of the way to make a path for her. "But keep your eyes peeled for a black BMW SUV, and you've got a lot of explaining to do later." Chapter 13. Shoreditch Grind Coffee Shop, London, England. Leaving Caleb and the chaos at Mark Street Gardens behind, Alex hurried along Old Street. Her knee ached where the car's bumper had connected with it, and a small welt was forming around the laceration beneath her eye. But otherwise, she was unhurt, and she was alive. More than ever, it was vital for her to find out what Kara knew. How were today's events connected to the others, if at all? Alex was skilled at finding links between seemingly disjointed events, but perhaps she was trying too hard. The Shoreditch grind looked as if a stack of old record albums had fallen from the colorless London sky and landed at the side of the road. It sat round, squat, and black, its entrance beneath a vintage concert hall marquee professing sex, coffee, and rock and roll. She stepped into the packed cafe with its exposed brick walls and pink neon sign. The aroma of coffee was strong. Halfway to the back, a woman sat alone, glancing at her phone. She was in her late 20s, pretty with a narrow face, high cheekbones, and an edginess to her hair and attire. Alex was sure it was Kara. The woman looked up, and a glint of recognition washed over her. She smiled and stood up as Alex approached.
"You're Alex,"
she said, her Scottish accent rich and melodic.
"You look just like your photo."
She flashed her phone toward her, and Alex saw the image of herself and Kristen at the Eiffel Tower.
"Oh my God, what happened to your eye?"
"It's nothing, just a little mishap along the way."
"Little mishap? Looks like you had a wee dust-up with the Cray twins."
"Who?" "Doesn't matter.
You sure you're all right?"
Alex nodded, and they sat. A server came by to take their order. She glanced at the menu and was tempted by the margarita, but opted for a chai tea instead.
"You're not eating anything? I'm going to eat. I'm famished."
Kara ordered a poached egg and smashed avocado on toasted sourdough bread with smoked salmon and a cup of tea.
"Okay, same,"
Alex told the waitress, feeling her own hunger pangs kicking in as her body shifted into post-combat rest and digest mode. She eyed the front door, not sure how long she might have with Kara before the police showed up. Never pass up an opportunity to eat or pee, she thought. Better refuel now, while I still have the chance.
"How well did you know Kristen?"
Alex asked once the waitress walked away.
"We weren't besties or anything," Kara said, "but our flats were in the same building, and we went out a few times to grab pizza and drinks after work or on the weekend."
"Did you work together?"
"No, but our offices were very close, in the same business park. We would sometimes find ourselves in the same pub after hours with our work chums. Then we'd stumble into a cab together or ride the tube home."
"Where did she work?" asked Alex as the waitress dropped off their drinks.
"I thought you knew her."
Almost an accusation. "Humor me."
"Is this a test, then? Part of your official police inquiry?"
Kara added 3 packets of sugar and a splash of milk to her tea and stirred.
"She was a manager for a tech accelerator company that provided venture capital and other resources to startups. She worked with financial data."
Alex couldn't picture the woman she knew having anything to do with computers and data. How long had she been doing that?
"I don't know. About a year, I think," Kara said, sipping her tea. "I've knew her, for 6 months or so, and she was there, I think, for 6 months or so before we met. So,
do you know what she did before that?"
"No, should I? Is there something you're not telling me?"
"Like I said, I ask questions." The waitress returned with the rest of their orders. Alex dug in, slicing through the thin wall of her poached egg and releasing the intensely yellow yolk onto the layer of avocado. She took a bite, and the combination of flavors made her close her eyes. Despite how good it was, she ate fast, just in case.
"Did Kristen ever talk about her job, the people she worked with? Specifics about what kind of data she handled? Anything like that?" she asked between bites. "No, not really. I talked about my work all the time. She was more secretive. In hindsight, I should have asked her more about it, shouldn't I?"
Secretive? Like she was hiding something? No, like she didn't want to share. Was she seeing anyone? No one in particular. What does that mean? Anybody stand out? She saw several men. Don't get me wrong, she wasn't a floozy, but you could say she had a few suitors sniffing around. Different blokes would drop by her apartment at odd hours. Alex made a mental note of that. Different blokes, odd hours. Should I ask if any of them had a Russian accent? She thought. Anything at all unusual about her behavior before... She trailed off. Before she died? No, but it doesn't add up. Kristen was a survivor. What makes you say that? As Kara started to reply, Alex could hear sirens getting closer. It was possible they weren't coming here, but she doubted that was so. She sipped her chai tea. She was a very assertive woman. She had no problem putting men in their place. I once saw her flip a big hulking drunk man over her shoulder onto a table in the pub after he pinched her arse. She didn't put up with any shite from anybody. That's Kristen, all right, Alex thought. Where is she now? Kara brought her fork to a halt in midair. Sorry, offered Alex. We don't have much time. No, it's all right, Kara replied, scrunching up her nose. She's in the Westminster Public Mortuary. They'll only release her to next of kin, but there isn't any. At least none that I could locate. Alex could see blue flashing lights coming along Old Street toward the grind. Sure enough, 2 gray BMW SUVs with neon yellow and blue checkerboard decals pulled alongside the curb in front of the coffee shop, their light bars still activated. Yellow circular stickers in the corners of their windshields denoted them as cars assigned to SCO 19, the Specialist Firearms Command of the Metropolitan Police Service. Kara, I will probably have to go away with those men, she said, nodding toward the door. But I don't want you to talk to anybody else about any of this just yet. What's going on? She asked. Remember that little incident I mentioned when I arrived? Well, it wasn't so little, and I don't know yet if it has anything to do with Kristen's death. So be careful. Kara gave her a quizzical look, but didn't press the matter. I'd like to see Kristen's apartment. Can we meet up later? Kara watched with fascination as the police officers approached the building. I know where she kept a spare key, she said, as 4 uniformed and heavily armed officers gathered outside. Another man in plain clothes approached, Caleb right on his heels. The 2 entered the shop, followed by one of the specialist firearms officers carrying a Heckler & Koch G36C tactical rifle. The trio walked directly to the table where Alex and Kara were seated, while curious patrons and restaurant staff stared. Alex took a last bite of her meal and a couple more sips of her chai tea. Special Agent Martel, I presume, said the man, dressed in a tweed sports coat. Before she could answer, he added, I'm Detective Inspector Kane with Scotland Yard. Please remain seated and hand me your backpack. Slowly. She swung it toward him off the arm of the chair. Caleb stood silently beside him, his hands tucked casually into his pockets. The man took her pack and rifled through it, pulling out her Interpol identification, FBI shield, and passport. Hey, she protested. Caleb signaled her to go along with it. She sat silently, waiting. I'm going to ask you to slowly retrieve your firearm for me and hand it over, Agent Martel. She was about to protest, but again caught a not-so-subtle signal from Caleb. May I stand up? She asked. D.I. Kane nodded. The firearms officer looked on intently, his rifle in the patrol carry position, as she gingerly fished her Glock from its holster, ejected the magazine, then racked the slide to free a chambered round, which she snatched out of the air. She placed the magazine and the bullet on the table, then locked the slide open and handed it to D.I. Kane.
"Look, she began. "I advise you to remain silent, Ms. Martel," he said, cutting her off.
She would have preferred for him to call her by her proper special agent title. He was 6'1", thin but solid-looking, 40s with an experienced face. His hair was dark and wavy with a shock of gray. He handed her Glock over to the uniform, who didn't look happy about having to take a hand off his rifle to take control of the pistol.
"I would like you to accompany me to Scotland Yard, please."
He paused and sized her up.
"It is, of course, not an actual question. May I speak?" "I'd rather you didn't," he said abruptly before turning to Kara. "Who are you?"
Alex jumped in.
"She's my friend. We were catching up." "Ms. Martel."
"Special Agent Martel."
"Right, Special Agent Martel. You appear to be quite skillful at shooting, but the same cannot be said about your ability to follow verbal instructions, including those that might be in your best interest. I would be most pleased if you would allow your friend to speak for herself."
Caleb was smiling now, entertained by the sight of her getting dressed down by the Scotland Yard police inspector. Kara spoke up, her Edinburgh accent thick and meaty as she accentuated her words.
"As Alex said, we're old friends. We were enjoying a lovely lunch together until you lot showed up."
She turned to Caleb.
"Mind you can stay for a bite any time."
Alex gave her a disdainful look.
"What? He's cute."
Caleb grinned. "I'm going to puke," thought Alex.
"Ms.
began D.I. Kane. She glared at him.
"Special Agent Martel, please follow this officer. He'll show you to my car."
"I'll call you as soon as I'm able," she said to Kara. Detective Inspector Kane remained inside with Kara. The SCO-19 officer escorted Alex and Caleb out to an unmarked Range Rover as a black BMW X5 cruised past them on the square. Chapter 14. Russian Ambassador's Residence, Kensington Palace Gardens, London. Colonel Viktor Gerasimov arrived at the residence via the secure entrance through the portico. Harrington House, as it was more commonly known, was the former London townhouse of the Earls of Harrington on Kensington Palace Gardens, the gated avenue along the west side of Hyde Park. These days, it served as the home to the Russian ambassador and his wife. Conveniently, the unconventional 19th-century Gothic mansion also housed the operations center for Directorate 13 of the GRU in the basement. Gerasimov strode to the locked interior door and punched his code into the scramble pad affixed to the wall. A flashing green LED preceded a click that signaled the magnetic locks had released. He pulled open the door and ascended the stairs into the basement, its 14-foot ceilings giving the room a cavernous feel and plenty of space for wires and cables to run. Computer workstations and monitors filled the room from wall to wall. At this moment, they were tapped into the Central Scotland Yard surveillance system feeds, an irony not lost on the colonel, who had grown up in an authoritarian state. But it was one without the surveillance capacity and sheer volume of cameras that targeted Britons daily.
"Major Fyodotov, status report."
Gerasimov barked at a man at the back of the room who was standing behind a large monitoring station. Major Vasily Fyodotov was a computer coding wizard and the operations chief for the section. He spoke plainly.
3 men down, sir. The woman escaped.
Gerasimov wasn't expecting this.
How could this be?
He thought.
Their orders were to surveil and track. What happened? Yes, sir, replied Fyodotov. The taxi driver began evasive maneuvers, and our surveillance attempted to keep up. Then the Interpol agent dismounted the cab to proceed on foot. Our surveillance were not to engage. They were to surveil. Were they not able to track this woman without blowing their cover? It appears not, sir. Show me,
Gerasimov commanded. Major Fyodotov instructed one of the techs to transfer the live video footage from Mark Street Gardens to a bank of monitors at the front of the room. A police forensics team was on site, and a group of CSIs was actively processing the area behind a cordon of yellow tape, where the 3 Russian agents' bodies were still lying in situ. The camera angles and resolution were good enough that Gerasimov could identify his dead operators. He found the scenario unfathomable. These were 3 seasoned Spetsnaz operators, 2 of whom had only recently left their active military units to join his unit.
The Interpol agent did this on her own? He asked incredulously. How is this possible?
Spetsnaz were no longer the elite operators they had once been. Everything in Mother Russia, it seemed, was on the decline.
She did not act alone, Colonel, Fyodotov said. She was able to neutralize 2 of our operators. But just as Nikulin was going to put a bullet in her head, a man appeared from behind and shot him. Appeared? What, like a ghost? No, sir. Show me then.
Fyodotov called out more instructions to another tech. Gerasimov watched as the video played, and a series of images of the same man seen from different angles appeared on the monitors. He leaned forward and studied the high-resolution close-up of Caleb's face on one of the screens.
Find out who this mystery man is, he said. We cannot afford to have our operations disrupted by assassins who materialize out of thin air.
Chapter 15. New Scotland Yard, London. Overhead banks of suspended LEDs lit the conference room inside Met Police Headquarters, aka New Scotland Yard. Its glass walls made Alex feel as exposed as the bare brick in the main office. From out in the bullpen, everyone could look in, and everyone had. Not sure what to make of Detective Inspector Kane's fresh catch, whom they heard had just gunned down several men. Caleb was across the room talking to Kane and a senior uniformed officer. Then, as the trio walked to a corner office, each police officer they encountered rose from their chairs to nod deferentially to the officer, piquing Alex's curiosity. She watched with fascination as the group disappeared into a corner office along the back of the bullpen, leaving her here in the middle of it all, yet so isolated from it. Her backpack had been returned to her, minus her phone, gun, and extra magazines. With the men secreted away elsewhere, she was left with little to do but to turn and stare out the window. So she sat alone with her can of Coke, gazing across the river at the London Eye, the giant Ferris wheel on the south bank of the River Thames. As she watched, she replayed in her mind the events of the past 2 days that, even by her standards, were strange days indeed. Caleb heard the words but wasn't really paying attention. The Scotland Yard superintendent was droning on about illegal possession of a firearm, extrajudicial killing, American imperialism, of all things, manifest destiny, the Magna Carta, Pacts between British and American intelligence services, FBI, Interpol, blah, blah, blah. He hit on every cliché. What Caleb didn't hear this shitbird in a navy blue tunic say even once was, "Great job, mate. We are putting that gorgeous brunette and her Glock in for a bravery citation signed by the King of England himself for killing a bunch of Ruskies up to no good on our sovereign soil." Or anything close.
Hypocrites. Thank God we broke free of this bullshit centuries ago,
Caleb thought. When Superintendent Cartwright finished speaking, Caleb responded.
"Yes, sir. An FBI special agent shooting Russian spies, that fact now having been confirmed by your own intelligence unit, who were trying to kill her on British soil, is a troubling situation."
Kane jumped in.
"Let's not forget you also eradicated one, Mr. Copeland."
Caleb scowled.
"Truth is, back home in the States, when someone's trying to kill you, and you kill them first, we call that self-defense. Special Agent Martel did what she was trained to do, and is alive because of it."
He couldn't help adding,
"And then we'd pin a damn medal on her chest and promote her. These, sir, were exigent circumstances." "Exigent circumstances? Twaddle. Neither you nor FBI agent, Interpol special agent. Neither you nor Special Agent Martel, from wherever the hell she hails, should have been in possession of a firearm without prior explicit authorization from Scotland Yard while in the United Kingdom."
"True," conceded Caleb.
"But since Scotland Yard is Britain's official liaison with Interpol, it would be in your best interest to say that Special Agent Martel had authorization from your office to have said firearm, and therefore to defend herself and the subjects of the realm by any and all means necessary against the hostility and nefarious misdeeds of agents of a foreign power. Quite convenient to switch allegiances between the FBI and Interpol so quickly, wouldn't you say, Mr. Copeland?"
Caleb smiled.
"Opportune, I'd say. And, by the way, under what authority should I be discussing this matter with you? Which agency did you say you represent again?" "I didn't say. It was a rhetorical question, Mr. Copeland,"
the superintendent snapped.
"I received a telephone call from the Home Secretary, who, in turn, had received a call from the American Secretary of State requesting all due consideration for the actions of Ms. Martel."
Special Agent Martel, thought Caleb, but he didn't correct him this time.
"Now, why on earth would such high-level authorizations be sought for just a simple FBI agent? It seems there are larger and more complex issues at play, of which I have not been informed. Would you care to enlighten me?" "I am afraid I'm not at liberty to discuss the matter," Caleb replied. "I am not accustomed to being bludgeoned by the Home Office and kept in the dark on domestic affairs. But one of you has very persuasive friends."
Caleb said nothing, his hands folded in his lap. He had no intention of sharing his CIA affiliation with anyone unless necessary. All this man needed to know was that he had influential friends and could make things happen. Besides, he enjoyed seeing this stuffed tunic squirm a little.
"Fine,"
the older police official conceded at last.
Scotland Yard will assert that both you and Special Agent Martel were authorized to be armed while investigating the death of a British subject on British soil. One who was killed by what we suspect was a drunk driver who fled the scene of the incident. But it's surely the thin edge of the wedge, allowing American law enforcement to carry firearms whilst in this country. Tell whoever you need to tell that you believe there is a nexus between Ms. Kristen Gosling's death and a joint Met Police and Interpol investigation, and that you are not authorized to discuss it further. But for the record, all three of us here know that a drunk driver didn't kill her.
Superintendent Cartwright glanced over at Kane, standing next to the window, then glowered at Caleb, his knuckles white from tightly gripping the arms of his chair.
Mr. Copeland, I'm not accustomed to being told what to do in my own country by an American.
Caleb ignored his remark.
Let's lay our cards on the table, shall we? He said. We also know that Kristen was working undercover for MI5.
Cartwright's face turned a deep shade of scarlet.
Yes, Superintendent. We are aware of that fact. And please don't insult my intelligence by saying you didn't know Kristen Gosling was MI5. I cannot confirm or deny any such assertion, said the superintendent feebly. But how did you become possessed of this notion? Special Agent Martel had a previous professional relationship with the deceased, said Caleb, and they were friends.
The color of Cartwright's balding pate had gone from red to mottled. He gave a slight nod to D.I. Kane, who said, I can confirm the Scottish woman with whom Special Agent Martel was lunching. He referred to his notebook. One Ms. Karamaviti contacted Special Agent Martel to inform her of Ms. Gosling's death, and that they indeed had a prior relationship. Ms. Maviti herself knows nothing of Ms. Gosling's possible connection to MI5. Possible connection to MI5? These guys are so full of it, Caleb thought. Cartwright took a few deep breaths before speaking.
Anonymity is key to the work of MI5, Britain's security service. He continued. Their mission is as critical as that of MI6 or the CIA. Their mandate includes domestic terrorism, not unlike your FBI. Ms. Gosling was an excellent officer and will be sorely missed.
His dark eyes bored into Caleb's. A long pause followed before Caleb reached the silent void.
With respect, sir, Ms. Gosling's death needn't be in vain. I can assure you, Mr. Copeland, we have no intention of allowing her life to have been snuffed out for no reason, the superintendent said. Of course not, but you need to recognize that Special Agent Martel is a force of nature in her own right. Yes, so we are aware, said the man. Rather a bit of a monsoon, I'd say. Caleb continued. Well, with that in mind, England has a rich nautical tradition, sir. So forgive the metaphor, but you don't try to hold back the wind. Instead, you think of a way to let it drive you forward, to make it work for you rather than against you.
He tried to further the analogy.
You unfurl the sail and pull it in just tight enough to harness all that energy. Perhaps, Cartwright said, but I don't need to like it.
Chapter 16. New Scotland Yard, London. The senior officer whom Alex had seen earlier entered the glassed-in conference room ahead of Caleb and Detective Inspector Kane. His tunic was adorned with medals representing a life spent in service to Crown and country. Out of respect, she stood as he entered the room.
"Special Agent Martel, thank you for waiting,"
he said, as if the choice had been hers all along.
"My name is Superintendent Cartwright."
"Sir?"
"A nasty business, this,"
he said. "Yes, sir," she replied. "Which part?"
"I beg your pardon?"
A uniformed constable trailed behind the trio, carrying a paper bag that, for a moment, Alex thought was a Harrods shopping bag. She eyed Alex and smiled, set the bag on the glass conference table, then exited. "I mean, which part of this exactly is a nasty business, sir? The part where I landed in your country and was immediately pursued by Russian agents?" She reached into the bag and retrieved her sidearm and magazines. "Or that I had to employ lethal force to protect myself on British soil?" She retracted the slide and locked it open. She cleared her weapon, punched a full mag into the well, and released the slide to chamber around. "Or is it the death of a British intelligence officer under suspicious circumstances that's got Scotland Yard so tied up in knots?" She holstered her Glock and felt whole again.
"Ms. Martel," said D.I. Kane, "we haven't officially declared those men were Russians."
She rolled her eyes as she tucked her spare mags into elasticized sleeves sewn into the lining of her jacket. Lastly, she retrieved her phone from the paper bag, about to respond, but the superintendent raised a hand to stop her.
"Ms. Martel," he began.
"Special Agent Martel, sir," she corrected, cutting him off.
"Of course. Please be seated,"
he said, gesturing to the chair she'd been occupying. He took the seat opposite her and continued.
"Detective Inspector Kane and I have reviewed your statement and that of Mr. Copeland."
Caleb, a.k.a. Mr. Copeland, stood behind him, poker-faced. Kane moved around the table and stood behind the chair beside her.
"First of all," began Cartwright, "I should like to thank you for your cooperation with our inquiry. Any use of force, of course, is examined closely by Scotland Yard. This isn't Texas, after all, Special Agent Martel. Therefore, these kinds of events don't happen as frequently as you may be accustomed to."
He leaned forward, resting his forearms on the table. His fingers were large and gnarled, like an old boxer's. She nodded politely while strangling the arms of her chair.
"A few moments ago," he went on, "I spoke with Chief Inspector Broussard, your commanding officer at Interpol. I informed him of today's incident, and he shared with me some of the details from yesterday's events in Arnhem. Curious, don't you think?"
"What's that?" she asked.
"How one individual can be responsible for taking so many lives in such a brief period of time."
She was on her feet in a flash. Caleb was too far away to have prevented her from ripping out the superintendent's larynx had she been so inclined. The superintendent raised a hand to settle her. It didn't work, but he continued anyway.
"Still, Chief Broussard indicated the shootings were justified, if not necessary. Must have been rather a nasty business over there."
Her nails stung her palms where they dug in. She was already pissed off that she had been made to wait here like a common criminal, while Caleb had joined the men in a corner office for a smoke and a brandy, or whatever the hell they were doing back there. And now this. This pompous windbag was layering his words with insinuations of wrongdoing.
"Superintendent," said Caleb, "this path you're on, it's not going to be very productive. You have examined the circumstances of today's shooting. You have been given information about yesterday's as well. But that hardly equips you with any moral or legal authority to render judgment against Special Agent Martel, who acted lawfully."
She turned and stared at him.
"I don't need you to defend me, Caleb," she said, but he continued, unfazed.
"Her actions were not only necessary, they were heroic, and they saved lives, both yesterday and today."
Superintendent Cartwright glanced at Caleb, then stood and addressed Alex.
"I assured Chief Prasad that Scotland Yard would assist in any way it can. D.I. Kane will be your liaison. Try to stay out of trouble while you are a guest in our country, Special Agent Martel."
He gave a nod to Kane and left the conference room. Alex glared at Caleb, who stared back blankly. She turned to Kane.
"What the hell was that?"
"The superintendent can be intense," he replied. "Please be seated."
She looked again at Caleb, who now sat in the chair at the head of the conference table. Reluctantly, she sat. Kane laid a file folder open, spreading the pages out on the table.
"How well did you know Miss Gosling?" he asked.
She took a deep breath to settle herself, like she was getting ready to make a long-distance shot.
"Kristen and I met several years ago," she began, "at the Paris Peace Summit. We became fast friends and spent a few days attending conference sessions by day and exploring the city by night. We kept in touch on and off for a couple of years after, but I don't think I'd heard from her in maybe a year or more."
"Well, you were correct, Special Agent Martel. Ms. Gosling, Kristen, was indeed an intelligence officer with MI5, though she shouldn't have told you that."
"Please," she said dismissively. "Why was she working undercover?"
"I'm not at liberty to discuss MI5 secrets with you. But I can tell you that in its role to protect national security, domestic radicalism and terrorism are at the top of its mandate."
"You're not really with Scotland Yard, are you, Kane?" said Alex. It was more statement than question. "You're MI5. Kane remained expressionless, shuffling papers in the file.
"Is that true?"
Caleb asked. Silence. Alex continued.
"I can tell a spook when I see one, Caleb. Your radar is slipping. Kristen was working for you, wasn't she, Kane? You were her handler."
He stopped shuffling papers.
"It's true," he said. "I, too, am with the security service. But Kristen didn't work for me. She was my partner."
"Why was she undercover? What was the case?"
He sat for a beat, staring at the pages in front of him. Finally, he asked,
"How did you know she was working undercover?"
"Her friend, Kara, the woman I was having lunch with, told me Kristen was working as a manager at a tech accelerator company."
"That was her cover. She was surprisingly good with computers." "So, what happened?" asked Caleb. "We had been alerted to the existence of a transnational money laundering operation serving state entities through a UK tech accelerator company. We inserted Kristen to determine the extent of foreign government involvement." "What did you find?" "After months of undercover work, she was finally gathering valuable intelligence to support MI5 suspicions."
"Such as?" asked Alex.
She was following a money trail involving an Islamist group, the ILF. Yes, vast sums of money were being funneled their way, Kane said. Kristen suspected there was a large operation in the works. Why didn't you notify other intelligence agencies? Asked Caleb. We didn't have enough information to wave the red flag yet. She was compiling a dossier that we could share, but then Interpol caught wind of a pending exchange of nuclear materials in the Netherlands. Caleb added, and that went to support the theory about the ILF. Yes, your operation at Arnhem yesterday appeared to support Kristen's hypothesis. It seemed to fit. Extremist groups were funded by all sorts of criminal and often non-criminal activities. What about their target? She asked. Did she uncover any intel on where they are planning to use the nuclear material? Nothing we hadn't already been hearing, including possibly in America. What about the Paris Peace Summit? Most of the G20 leaders will be there in a few days. Kane shook his head. The conference site is already locked down. Our analysis suggests it's an unlikely target. SIS and the DGSI agree, he said, referring to Britain's MI6 and France's General Directorate for Internal Security, their counterpart to MI5. Surely you must suspect the Russians are behind all this, she asked. The events of today and yesterday, and plots involving weapons of mass destruction, have all the hallmarks of an operation by a particular GRU unit. Agreed. It does sound similar to the modus operandi of the GRU, but we don't have anything concrete linking yesterday's events with today's. If not them, why would any other Russians be chasing me all over London? Excellent question, but we will continue to consider both the ILF and the Russians as the prime suspects in this matter. Alex sighed. If the GRU was involved, it wouldn't be her first clash with Russia's Foreign Military Intelligence Agency, and likely not her last. She had previously dealt with one of their elite operations units, Unit 29155, and a new team Interpol had begun to track called Directorate 13. Both were formidable adversaries. Alex said, "We know the GRU recruits young. Russian mothers and fathers willingly give their children over to the state to send them to better schools with the promise of a better future, and the state trains them according to each student's particular aptitude." Sad but true, lamented Caleb. Right, agreed Kane. And these children then grow up to be operators in these various groups, including Unit 29155, whose sole purpose is to sow chaos while making Western intelligence agencies believe they are either extremely sloppy or plain inept. Unit 29155 was routinely implicated in overseas disruptive operations, executing missions of chaos, murder, and mayhem directly for Russian President Dmitry Sergachev. They're like a 21st century Praetorian Guard, mused Caleb. Kane nodded his head in acknowledgement and picked up the thread. What appears to Western intelligence as bungling is, in fact, a systematic approach to mayhem. Like the Novichok poisonings of the Skripals, right here in the UK, in Salisbury. It was inept enough for the plot and the players to be discovered and traced by open-source intelligence aggregators, yet effective enough to create chaos and confusion in intelligence circles and to spawn conspiracy theories leading blame away from Russia. All the while, President Sergachev is on television denouncing Russia's involvement while enjoying the havoc he has spawned. It had all of us at MI5, as well as our colleagues across the river at MI6, chasing our tails for months. All these operations are run by a 3-star general from his office in the Ministry of Defense in central Moscow. Major General Tikhonov, offered Caleb. Alex nodded. And his second-in-command, Colonel Viktor Gerasimov. Interpol and the FBI have files on them both. And now they've branched out by adding an even more specialized team headed by Gerasimov. Directorate 13, Caleb said. President Sergachev is a complete megalomaniac, said Alex. He embraces his bad boy image and taunts the West. Meanwhile, Unit 29155 and Directorate 13 compete for his attention and favor, like spurned and jealous suitors. Kane swiveled in his chair. It is chilling how organically ruthless the Russians can be. Caleb chimed in. But the question before us is this. Is Kristen's death, the events in Arnhem, and the attempt on Alex's life linked to GRU activities? There's only one way to find out, said Alex. Chapter 17. London, England. Somewhere in London, a carload of Russians was driving around, likely none too happy that Alex and Caleb had killed 3 of their comrades. If the tables were reversed, she'd be out for blood, so enticing them into the open shouldn't prove too difficult. Revenge was a strong motivator. Whoever her assailants were, and for all their disastrous tactics, they had good intel. And while Jonathan Burgess, the Interpol Information Systems security analyst, had cleared her mobile phone, she suspected it was how the Russians were tracking her. Meaning they likely knew where she was, even now. But to what end, she thought. You mean use yourself as bait? Asked Kane once Alex had laid out the plan. Or at least a decoy, she replied. I mean, if it were me, I'd be redrawing the whole operation. But there's no telling how foolhardy this group is, so... Caleb interrupted her train of thought. Maybe we should continue this over dinner. As soon as Caleb mentioned they should eat, she felt her own hunger sneak up on her. And it could be that a public venue like a restaurant, rather than an interrogation room inside Scotland Yard headquarters, might pose an irresistible opportunity for the Russians to follow up on their earlier efforts, if that was what they had in mind. Dinner, then, was the next logical step. I need a burner phone first, Alex said, as they walked through the lobby of New Scotland Yard. Do you have those here, Kane? First of all, if we're going to be working together, you may as well call me Daniel. And of course we do. Do you think we're some backwater monarchy? Brexit hasn't left us completely hapless. There's a shop up the street and around the corner, he added. It's on our way. On our way where? Asked Caleb. Why, my favorite pub, of course. They stepped out onto a sun-drenched Victoria embankment along the River Thames. Alex checked the time, 4:45. Her wristwatch, a Rolex Oyster Perpetual Submariner date, was a gift she had given herself after earning her assignment as a Special Operations Combat Medic with the 75th Ranger Regiment. The timepiece was flawlessly reliable and reflected the best qualities of the woman who wore it. Dependable, attractive without pretense, and a trusted and trustworthy partner. If it were true that every Rolex tells a story, this one's would be endlessly redacted. Kane led them toward Bridge Street,
and Alex marveled at the sight of the Palace of Westminster in front of them, home to the United Kingdom's Parliament. It wasn't until they reached the corner that the full scale of the 316-foot-tall Elizabeth Tower housing Big Ben came into view. This was Alex's first time seeing it in person, and its size and grandeur drew from her an unexpected gasp. Kane pointed to a Tesco Express stand in front of the Westminster Tube station around the corner, where she stopped to buy a pay-as-you-go smartphone. "Anything but Huawei," she told the clerk. "Better yet, I'll take 2. She tapped her bank card to pay, then removed the phones from their packaging as she walked to rejoin the men who had ambled up the road a half-block to St. Stephen's Tavern. She stepped inside the airy pub with its high wooden coffered ceiling and circular, medieval-looking chandelier. The smell of fried food and malted ale hung in the air around her. The building nurtured the ambiance of its 19th century heritage and, in fact, looked much older. Tufted green leather banquettes under the windows ringed the main level. An attractive woman behind the bar was pulling a pint. "Upstairs, love," she said, smiling. She nodded toward the curving staircase leading to a dining section in the second-floor loft. "I reckon you're the pretty brunette Daniel mentioned." "I reckon I am." Alex returned her smile and proceeded up the enclosed staircase, its walls lined with framed lithographs and front-page newspaper articles from The Independent, among others. She found the men in a booth and slid in next to Kane just as a server came by and offloaded a tray of pints. "I ordered you a Tanglefoot," said Caleb. She examined her ale, a clear, golden, effervescent liquid with a modest head. In her world, beer was like ammunition, and no one should presume to know your preference. Caleb had a way of getting under her skin like that. A reckoning was coming. "A Badger Best Bitter for you," said the waitress, placing an amber-colored beer in front of Kane, "and a Wicked Wyvern for the wicked wee man." She deposited a frosty glass in front of Caleb. "She's got you pegged already," said Alex. "I know the look," the waitress replied. "This here is a seriously good IPA," she told him. "If you don't like it, you're daft. I'll be back for your order," she added as she turned and meandered away through the tightly packed tables. "To fallen comrades," said Kane, raising his glass. "To Kristen," replied Alex. Caleb tapped his glass on the table, then silently took a long pull with the others. Her beer was good, but she didn't tell Caleb that. "So, Special Agent Martel, what's the plan?" asked Kane. "First things first," she said, reaching into her backpack to retrieve the burner phones. She punched in a number. "Brassard," came the voice on the other end. "Chief." "Alexandra, this is a surprise. My call display said unknown number. Everything all right?" She could hear the genuine concern in his voice. "I heard you had another interesting afternoon. How are you?" he asked. She filled in the blanks for him with details the superintendent from Scotland Yard hadn't provided: the possible connection with Kristen's death, the involvement of D.I. Kane, the ILF investigation, and her suspicion about Directorate 13's involvement. She asked him for another favor, a little bait. "It would give me great pleasure," he replied. "Keep me posted." She clicked off and turned to Kane. "Okay, Daniel, your turn. Answer a question for me." "Shoot," he replied. "Never say that to her unless you mean it," Caleb joked. She ignored him and continued. "Scotland Yard and MI5 are two distinct organizations. So why does the London Metropolitan Police, Scotland Yard, let you use the title Detective Inspector.
It's quite simple, he said, taking another swig of his beer. I was a detective inspector with Scotland Yard before moving to MI5. So, while I'm no longer with the Met, I work alongside them on investigations with a national security nexus. The younger police officers call me Mr. Kane, but the old blokes still call me by my previous rank. Cerebral muscle memory, I suppose.
Is Kristen's murder a joint investigation?
The inquiry falls squarely within the purview of Scotland Yard as a criminal matter. But given Kristen was an active intelligence officer working undercover on a matter of national security, Scotland Yard, MI5, MI6, as well as GCHQ, our Signals Intelligence Service, have formed a task force under the Home Secretary.
Did you or Kristen ever come across anything in the investigation that pointed to a connection between this ILF group and the Russians? She asked. The waitress appeared at their table.
Okay, Danny, what can I get you and your mates?
Kane turned to his new colleagues.
Shall we make this simple?
He asked, looking between Caleb and Alex. They nodded.
Fish and chips, then? You'll love it. 3 orders, please, Angie, he said to the waitress.
Right, she said, and headed off toward the kitchen.
Look, he continued, the Ruskies are always up to no good, so they're constantly on our radar.
He glanced around and lowered his voice so other patrons might not overhear.
Several days ago, MI6 reported that they'd heard talk of nuclear materials, plutonium, and highly enriched uranium in particular, being sold and exchanged by black marketeers throughout the Eurozone. The same intel that initiated your op. But nothing solid pointed to Russian state involvement directly. Although, he continued, that operation has now drawn plenty of resources that are all focused on finding the smugglers and identifying possible targets of radiological dispersion devices.
Dirty bombs, she said.
Yes, and even talk of an improvised nuclear device, a nuclear IED, if you will.
Angie returned, carrying a large tray loaded with plates.
All right, ladies and gents, 3 orders of Tanglefoot ale battered cod with chips and peas.
She deposited the hot plates before them.
Let me know when you need another round of pints,
she said as she walked away. Alex squeezed drops of lemon juice onto her fish and cut into the crispy battered cod. The flaky fish steamed as she brought the fork to her mouth. It melted on her tongue.
Oh my God, so good.
She took a sip of cold beer to quell the heat.
I should have warned you. Both the chips, French fries, I suppose, for you both, and the fish come straight from the deep fryer, so be careful.
Anything else British intelligence knows about that you might not be telling us? Alex asked. She looked at Kane and would have pointed her fork at him if it weren't loaded with peas that were already rolling off of it. Before he could answer, his phone rang. He glanced at the display.
I'm afraid I have to take this call. Sorry, chaps. Be right back.
She watched from the loft as he descended the steps and walked out onto the patio beside the pub. As if on cue, her Interpol phone began vibrating in her pocket. She washed down another bite of fish with the cold ale before answering it. Chapter 18. Russian Ambassador's Residence, Kensington Palace Gardens, London.
Colonel!
Major Vasily Feodotov's voice over the intercom sounded urgent. Colonel Gerasimov put his cell phone call on hold to answer his operations chief.
What is it?
Gerasimov sat at his desk in the basement of the Russian ambassador's residence, discussing today's events. He and his caller were strategizing how best to manage the conversation he was yet to have with General Tikhonov, his commander in Moscow. Explaining how his team had lost 3 ostensibly capable operators would not be easy.
"We are tracking a call,"
replied Fyodotov.
"And?"
Gerasimov asked impatiently.
"Sir, it's Agent Martel. We'll speak later,"
he said into his cell phone, cutting short the conversation. Moments later, Gerasimov entered the ops center and approached Fyodotov's console. Seated on a couch at the back of the room were 3 people who hadn't been present in the ops center when he'd arrived earlier. The 2 men and a woman stood as Colonel Gerasimov entered. He acknowledged them with a glare. Fyodotov removed his headset and worked the control panel, activating a speaker.
"And you haven't found out who the attackers were?"
asked a male voice.
"That's Interpol Chief Bressard,"
announced Fyodotov. "Not yet," said a female voice.
"And this?"
asked Gerasimov.
"Special Agent Martel."
"They dragged me to Scotland Yard like I was the criminal," Alex continued. "I spent hours in an interview room being interrogated while my GRU assailants got away."
"Alexandra, please,"
intoned Bressard.
"You might try to feign some diplomacy. Interpol and Scotland Yard both think it might have been Russian mobsters, not a GRU hit squad."
"Seriously?" Ignoring that, he went on.
"None of us is sure how you fit in, though. Some are leaning toward yesterday's events at Arnhem for an explanation, and I would hardly say anybody got away."
"What?"
"You said the Russians got away. I would hardly characterize it that way. 3 of them are dead."
"So they know about our involvement?" asked Fyodotov.
"Perhaps not," answered Gerasimov. "Scotland Yard has released you, haven't they?"
asked Bressard. "Yes, Chief."
"Good. I want you back here in the morning."
"I'd like to stay another day or 2 to help with funeral arrangements for Kristen." There was a pause while Chief Bressard considered her request.
"Okay, Alexandra. But just 1 more day. We need you back here by tomorrow night at the latest. Understood?"
"Yes, sir," she replied.
"Now I have to go call my boss and explain how it is you managed to kill 3 more men."
2.
"Alexandra."
Gerasimov stood straighter, a smile creasing his young but war-hardened face.
"Excellent, Vasily,"
he said, clapping the major on the shoulder.
"For all their smugness, it seems they still haven't been able to identify our operators."
"But they know they are Russian," said the woman seated on the couch.
"Yes, Captain Barina. They know they were Russian, along with 70,000 other Russian expatriates living in England," Gerasimov said. "It will take them a while then, sir," Fyodotov said. "We built them strong background histories to hide their true identities. Thank goodness for our comrades in our great country's criminal underworld," said Gerasimov. "They make it easy for us to hang the blame on them for our unsavory activities."
The woman spoke again.
"Should we resume our surveillance of the Interpol agent, sir?"
He glanced over at the threesome on the comfortable couch.
"Come with me,"
he ordered, and together the 4 of them walked down the hallway to his office. Colonel Gerasimov circled behind his desk and sat, leaving them standing before him.
I'm not sure you understand the concept of surveillance, he said. The purpose of the exercise is to observe without being observed.
Sir, if I may... He wasn't surprised when the woman spoke first. Captain Tatiana Burina had long, straight, dark brown hair hanging below her shoulders. Her face was round, her complexion bronze. She was ethnically Russian, coming from the small Tatarstan region 700 kilometers east of Moscow.
Please,
he said, waving her forward and indicating for her two colleagues to take a seat on the sofa.
Enlighten me.
The men sat. She remained standing.
We were in a separate car, the trailing car. We had discussed the plan in advance. We were supposed to follow and observe, to record Special Agent Martel's movements, and to discover what she knew about our mission, if anything. Why did you deviate from the plan?
Captain Nikulin. He was the team leader in the other car. When he lost sight of the taxi that Special Agent Martel was riding in, he grew impatient for fear of losing her.
And did you share Captain Nikulin's concern?
No, sir.
Good. Action and accomplishment are not synonymous, Captain. But you blew your cover anyway, and joined your comrades in the pursuit.
The woman straightened up and gazed at an imaginary mark on the wall behind Gerasimov.
Once they broke cover, we felt it necessary and prudent to support them, to provide backup for them in the event something happened. Necessary, perhaps, but not prudent. Something did happen, Captain Burina. Captain Nikulin and two of your comrades were killed like stray dogs on a London street. Is this the support you envisioned giving them when you broke cover?
No, Colonel.
I will not tolerate this level of incompetence in my unit.
He made eye contact with each of the three in turn.
We are Directorate 13, the chosen few. Do you know what that means, Captain Burina?
Yes, sir. President Sergachev himself approves our missions directly.
Correct. General Tikhonov and I personally oversaw the selection and training process that produced the most elite operators in Russian intelligence. So yes, you and your comrades are the chosen few. But our beloved president will not be pleased with the actions of Captain Nikulin and his team. Because of what he did, this woman has been alerted to our presence. We have lost the tactical advantage, and it will be more difficult to learn what she knows. And while President Sergachev is unafraid of Western saber-rattling and threats of retaliation from America that have followed similar operations, he is a proud man, unaccustomed to failure, and not fond of having egg on his face.
I don't think... she began, but he didn't let her finish the thought.
Gerasimov slapped his desk. I believe this is the most accurate statement you have made so far, Captain Burina, he shouted. You did not think. None of you think.
Gerasimov stood abruptly, struggling to contain his anger.
Is this what you were all taught in your home Spetsnaz units and during your onboarding for Directorate 13? Is this the current state of Russian intelligence special operations?
Tatiana Burina snapped to attention.
No, Colonel. Good, he said. Tatiana, please tell us what you believe we should do next.
Chapter 19. St. Stephen's Tavern, London.
Well,
Kane said, returning to the table.
What have I missed?
Alex updated him on the conversation with her boss. She had made arrangements with Broussard when they spoke on her burner phone for him to call her on her Interpol phone to discuss innocuous details of her plans in London. She counted on the Russians listening in, but if not, she hoped they had at least been tracking her location. Even if they didn't know what her plans were, they might still be tempted to come after her again. But why? What did it mean? She thought.
Do you really think the Russians will come for you? They would be fools to make another attempt, said Kane.
They're nothing if not persistent, Alex said.
I'm not authorized to tell you this, but in the spirit of interagency cooperation between MI5, Interpol, and...
Kane glanced over at Caleb. Caleb took a sip of his beer. Kane continued.
In the spirit of cooperation between MI5 and Interpol, as I have already said, we are tracking chatter related to a threat to the U.S. suggesting an upcoming 9/11 memorial event at Ground Zero in New York as the target. But the information was as wispy as clouds in the sky, and just as solid. That's what Kristen was trying to uncover.
And that's what you think got her killed?
Now more than ever. Seems plausible, said Caleb. We'd have to agree.
Who's we? Asked Alex.
Me and the people I work for, he said, stuffing another forkful of battered fish into his mouth.
Kane continued.
I only wish I could have been there to protect her properly. She knew the risks, Kane, Caleb said. You said it yourself. Undercover work can be deadly. You're a master of understatement, Mr. Copeland.
Kane took his last bite and washed it down with the bottom of his pint.
I don't think we're making much more progress here, so I believe it's time for me to push off, as they say.
Alex also drained the last of her beer.
You're not going to wait with us to see if the Russians show? She asked. I'm sure they won't, he said. But if they do turn up, give me a shout if you need a cleanup team.
Funny.
Cheerio.
With that, Kane was gone.
Bit of an odd duck, isn't he? Said Caleb. And I think he stiffed us with the check.
She shrugged her shoulders. Odd ducks were par for the course in their line of work.
So, Shooter, what now? Do we wait?
On Caleb, though, the jury was still out.
Kane is right, she said. We should probably go. Do you have a hotel room?
She met his gaze with hers. He had that foggy three-beer look that men often got around her. It happened in high school, in the Army, and at every stop along the way.
I'm good, she said, giving him her best shutdown glare. No, I didn't mean anything like that. I was just making sure you were going to be okay tonight.
Look, she said, let's get something straight. I don't need you to make sure I'm going to be okay. My dad was an Army general. He taught me to hunt and shoot.
I get it. I've seen you kill people. We're good.
He gave me my first rifle when I was 10.
Shooter, we're good.
He taught me to fight, to shoot, to field dress a bear and a moose in my teens, and to be smart enough to know when to engage and when to back away from an adversary. What he didn't teach me was to be anybody's victim. Caleb's eyes were locked on hers as she spoke, melting into them. I don't need a knight in shining armor to rescue me. Not from tired old Scotland Yard superintendents, not from Russian spooks, not from scary old London town, not from anything or anyone.
Except for that one who was about to put a bullet between your eyes.
I would have done the same for you.
You mean save my life or put a bullet between my eyes?
That moment notwithstanding, I don't need any cowboys riding in to save the day. I'm not now, nor ever will be, someone's damsel in distress.
Why, no, ma'am. I can most assuredly see that, he said in a mock southern drawl a la Rhett Butler. But I'll be here if you need me. And since you've invoked the notwithstanding clause, I'm going to sulk off back to my hotel now and call it a night, after a nightcap.
Chapter 20. Equus Bar, Royal Horse Guards Hotel, London. As conversations go, that one had gone south pretty quick. But Caleb liked that about Alex. She didn't take crap from anyone. He wasn't overly surprised when she'd lashed out at him. He should have expected no less. As he stepped outside, Whitehall was awash with a constant stream of pedestrian and vehicle traffic. The facades of its Victorian buildings blended into the diminishing light as he walked to his hotel, his mind drifting back to thoughts of her. She was on his mind, a lot. Beyond her physical presence, tallish, long, golden brown hair, fit, with hypnotic green-blue eyes that bored into him whenever they met his, were Alex's other qualities: grit, intellect, courage. Across the road, black iron gates and a security detail at the entrance to Downing Street shielded the residents at number 10, the Prime Minister and her family, from the unholy deeds of evil men. But those gates, and the few who kept watch there, stood little chance of thwarting the next attack without the combined efforts of those who worked in the shadows to prevent such eventualities. Ghosts like him, and, he hoped, Alex. That's why he needed her. She was a warrior. Her military dossier and a battery of personality and psychological tests had revealed in her a fierce streak of self-reliance. During her time in the Army and with ISA, she had earned multiple decorations and commendations in theater before an incident in a remote village in Iraq sidelined her until military shrinks determined she was fit to redeploy. And not long after, she married a Delta Force operator, the same soldier from whom she had taken direction on the sniper rifle in Afghanistan, and who was later killed in action while on an undisclosed mission. What Alex brought to the game were the instincts of the hunter, the skills of the fighter, and the cold calculus of a pragmatic warrior. In short, she was exactly who he was looking for to advance his unit's mission in the modern threat landscape on his nascent counterproliferation team, ACCT. Her country needed her. His job was to see that she came to this conclusion herself. He strolled down Horse Guards Avenue. The cool night air was refreshing after the crowded pub. This area of London oozed with history. Although he enjoyed mocking the Brits, the truth was that being here gave him a renewed purpose and a desire to ensure that his own homeland continued to survive and thrive, as England had for more than 1,200 years. Soon he came to the Royal Horse Guards Hotel, a colossal French chateau-style building at number 2 Whitehall Court. Its lobby was lavishly appointed, with red velvet chairs and high ceilings from which hung ornate crystal chandeliers. Caleb walked through it and down the hallway to the Equus Bar, where the red velvet theme continued. The sumptuous room was almost empty.
"Evening, Mr. Copeland."
The barman wore a dark suit, accented by a white Oxford shirt, a solid red tie, and a white pocket square, plainly folded. He spoke with a refined but unpretentious accent.
"Your usual, sir?"
he asked, depositing a leather coaster on the bar before him. Caleb nodded. In this bar, the usual for him was a tasty concoction called the Churchill, named after Britain's former wartime prime minister, an acclaimed aficionado of fine alcoholic beverages. The eponymous drink on the menu was made with bourbon, homemade tobacco syrup, Islay malt whiskey, tobacco-infused bourbon, and bitters. Churchill's love of whiskey was the stuff of legend, but Caleb doubted his tastes ran so keenly toward the kind from Kentucky. Nevertheless, Equus's libation, created in his honor, was one Caleb had taken a liking to. He sat comfortably in the tall swivel chair, his back to the room. A mirror behind the bottle shelves gave him a 120-degree field of view behind him. His peripheral vision could manage the rest. Only the hallway entry he had walked through was notable as a route that someone with malicious intent could use, and he had that easily covered. There was one other exit from the bar, not counting the 2 windows to his immediate left. The bartender placed his drink on the coaster before him.
"Thanks, Nigel."
Nigel nodded and moved away to restock garnishes. The current danger, Caleb knew, was graver than he had let on. He didn't have all the pieces yet, but something big was in the offing. In the era of the neo-Cold Wars against America's 2 foes, Russia and China, no threat like this had ever hit their radar. He swirled the liquid around in his glass, the single ice cube clinking off the sides, before taking a sip. He had taken the Kubaton out of his pocket and began rapping it against his knuckles. Inside his fist, the deformed 7.62-millimeter slug that a surgeon had removed from his heart rested against his palm, attached by a beaded chain to the machined aluminum stick. And so he tapped, lub-dub, lub-dub, lub-dub. He flashed back to the moment when he had scrambled over the 2-tiered HESCO at his unit's outpost along the Arghandab, where the river flowed southwest past Kandahar. Their outpost was about to be overrun, and Caleb had leaped across the rock-filled barrier to retrieve the unit's injured lieutenant, who had stepped outside the wire to confront an onrushing insurgent force. As he reached the top of the HESCO, a bullet had struck him in the chest with the force of a Major League line drive, only exponentially greater, and penetrated his body armor and plate. All he could remember was tumbling face first to the other side while someone yelled for a medic. The next thing he knew, he was at a combat support hospital in the desert, being hot-loaded onto a medevac chopper bound for Kandahar in preparation for a flight to Landstuhl Regional Medical Center in Germany. There, after removing the bullet from where it had lodged in the wall of his left ventricle, the surgeon had praised him for having a heart made of stone.
"Amen, Doc,"
Caleb thought. He had also repaired his punctured lung, caused by a chunk of Caleb's rib that had instantly become shrapnel when the AK round hit his chest. Caleb put away the Kubaton and gazed deeply into his drink, pushing the ice around with a finger and reminiscing about the fog of war.
"Something for you, miss?"
At Nigel's words, Caleb raised his eyes from the bottom of his glass, stunned by the image reflected in the mirror of the person walking up behind him. Chapter 21. Russian Ambassador's Residence, Kensington Palace Gardens, London. Captain Tatiana Burina stood in front of Colonel Gerasimov inside his office in the basement of Harrington House. Her 2 surveillance colleagues sat silently behind her, indistinguishable from the pair of stuffed cushions next to them on the sofa. Gerasimov had asked for her opinion.
"We must reevaluate our objectives," she said. "Please elaborate."
She felt her heart rate surge slightly, eager to speak her mind as her commander leaned back in his chair. He perched his elbows on the armrests, his fingers interlaced before him. The colonel seemed to be in full mentor mode now, ever the patient tutor, having tucked away his earlier annoyance. "Colonel," she began, standing at attention, her eyes locking on his, "our primary objective has not been found out.
How can you be so certain that our mission wasn't compromised, that it shouldn't be discontinued?"
asked Gerasimov.
"Because if it were, all the resources of the British and American intelligence and security agencies would have broken radio silence to prevent what's coming. And according to Major Fedotov, there has been no appreciable increase in chatter on our signals monitoring networks." She spoke formally to her commander, perhaps too formally.
"At ease, Captain,"
he said, obviously aware of her discomfort.
"Tatiana, speak freely. This is not your former military unit."
"Yes, Colonel."
He gestured to a chair in front of his desk. She sat.
"You confirmed this?"
"With Major Fedotov, yes."
Gerasimov leaned back in his chair, rocking slightly.
"Go on,"
he said.
"Sir, if the primary mission is secure, and our comrades in Turkey are actively pursuing its success, then our most pressing objective is to ensure Agent Martel doesn't learn of it before it's done. Fedotov said he penetrated the Interpol network and intercepted an email sent by the traitor. He further confirmed that he had purged Interpol's server after its interception, so that no copies of the email remained. Whatever message she was trying to send to Martel has not reached her."
Gerasimov stopped rocking.
"And yet she is here, in London."
"Yes. Despite not receiving the emailed signal, she found her way here to London. It leaves us to consider that either she knows something about our operation, but not enough to stop it, or something about our former deep cover agent, but perhaps neither."
"And your assessment?"
"We have had intermittent voice intercepts on her mobile phone. Fedotov said the end-to-end voice data encryption methods employed by Interpol are strong. But we were able to listen in, as well as to see where incoming calls originated, and of course, we can track her location. Once Major Fedotov breached their security, we were able to listen to her last call with Chief Brassard at Interpol. We know she met with a woman who lived in the same building as Kristen did. I am convinced she was summoned here by that woman to discuss her death."
She paused. The colonel leaned into his elbows on the desk.
"Continue, Tatiana."
She edged forward in her chair, becoming more animated.
"I believe, based on the photographs we have seen of them together, and the fact that this Scottish woman lives in the same building as the traitor, that Alexandra Martel was brought here for personal reasons that had nothing to do with us."
"And what else?"
She took a deep breath, held it a beat, then exhaled.
"Captain Nikulin and his team made a critical error. In fact, a series of them. And they paid a heavy price for their incompetence."
Gerasimov looked past her, eyeing the mute boys on the couch. Tatiana was sure she had impressed him with her initiative and demeanor. There was no need for them to say anything when she could think and speak on their behalf and at twice their speed.
"I will instruct Major Fedotov to increase the flow of information pointing to our Islamist friends. Do you have any other recommendations, Captain Burina?"
Gerasimov asked.
"We should continue to follow Agent Martel discreetly with covert surveillance and electronic means. Her phone is still supplying us with information. I do not believe our mission is compromised. We will know what she knows by the actions she takes next."
And if she demonstrates she knows too much? He asked. Then, Colonel, I will kill her myself.
Chapter 22. Equus Bar, Royal Horse Guards Hotel, London. She strolled in, looking every bit as though she owned the place. Caleb knew the air of self-confidence when he saw it, and Alex had it in spades. He swiveled in his chair, eyeing her as she took the seat next to his. "I'm feeling a little Bond girl tonight," she told Nigel. "Martini, very dry." "Of course," he said, starting to move away. "Just a minute," she added. 3 measures of Gordon's, 1 of Tito's, half of Lillet Blanc. Shake until it's ice cold. Then add 1 olive and a twist of lemon." "Certainly, madam," he said, seemingly pleased with her instructions. "My own twist on the Vesper," she added. "Mr. Ian Fleming himself would be pleased." Caleb was caught up in her eyes, her smile, her subtle hand movements. She had a formidable pull on him. "How did you find me?" "I have my sources," she said. He tried to read her expression, but couldn't. "Oh, relax, I followed you. Your tradecraft needs work." He knew better. There had never been anything wrong with his tradecraft. Either someone had told her where to find him, or her tradecraft was better than he thought. True, he had let his guard down on the walk back to his hotel, but after so many years of watching for people watching him, counter-surveillance had become second nature. He could admit when someone had caught him unawares, and Alex had. After a brief silence, he asked her, "Do you know where we're sitting?" "It's just a guess, but I think we're in a bar in a swanky hotel." She leaned toward him. "Did I win a prize?" Her eyes met his. They sparkled. The welt on her cheek made her all the more attractive. She broke contact to survey the room. She was toying with him, but he went along. "It is also the former home and office of the first MI6 chief, Sir Mansfield Cumming." "I did not know that," she admitted. Nigel returned, placing a stemmed cocktail glass before her and a fresh Churchill in front of Caleb. He watched, fascinated, as she seized the thin lemon rind and deftly dabbed it around the rim of her glass. Then she gave it a gentle squeeze with her fingertips, releasing an atomized gust of lemon oil above her libation before letting the yellow peel slide to the bottom of her glass. "Cheers," he said, raising his glass to her. She wiped her fingers on a napkin and lifted her own. "To you, Special Agent Martel." "And to you, Caleb of CIA." They drank. "Tell me more," she said. He leaned in. "This incredible 5-star property was built a long time ago." "Such vivid description. It's like I was there." "You are. Its construction was at the center of a huge pyramid scam that left thousands of investors penniless back in the 1800s. My delusions of a storied history have been shattered. Don't despair. Since then, lords and ladies, dukes and duchesses, prime ministers and princesses, misters and mistresses have all stumbled out of this very same bar and up to its sumptuous rooms, sometimes together." "Scandalous." "In fact, this was the office of the Secret Intelligence Service, MI6, during the First World War. I'm actually staying in the apartment on the 8th floor that was the former office of the equivalent of the deputy director of the day." "Should I be impressed?" "Yes, it's one of our safe houses."
Now I know you're lying.
I'm not.
It's a good thing you're not driving anywhere. Caleb noticed that he was starting to feel the effects of the bourbon-fueled drinks, on top of the beer he had had with dinner. But not Alex. She seemed just fine.
No, not driving, he said. Listen, I have a proposal.
Oh, no. She raised a hand, like a cop guarding a crosswalk. You better stop there. This won't end well for you.
No, we already established that. I'm sober enough not to shoot myself in the foot.
It's not your foot I'm worried about, she said, draining the rest of her martini. What is it then, this proposal of yours?
Come work for me.
An eyebrow shot upward. You are drunk. Bartender, another round. Nigel scooped up her empty glass.
With me,
he corrected. Either way, I have a job.
Not like the one I'm offering.
He watched as she sat silently, her eyes fixed on him in the mirror's reflection. Nigel finished straining her cocktail and added the finishing touch, a carefully drawn strip of lemon rind. He placed the libation before her, and Caleb allowed her a moment to complete her drink ritual.
We're on the same team, Alex. We're made of the same stuff. We both pursue justice with relentless passion and vigor.
Vigor?
Neither of us can stand to see the bad guys get away. I mean, truly evil asshole bad guys. I'm promising you justice on a grand scale.
He gently pushed the back of her bar stool so that it swiveled to face him.
You were once part of the big game. You're a decorated soldier, a legendary operator.
She held her cocktail in her hand, tracing the rim with her index finger.
ISA recruited you, recognizing the warrior within you, and fed that fire in your belly. The one that made you hunger for action, for the pursuit of justice. I know you wanted to have a family and a normal life with your late husband, Kyle. It's why you eventually left ISA and joined the FBI. I get it. It brought you home to the States and gave you a chance to have a permanent base of operations, a place to start that family. I'm so sorry Kyle was KIA before that could happen. Her green-blue eyes turned stormy gray and misty. He kept going. Alex, I'm offering you a chance to work with the cream of the crop again. You won't be a Phoebe special agent, won't be an FBI legat, won't be an Interpol investigator trapped between bureaucracies. You'll be a bona fide Tier 1 operator again, doing the kind of work you were born to do. We'll be chasing phantoms invisible to everybody but us. You can be the hidden hand of an avenging angel if you want, if that's what your country and your president request of you. Alex, I'm asking you to come home. Come home where? To CIA, to my team in the Special Activities Center. She looked at him, her face taking on a new aspect of curiosity. Or hope? I'm fine where I am, Caleb, she told him. But he wasn't convinced. Are you? He looked around the lounge, at the people seated on red velvet settees and in intimate booths. The posh bar had filled in around them with the regular denizens of a civilian existence who would never know what it was like to stand behind the heavy velvet curtain that shielded the great unwashed from the machinations of the world's security apparatus. Sure, he continued. You might find some of the gratification you need doing what you're doing. You might track down the guns, the chemicals, the radioactive shit, the bad guys. You might have people arrested,
charged, tried, and some may even be convicted. But you'll never know the satisfaction of going after the big fish at the top, the ones who set events in motion, the untouchable asshats who write the playbooks that all the bit players follow. Unless you come back into the ultra-secret paramilitary operations and covert action fold. You used to know how small the world was. It was small because you could see how all the pieces fit together. That's what I'm offering you again. He could see the wheels turning. She was thinking about it. He'd found her weak spot. I'm just saying, whatever events are in motion are coming from so high up the ladder that you'll never see them from your lonely pit in the basement. For that, you need to be in the penthouse. And right now, I'm offering you the key to a very elite club at the top of the most exclusive, grade A building in town. She was listening intently. The look of defeat had turned to determination. It was like dangling a shot of Basil Hayden in front of a recovering alcoholic. At one point, she even licked her lips. But then, "What you don't know about me, Mr. Secret Agent Man," she began, "is that I'm happy where I am. I served in the army. I did tours of duty in Afghanistan, Syria, Iraq, and a few other places even you might not know about." "There's nothing in your service jacket I don't know about," he thought. "And I worked with the most elite of all covert intelligence units," she said. "I wear the scars I've picked up along the way with pride. I like being an FBI special agent. I like being an Interpol agent. I enjoy my overseas posting. My expertise puts me on the front lines. I do things I love to do. You saw me in action yesterday. I'm there for my team. I don't need to prove myself to anyone anywhere. Period." Caleb looked into her eyes. The fire was lit. He knew now she was just trying to convince herself. Her passion burned deep. He was sure she was in. "No," she said emphatically. She saw disappointment flash in his eyes. She had listened to his ardent appeal and then made a decision he didn't like. She had never been easily swayed by arguments that contradicted her own desires. Wishful thinking wasn't seduction, she thought. She finished her drink, tipped the bartender, and left Caleb behind in the bar, surrounded by Hope and his unfulfilled desires, nursing a glass of sparkling mineral water. She set out on foot for her hotel a few blocks away, his arguments still rolling through her mind. Unwanted, but inescapable. Chapter 23. Radisson Blu Hotel, Leicester Square, London. Alex blinked, then blinked again to focus her vision. The indigo blue LEDs on the bedside clock blazed 4:35. She lay on her side, staring past the alarm clock to the faint glow outside her window. Dawn arrived with a muted palette. A siren wailed in the distance, but otherwise the room was silent, suffused only with pale light and the stillness of her thoughts. Beside the clock, the display on her phone flared briefly. She resisted the urge to read the new notification. She was an avowed night owl. Despite her pre-dawn wake-up calls and zero dark, stupid sojourns during her time in the Army and with ISA, she was not a morning person. But despite that, the quiet solitude of a new day had often afforded her the most significant opportunities for self-reflection. She thought of Kristen, her smile, her zest for life, her beauty. She was special. Had they not been separated by the Atlantic Ocean or the English Channel, or by various other barriers over the years, Their friendship might have blossomed into a longer-lasting bond. But Alex had been raised to be independent and unbound by the trappings of traditional friendships. Her own nature made her so, and her father had instilled in her a martial mindset at an early age. The way of the warrior was not particularly compatible with building lasting friendships. Besides, the army had given her all the companionship she needed, and then some. She rolled onto her back and stared toward the ceiling, a blank canvas nearly invisible in the dark. In her mind's eye, Kyle's face hovered over her. It was stubbled and tanned, but his eyes sparkled with life and mischief, as they had the first time they met. She had been immediately smitten, though it would be months before she would see him again and acknowledge the feeling as being a bud of the emotion it was, love. She smiled and pushed the memory aside, threw back the thick comforter, and flung her legs over the edge of the bed, her feet touching down on the plush, warm carpet. She stretched, rubbed her eyes, and reached for her phone. One new email. Unlocking her phone, she tapped an app icon, and the message loaded. She blinked again. It was an email from the dead. It was an email from Kristen. The subject line was blank, but there was a note.
Alex, I've been thinking about you lately, and was reminded again of our time in Paris. That city had everything we needed, like that lovely chilled wine we shared straight out of the icebox in my room. It was as if that bottle held the key to all our desires back then. And speaking of the conference where we met, lucky for us, we kept a close eye on Cronus and Rhea. I'm worried for their kids, though. You were always such a diplomat. Threading the needle came so easy for you. But everyone has skeletons they'd rather keep hidden in their closet, and our secrets will be forever safe with me here on High Street. I attached a couple of pics. We looked radiant, didn't we? I hope you remember these moments as fondly as I do. They will always remind me of you, and always stood to lose. Well, I must sign off now. I don't know when or where, but I hope to see you again soon. Kristen.
Was it just a coincidence that Kristen sent me this email right before her death? No, she must have known she was in trouble and hoped I could help, she thought. She reread the note. Turning on a light, she walked over and popped a pod into the coffee maker. Within moments, the room filled with the comforting aroma of fresh coffee as the hot, frothy liquid filled a ceramic mug. It makes no sense, she thought. This time, she deconstructed it sentence by sentence. She supposed Paris had everything they needed, but it was an odd sentence. While they had shared a bottle of wine or two, none had been in her hotel room. They had enjoyed a bottle of Sancerre while sitting on the banks of the Seine right before Kristen had taken the selfie of the two of them opposite the Eiffel Tower. As for being chilled and straight out of the icebox, well, it was cool, but had just been purchased from a nearby restaurant. And was a bottle of Sancerre really the key to all our desires? They had mainly kept to themselves at the conference, except when they were in sessions or lectures with dozens or even hundreds of others. Alex didn't remember anyone named Cronus or Rhea, let alone their kids. There were 2 photographs attached to the message. The first was the picture of Alex and Kristen in Trocadero Gardens, the Eiffel Tower looming in the background. And it was no surprise they looked radiant. Alex chalked that up to the bottle of wine that had painted a blush across their cheeks, together with the golden glow of sunset reflecting off everything in the lavish gardens around them, bathing them in a rich palette of dreamy light. The second photo was a streetscape she didn't recognize, but as she squinted at it on her phone, it appeared it might also be from Paris. A narrow street lined with cream-colored stone facades resembling Paris's typical Haussmann-style architecture. Is there a hidden message here? Or was Kristen just possessed of a completely different memory of Paris? She thought. She could forward the email to Jonathan, the information systems security analyst at Interpol headquarters, but he probably had access from his end and could get into everything she could. Sending it across the digital ether might bring it back to the attention of whoever had intercepted it in the first place. Who else could have intercepted my emails? She thought. The prime suspects, in her mind at least, were still the Russians. But Britain's government communications headquarters, commonly known as GCHQ, could also have been monitoring Kristen's computer and phone activity as a measure to protect her. Perhaps they had intercepted her email. Since she was a member of MI5, it would be prudent for them to know what she knew and with whom she shared that knowledge. The adage, "Who's watching the watcher?" sprang to mind. She considered the question some more as she walked to the window and looked out over the pedestrian plaza in front of her hotel. The theaters ringing it remained dark, their marquees and lights dimmed overnight. She raised her window and was rewarded with the sound of rustling leaves from the trees that filled the square, their gentle susurration in the pre-dawn breeze reminding her of her mother's home in upstate New York. The farmhouse sat on a rural property lying along the shores of Cayuga Lake, where the onshore breeze stirred the maple trees in their yard each morning, lacing her childhood memories with the sweet sound of tranquility. Right. Call Jonathan, she thought. She used one of her burner phones. It rang several times before going to voicemail. She hung up and dialed again. After the fourth ring, a vaguely human-sounding voice answered. "Did I wake you?" asked Alex, knowing full well she had. "Who is this?" came the reply. "It's Alex." Silence. She tried again. "Still there?" "Special Agent Martel?" "Yes, I need your help, Mr. Burgess." "Do you know what time it is? And don't call me that. That's my grandfather's name." She checked the clock and told him. It was a rhetorical question. "I don't do subtle," she said. "Listen, I received a strange email this morning from a dead MI5 officer. I think you could have left out the word strange from part A of your sentence, and I still might have drawn my own conclusion from part B. You're pretty funny for a computer nerd. I'm also attuned to sarcasm. What do you need?" "I think Kristen wrote the email in code." "Who's Kristen?" Oh, right, she thought. It took a moment for Alex to clue in that she hadn't discussed the matter of Kristen with Jonathan, so she quickly brought him up to speed. "And so why do you think her email is in code?" he asked. She recapped for him her thought process and described the photos. "Does any of that make sense?" she asked. She sipped her coffee and watched Leicester Square outside her window fill with the golden glow of dawn. She gave him a moment to gather his thoughts. "You said there were a couple of photos attached?" "Yes." "Do they mean anything to you?" "Sort of, but not really." "What does that mean?" "One is a selfie of Kristen and me. The other is some street scene." "But you don't recognize it?" "Nope. Just some random buildings along what looks like an old and narrow street, maybe in Paris." Maybe not so random. Have you ever heard of steganography? Who now? Not who. What? It's the practice of concealing a file, message, image, or video within another file, message, image, or video. It's a form of cryptology. Specifically, with computer files, we're talking about digital steganography. Naturally, it's a process that was first used a couple thousand years ago. I didn't know they had computers back then. Ignoring her, he continued. Its first documented use was in ancient Greece. In that primitive first attempt, some guy wrote a message onto some other guy's head and sent him out as a messenger. To read the message, the recipient had to shave his head. So I should shave my head? Funny. The modern version of steganography uses various methods to embed coded messages into computer files. Sometimes, decrypting the message is simple. Other times, it's impossible to decipher without an encryption key. What should I do? Are you an award-winning, MIT-educated information technology forensic specialist like me? No. Then don't touch it. I'll access it from the server and analyze it after I've had a coffee. Then again, I could be wrong. How so? Maybe they're just two cheesy vacation photos. I take those all the time.
Chapter 24. Leicester Square, London. Alex ventured along Panton Street into the early morning bustle of pedestrians circulating through Leicester Square. The hotel concierge had pointed her toward a coffee shop less than 5 minutes away on Haymarket. The rainy night had yielded to a dreary morning with low-hanging clouds and light rain. A brisk breeze blew head-on as she walked along the narrow road between the buildings. Her light jacket did little to protect her from the chill, and she made the journey in under 3 minutes. She was eager to hear Jonathan's analysis of the email from Kristen, but in the meantime, her stomach was insisting on sustenance. Café Nero was already busy with commuters picking up their cuppa as she stepped in out of the rain. The barista suggested a cortado, a 2-to-1 brew of steamed milk and espresso, topped with a thin layer of microfoam. As she made it, Alex also ordered a warmed-up pain en raisin and an almond croissant to go. As she added sugar to her coffee at the condiment stand, one of her 3 phones pinged. She pulled the 2 burners from her back pocket. On one was a text from Caleb. Odd, I didn't give him that number, she thought. CC. Morning, shooter. I have to jet. Something big has come up. I know what you said last night, but today's a new day. Are you in or are you out? She stared at the screen and contemplated a response. She had been unequivocal in her answer to him last night. It was a firm no. Why, then, was she so much less sure today? She typed back. AM. What's going on? CC. No dice. If you're in, call me. If you're not, don't. So high school. You know my answer, she thought. She typed. AM. Bye-bye. Have a nice trip. CC. See you around, shooter. Damn it, she thought. She snapped the lid onto her cup, and with her pain en raisin and almond croissant dangling in a paper bag, ran back to her hotel in a minute and a half. She wolfed down the raisin swirl on the elevator ride up, then burst into her room, pulled a burner phone from her pocket, and dialed his number. I knew you'd come around, he said. Look, I can't say your offer doesn't tempt me, but I need to know what's happening first.
Alex, you know I can't read you in unless you join my team.
Team? Come on, she said. Don't give me that secret agent BS. What's going on?
Ordinarily, I might play along, he said, but not on this one.
She hadn't known Caleb long, but he was sounding more somber than his usual self.
Look, he continued, to use the full gobbledygook, this is a waived, unacknowledged special access program tasking. You remember what that is? Full INSAP and OSSAP.
She paused before replying. Only the Director of National Intelligence had the authority to create an intelligence special access program, and an operations and support special access program had to originate with the SecDef or higher. To breach OPSEC on such highly classified information constituted an act of treason against the United States. Knowing this, she wouldn't press him for more information.
I'm asking you again, Shooter, but I won't ask a third time. You in or out?
The hairs on the back of her neck were standing up, and she knew it wasn't from the room's air conditioning. Thoughts swirled as she considered what it would be like to be back in the society of secret squirrels again. That was how she referred collectively to the 18 or so intelligence and counterintelligence units at the federal government's disposal. She missed it, and Caleb knew it.
Time's up, Shooter. Got a jet. Bye.
With that, he disconnected, and the line went silent. Damn it! Broussard, he'll know what's going on, she thought. She dialed her boss.
You're still using the burner phone?
He asked in lieu of a greeting. Chief, are you aware of something big unfolding?
Hello to you too, Alexandra.
Everybody seems pretty riled up about something.
Everybody? I don't have any details, but...
Bullshit.
Stop right there, Special Agent Martel.
Broussard's baritone voice could sound as soothing as a whisper or as harsh as a winter storm. It had taken on the timbre of the latter now.
What you said a moment ago is still as true now as it was when it left your lips. I am your chief, your boss. Remember that.
She was letting Caleb get under her skin. All this talk of being on the inside, of seeing what was behind the curtain. But Caleb was right. It was who she needed to be. Damned if she'd let him see that, though. I'm sorry, Chief. Caleb texted me and told me something big is up.
Why would he do that?
Because he... She almost slipped up and told him, but she didn't want Broussard to know Caleb was courting her, trying to recruit her. I don't know, boss. I guess he just wanted to show off in front of the cool kids.
You being the cool kids in this example.
Something like that. Alex knew there was a good chance Broussard could see right through her. He was no fool and had never had a problem reading her. It was one of the reasons they worked so well together. And yet another reason she didn't want to leave Interpol.
Try again,
he said patiently. We were comparing war stories last night, and he was boasting about some of his exploits, that's all. I guess he couldn't resist one-upping me this morning. She hoped he'd buy that explanation. After a few seconds' pause, he said,
We got word of an incident overnight. Something big. A significant event. Every official network comms link is talking about it. Every intelligence and security agency in the Western Hemisphere is mobilizing resources. I haven't been read in, so I don't know a lot, other than the location.
Well, she said, where is this alleged incident? There was silence on the line as Broussard evidently weighed the pros and cons of sharing the information with Alex over this line. "Chief?" He remained silent on the other end. Sometimes silence spoke louder than words. She pressed again. "Boss, what's going on?"
"Alexandra, I am just another cog in the wheel, a mere civil servant. I am not privy to everything that goes on in the world."
"With respect, Chief, I don't believe that," she replied. "You're the head of Interpol's National Central Bureau for The Hague and the senior commander for all of Western Europe."
"Turkey."
"What?"
"Something I'm not privy to discuss over a mobile phone is going on in Turkey. If your friend Caleb—"
"He's not my friend," she protested, perhaps too much.
"Then allow me to rephrase. If Mr. Copeland has been tasked to this incident, it's big. As for Interpol, we are not directly involved at this time."
She considered this for a moment. Something big that Chief Broussard and Interpol were not directly involved in, but something with global implications, something with military overtones, and something the chief wasn't willing or able to discuss. "I want in," she thought. Caleb had been right. Having peeked behind the curtain, knowing what was on the other side meant everything to her. The thought of being left out, of not being in the inner circle of those in the know, was, in a way, humiliating. If pride was her wilderness, as her late husband Kyle had been fond of saying, then she was feeling as alone right now as if she were in the wilds of the Yukon or Alaska. "Let me in," her insides screamed.
"You still there?"
asked Broussard. "I'm here. Chief, what would it take to get me assigned to whatever's going on?"
"That's not going to happen as long as you're with Interpol, Alexandra. It's outside our operational scope. Wrap up your visit to London, then come home. Do whatever you need to do as quickly as you can. MI5 and Scotland Yard are leading the investigation into your friend's death. We need you here on the nuclear materials smuggling investigation. Which reminds me, I still need your after-action report."
She thought about what he was telling her and what her next move should be.
"Alexandra, understood?"
he asked. Plausible deniability, she thought. Sometimes silence spoke louder than words. Chapter 25. Radisson Blu Hotel, Leicester Square, London. After ending her call with Chief Broussard, Alex texted Kara in the hopes of seeing Kristen's apartment, or flat, as she called it. Kara suggested they meet again at the Shoreditch Grind coffee shop, close to the apartment building she'd shared with Kristen in East London. Alex walked to the Leicester Square tube station on Charing Cross Road. Along the way, she couldn't shake the feeling she was being followed, but each time she checked, she came up dry. She headed for the Piccadilly line inside the station and descended the escalator to the subway platform deep below. Her mission in life was simple: track down, isolate, and eliminate. She existed to help ensure the normal flow of daily life, to intervene where others could or would not, to accept the call, divine or otherwise. Though not a pious person, Alex had embraced two things from the spiritual realm. The first was adopting Saint Michael, the patron saint of warriors and police officers, as her protector. As the saying went, there were no atheists in a foxhole, and she had prayed for divine intervention on more than one occasion. So, besides her dependable Rolex Submariner, the only piece of jewelry she regularly wore was a silver St. Michael medallion on a box chain around her neck. The second was an oft-quoted passage from the Old Testament that had stuck with her since her early days in the army, when a chaplain had cited it in a sermon she had been obliged to attend. Isaiah, chapter 6, verse 8. Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?" And I said, "Here I am, send me." She hadn't known it at the time, but the passage would have a profound effect on her. "Here I am, send me," became her mantra. When soldiers were wounded, when an operation was deemed too dangerous, when teammates were in peril, when the enemy needed to be neutralized. "Send me," she thought. She had long ago come to terms with the fulfillment she derived from ridding the world of evil people. Jailing them gave her a sense of gratification. Killing them on a field of battle left her without remorse. She often wondered, what does that say about me? Perhaps to compensate, she bore a tattoo on her side in simple script, Isaiah 6:8. The train arrived in under a minute. With the seats filled, she grabbed a handrail by the doors and stood among the mourning commuters, glancing about. All around her were civilians, their heads buried in their phones, largely oblivious to the dangers of the world around them and the actions of those who put themselves in harm's way to protect and keep them safe. Her thoughts drifted to Kyle and her time in Afghanistan when she had first picked up a sniper rifle. She had been her platoon's 68 Whiskey, their combat medic. She was ordered out of her Humvee 1 kilometer before it reached its objective and sent up the side of a rugged mountain to care for a sniper element who had sustained injuries under fire in their overwatch position. Send me, she thought, and they had. Korangal Valley, Afghanistan. When Alex arrived at the objective, she found a dilapidated old structure, a grape hut in the local vernacular. It was a hardened and weathered 2-room building made from mud on a tiny rock-strewn plateau. "Hello, fellas," she called as she stepped inside.
"Hi, Doc,"
said a man lying on the ground, scoping through a sniper rifle.
"Welcome to our little Casbah in the Valley of Death."
He tapped the scope on his rifle.
"You looked a little winded coming up the hill."
The operator's voice was as gruff and grizzled as his beard. Disconcerted by the notion of having been caught in his rifle's optics, she glanced around the space. Part of the roof was collapsed, and the walls were broken in several places, providing a gaping hole on the front side through which the sniper team had an unobstructed view of the terrain for miles around. "Martel," she said by way of introduction. "Alex. Charming place."
"Renovations courtesy of the Red Army. Or the Mujahideen, maybe. Not entirely sure. What took you so long, anyway?"
Ignoring his question, she turned to the other soldier in the room and noticed blood had soaked through a dressing on his forearm. "You do that carving your ribeye last night?"
"Comedian, huh?"
he said, a grin set on his chiseled face. Despite his 3-day growth of stubble, she couldn't help noticing how handsome he was. Those eyes, she thought, checking for rank insignia. Seeing none, she fished for his name as she lowered her med pack to the floor.
"Kyle Ward,"
he said.
"And that's Donovan. Call sign Asshole."
"Hey," said the other guy, his eyes still focused downrange through his scope.
It's Donnie, Doc.
How do you really do this, Kyle?
Bear wrestling.
Just for that, this is going to hurt. She unwrapped the old bandage that was partially adhered to the wound. The curved laceration stretched from just below the elbow to the wrist. The edges of the wound were clean and wouldn't require debridement. She irrigated the wound with sterile saline out of her pack, then doused it liberally with antiseptic. As she continued to work, she sized the men up. She had been told they were from 1st Special Forces Operational Detachment Delta, or simply Delta Force, hence the absence of any unit or rank insignia. "I didn't know the unit was here," she said, referring to one of Delta Force's many aliases.
"We're not."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean, this is Operation Mudslide, and your unit is playing defensive end for our little covert action here in the Korengal Valley."
"Don't listen to him, Doc," chimed in Donnie.
"We're just up here trying to win over the hearts and minds of the local populace."
Kyle laughed.
"Donnie's idea of winning hearts and minds is 2 to the chest and 1 to the head."
"I'm just a medic," Alex said. "No one tells me anything. Speaking of which, where is your 18 Delta?" The unit typically had their own Special Forces medical sergeants attached to their troop, but these guys were operating by themselves, up here without medical support.
"That action you didn't know you're supporting? Our doc's up there with the rest of the guys," answered Donnie.
She finished cleaning Kyle's wound, then began applying some butterfly skin closures. "It could use some stitches, but I know you're not going to head back to the command outpost yet."
"Got that right, Doc."
She overlapped a few thick non-stick gauze pads along the length of the wound on top of the steri-strips, wrapping them snugly with a roller bandage. All the while, his eyes were locked onto hers. Donnie grinned.
"You want me to leave? I can go for a walk if you two need to be alone." "Fuck off, Donnie," said Kyle. "Don't mind him, Alex. Everyone who knows him thinks he's a dick." "That's right, Doc. A big one."
Reaching into her pack, she pulled out a bottle of pills and tossed them to Kyle. He caught them with his good hand and gave her a blank stare. "Antibiotics. Take 1 3 times a day for 10 days. Get it checked when you get back to the COP in the next couple of days. It's not infected yet, but infections can set in fast out here, and you wouldn't want to lose your arm."
"Then you'd only have 1 set of knuckles to drag on the ground," said Donnie.
Kyle threw a water bottle at his partner. As it landed, a loud blast shook the building and brought chunks of the ceiling down around them. The explosion was followed by gunfire coming from the direction of Alex's platoon's convoy.
"Fuck! Contact!" shouted Donnie.
He rubbed grit out of his eyes and squared back up to his rifle. Alex looked down into the valley in the direction her platoon had traveled. 1,000 meters away, a thick column of black smoke and gray dust rose from the valley. Judging by the sound of the explosion, one of the vehicles in the convoy must have set off a roadside bomb. That, in turn, had triggered an ambush from over a rise ahead of them. Kyle leaped past Alex and squatted behind a spotting scope mounted on a tripod.
40+ fighters coming over that hill,
he said, calmly but with urgency. Alex's radio squawked with reports of enemy contact from her unit. Lieutenant Sykes's Humvee, the one she had been riding in, was hit. Sykes was already calling for a quick reaction force to assist. Requests for the platoon medic were going out as well. Alex scrambled to put together her backpack, but Kyle yelled at her to drop the pack and pick up her M4.
Cover our flank, Doc. You're not going down there.
Kyle called out a target for Donnie, who sent a round with the Macmillan TAC-50. Boom!
Hit, called Kyle. T-man with an RPG, high right. Got him,
said Donnie, as he ejected the spent round and fed another from the magazine into the TAC-50's chamber.
Boom! Hit.
Alex kept her head on a swivel, one eye on the action out front and one out the previously blown-open back of the building. She stepped outside and held her M4 at the ready, peering through its Trigicon ACOG scope, scanning the ridge below her to ensure their position wasn't about to be flanked by insurgents. But her mind was on her platoon up the road. They had been hit with an IED, then ambushed by fighters. Her friends were under fire. They were taking casualties. She felt utterly useless, trapped up here with a pair of Tier 1 operators while members of her own platoon were injured, or worse, and calling for help. She had sworn she'd be there for them, caring for them. She had made them that promise and had made that same commitment to their wives, kids, and parents. And now, when they needed her most, she wasn't with them. A trail of smoke arced its way toward their position. "RPG!" she shouted. She hit the dirt as the rocket-propelled grenade, filled with high explosives, slammed into the partially crumbled north wall of the grape hut next to her, its warhead detonating on impact. Chunks of the building fell all around, narrowly missing her. She rose onto a knee and set her sights on two men running in her direction from behind the cover of a boulder and heavy undergrowth 40 meters away. One carried a grenade launcher. She targeted the lead man swinging his AK-47 in her direction and dropped him with a 3-round burst from her M4. The second man kept coming, so she obliged him with another 3-round burst of his very own. The first 2 bullets caught him in the upper chest. The third caught him in the lower jaw. Through her scope, she watched the spray of blood as his head snapped impossibly to the side, the lower half of his face flying away as he fell dead into the dirt. The adrenaline that coursed through her gave her a heady thrill. As she continued to scan the terrain for more tangos, a smile raised the corners of her mouth ever so slightly. But the joy ebbed fast when she heard the shrill call from one of the operators inside the hut. "Doc!" Chapter 26. Shoreditch, East London.
"Excuse me, miss."
Alex blinked and turned to see the young man in a London fog coat, whose face was much too close to hers. She pulled away.
"Miss,"
he said again. The jarring of the train coming to a stop in the Old Street Tube station brought her out of her trance. She found herself standing in front of the doors as they opened onto the platform and rode the wave of commuters toward the escalators. After a 20-minute journey from her hotel, she had arrived. Outside the London Underground station, the Old Street public square bustled with traffic. The Shoreditch grind loomed in front of her, its marquee now proclaiming, "Because why not?" She had no argument with that. She stepped into the cafe and scanned the room for the Scottish woman who had initiated this whole adventure. The shop was filled with patrons, but Kara was nowhere to be seen. She approached the barista behind the counter. "What can I get you?" asked the very chipper woman. She ordered her coffee to stay and was handed a large red and white cup and saucer with steam rising from the brew. It was still early, and already Alex was on her 3rd coffee of the day. Finding a stool along the front counter, she sat staring out over the traffic that passed by the window. Not a Russian surveillance team in sight. Or at least, none that immediately jumped out at her. But that was the point. The crew she encountered yesterday had made mistakes, and it got 3 of them killed. Alex was sure the next team sent after her would level up. Her mind shifted back to memories of Kyle, whose arm she had repaired in a grape hut far away and long ago on the occasion of their first meeting. As far as cocktail party love stories went, it was a doozy.
How'd you meet your husband, dear?
Well, he and his partner were shooting insurgents who were setting IEDs, but he got wounded. Then the insurgents blew up their mud hut with an RPG. I bandaged his arm with my rifle slung around my back and fell head over heels when I looked into his eyes. Canapé, anyone? Being deployed overseas had been challenging, but it was what she had always wanted, and where her calling in this life had been confirmed. Thinking back, she felt the same exhilaration she'd felt then as the battle had raged on. Korengal Valley, Afghanistan. "Doc!" Sergeant First Class Kyle Ward called out from inside the grape hut. What was left of the ceiling had come down on him and Donnie. Alex scrambled over a debris pile and saw him lying on his side, his formerly good arm pinned under part of the collapsed structure. She sat down on the floor with her back braced against the wall and pushed with both legs against the piece of the building that held him trapped. It yielded just enough that he was able to pull free. When he did, she saw the obvious deformity of his forearm. His radius and ulna both broken mid-shaft, the distal part of his forearm hanging down, their broken ends threatening to punch through the skin between his elbow and his wrist. If that happened, the compound fracture would likely evolve into a badly infected wound, compromising any chance Kyle had for proper healing. He howled as it dropped into a freakish position before he could cradle it with his bandaged arm. "Support it with your good hand," she directed, jumping past him to check on Donnie. When she got to him, she found that a large chunk of the ceiling had fallen on him. "What?" shouted Kyle when he saw her hesitate. "Do something!" "I can't, Kyle!" She looked over again at Donnie, his brains exposed through a large avulsion of his skull, glistening red in a ray of sunlight that streaked into the hut from the west side. "Alex, help Donnie!" "There's nothing I can do, Kyle. He's gone." Fighting her own queasiness at the gruesome sight of a fellow soldier mortally wounded and knowing she could do nothing for him, Alex ran outside the building in the direction from which the RPG had come, keenly aware that they were still vulnerable to attack. 3 more military-aged males were 50 yards out, coming up fast toward their position. Each cradled an AK. She dropped to a knee and sighted in the first, the 4 times magnification of her scope bringing him much closer than he was. She let loose with a burst of fire from her M4 that took him out instantly. The other 2 immediately dropped prone, aiming through iron sights and sending rounds that tore up the ground in front of her. Rock chips and sand struck her face. Her ballistic goggles shielded her eyes, but she tasted the dry grit inside her mouth as it scraped against her teeth. She missed the closest fighter on her first try, but got him with a follow-up volley. The other tried to bug out, but she took him down with a burst that landed between his shoulder blades, and he plunged face down onto a rock. Even from this range, she imagined she heard the crack of his skull. She scanned the mountain slope for more insurgents. Seeing none, she ran back into what was left of their firing position. A gray-blue cloud of smoke from the exploded RPG lingered, engulfing them in a pungent, slightly sweet odor. The sound of heavy fighting 1,000 meters up the road filled her with anger. Columns of smoke rose from damaged vehicles. Her platoon was engaged in an intense battle while she was back here fighting to defend this grape hut. "Kyle, you have to get on the gun." He looked at her, then down at his arms. His eyes were wide with pain, adrenaline, and frustration.
"I can't," he said. "You have to get on the gun."
"Me? No way. I don't have any training on a 50 cal.
"It's the same as any other rifle. I'll spot for you."
"But—"
"No buts, Martel. Pick up that rifle and find a spot to set up. I'll talk you through."
He was right. There was no other option. Running up to her platoon was out of the question. She would have no cover except for a couple of trees and some rocks dotting the slope here and there. She'd be dead before she got within 500 yards. She looked at the Macmillan TAC 50, then back at Kyle. He glared at her from behind the spotting scope. Balancing on the debris of the grape hut, she swung her M4 to her back and tugged on the 30-pound sniper rifle locked in Donnie's grasp. It came away, and she hauled it to a spot with less debris and set it down on its bipod, but quickly realized she didn't have enough clearance over the collapsed wall of the damaged building. She shoved her med bag under the rifle's forend, giving it added height.
"Feed around,"
said Kyle quietly. The rifle was nothing like her Army-issued M4. She retracted its bolt, and a spent round ejected. She had fired lots of different hunting and competition rifles growing up, but this one was heavier than any she had ever used. Its action was surprisingly smooth, though. She slid the bolt forward firmly, locking a 50 caliber BMG round into the chamber. She placed her cheek against the stock of the rifle and felt Donnie's sticky, wet blood on the side of her face. Suppressing her revulsion, she looked through the scope.
"The technical. The pickup truck on the road with the Dushka mounted on it. See it?"
Kyle asked. "I see it."
"It's out 950 meters. Take out the machine gunner in the back."
She watched a man strafe large-caliber rounds at her platoon with the Soviet-made DSHK heavy machine gun while they dove for cover behind overturned vehicles in the wadi. She tried to keep him in the middle of her crosshairs, but his image danced around inside the scope. "Everything's moving. I can't get a clear shot."
"Nothing's moving," Kyle said calmly. "Control your breathing, Alex."
"I can't do this, Kyle. I don't know how—"
"Sergeant, follow my orders. You are going to work that rifle. We clear?"
"Yes, Sergeant."
"Good. Pull that rifle butt tight into the pocket of your shoulder. Now, take a full breath in and let it out slowly. Focus on the reticle. Your sight picture will stabilize. There will be a natural pause when you finish exhaling. Squeeze the trigger during the pause. In, out, rest. 2, 3. Got it?"
"Yes," she replied, following his instructions. "Focus on the reticle. In, out, rest, 2, 3, she thought. The image in her scope settled as she exhaled, the crosshairs landing over center mass of the shooter. She squeezed the trigger. Boom! The force of the rifle's recoil scared the hell out of her. It felt like someone had slammed her in the shoulder. The pressure wave jolted the room and kicked up a cloud of dust that briefly obscured her vision downrange. More debris fell around them from the partially collapsed ceiling.
"Miss, you're low left. Your round punched a hole in the side of the truck. See it? Try again,"
he said, with all the patience of a parent teaching a child to tie their shoe.
"Steadier this time. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Breathe. Get a clear sight picture. Slowly squeeze the trigger like you're closing a fist. Then hold the trigger for a few beats before releasing it after the shot."
She chambered another round and pulled the butt of the rifle more snugly into her shoulder. "Focus on the reticle. In, out, rest, 2, 3, she thought. Squeeze. Boom. She was ready for the recoil this time and didn't flinch. When the rifle steadied again, she saw the man on the machine gun crumple and fall off the back of the pickup.
"Hit!"
called Kyle.
"Nice shot, Alex."
He tossed a loaded 5-round magazine to her.
"Swap out your mag and reload," he said.
She found the magazine release, dropped out the old one, and seated the new one.
"There's 2 guys on an 82mm mortar 20 meters behind the truck."
"I see them."
"Come up 3 clicks. Understand what I'm saying?"
"Yes." It was coming back to her. Her dad had taught her to hunt, and she was good at it. But when they hunted, their quarry was a quarter of this distance, or even closer. She chambered another round, then adjusted her aim. Breathe. Squeeze. Boom.
"Hit! You're doing great."
She chambered another round and took out the second guy on the mortar.
"Hit! Holy shit! Your first 3 kills on a TAC 50 are out at over 900 meters. Awesome, Alex."
She reloaded. Chapter 27. Shoreditch, East London. Alex stared out the shop window, sipping her coffee. She had no control over when a memory would surge back like the onslaught of a rogue wave. The last few days had been filled with more intrusive memories than usual, both good ones and bad. Had Kristen's death triggered a release valve in her mind? Or was Caleb slipping into her subconscious in a way and a place that she thought she had walled off for good? She didn't know and felt uneasy about what that could mean. Coming out of her daydream, she noticed a pretty woman with a narrow face and high cheekbones approaching the coffee shop. She recognized Kara immediately. "Hi," she said as she stepped inside, greeting Alex like an old friend with a wave and a half hug. "Hi, Kara. Do you want a coffee?" "Lord, no. I'm wired enough already from my 2 cups of tea. But I thought it would be easier to meet here than to try to give you directions to Kristen's flat." "Shall we go then?" suggested Alex, draining the coffee from her cup. Kara led them along the sidewalk past brick-fronted low-rise buildings to a rejuvenated factory that had been given new life as an upscale complex of loft apartments. As they crossed the lobby's wide-planked wood floors, Alex noted the framed prints on the exposed brick walls depicting scenes from the Blitzkrieg. A commemorative plaque revealed that the building, or at least a former incarnation of it, had been a casualty of war on that first night of the bombing campaign that began on September 7th, 1940, with the arrival of 300 German Luftwaffe bombers over London. The impoverished East End had suffered more than its fair share of death and destruction. She slowed her pace to look at the pictures. "This way, Alex," Kara called. Alex caught up, and they boarded an elevator that took them to the uppermost level. The doors opened onto a large and airy vestibule, an open staircase to the right leading 3 stories back down to the main floor. 3 hallways ran off the elevator lobby, a kind of central column in the middle of the old factory floor, it seemed. Kara led them down the one to the left. Skylights in the ceiling bathed them in natural light. At the end of the hallway, crime scene tape was strung across the door to what had been Kristen's flat. "What should we do now?" asked Kara. Alex reached up and tore away the tape. Kara looked at her, mouth agape. "Can you do that?" Alex shrugged. Kara opened the door using a key she pulled from her purse. "My flat is 1 floor down," she explained. "Kristen never gave me a key, but she told me where she hid a spare, and I grabbed it right after she died." "You have a devious mind," said Alex. "Thank you, I think." Now it was her turn to shrug. The bright and airy theme continued as they stepped into a narrow corridor. Large pendant bulbs hung suspended on red electrical cords strung from the high ceiling. The women walked along the wide-planked wood floors through a decorative iron gate into an open-concept kitchen/dining room/living room combination. The original exposed brickwork, soaring ceilings, criddle windows, and steel beams gave it a vintage feel. Simultaneously, the furnishings, a mix of modern and traditional, imparted a more contemporary tone. A bright sky-blue 70s-era matching sofa and ottoman opposed a set of distressed leather club chairs that Alex assumed were antiques, with a wooden crate between them that served as a coffee table. The apartment seemed to fit Kristen, but was an even more pronounced expression of the woman Alex had known, and she suddenly missed knowing her all the more. She was filled with a profound sense of loss, more than she had expected, and she put a hand to her mouth as if to keep her emotions from spilling out. She stepped into the living room and studied the shelves along the wall. They held an eclectic selection of books. The diverse collection spoke to Kristen's curiosity and intellect. Alex remembered her as a bright woman, a shining star in the shadowy world of international security and intelligence. Why was Kristen killed? She thought. This was both the central question in the investigation being carried out by Scotland Yard and MI5, as well as being at the forefront of Alex's thoughts. What did she know, or what had she discovered, that put her in someone's crosshairs? She thought. Alex looked around the room. Kristen had been living well. Her cover, of course, had to mesh with her supposed station in life. As a manager with a tech accelerator firm, her lifestyle had to reflect that she was a woman of means. This place indeed said that, and then some. She walked from room to room, getting a feel for a side of Kristen she hadn't known. Her furnishings were a mixture of high-end modern pieces and expensive restored antiques. When she peered into the master bedroom and the guest room, it was apparent that someone had already searched them. She concluded that Scotland Yard had done a cursory examination of the premises, but the flat didn't have the feel of having been tossed. Kara shadowed her like a puppy, seemingly unsure of what she should do or say. An empty picture frame sat on another bookshelf in Kristen's bedroom. "That's where I found the picture of the two of you in Paris," Kara offered. Alex nodded and acknowledged the intimacy of that fact. She was surprised Kristen kept the photo on display, let alone here in her bedroom. Was it part of her cover? Was it genuine fondness? Had I missed another chance to get close to someone? She thought. There were other pictures as well. One was of Kristen with an older couple who Alex presumed to be her parents. "She said they had both passed," said Kara. "I don't know who's in the other photo." The other photo was of a much younger Kristen with a man about the same age. They looked like a couple. Alex picked it up and removed it from its frame, inspecting the back. No names, no dates, just another mystery. Her work phone began vibrating in her pocket, and she pulled it out. Kane appeared on the display. "Where are you?" he asked when she answered. "I'm at Kristen's apartment." "I'll pretend I didn't hear that," he said. "I have an update." "Go on," she said. Chapter 28. Shoreditch, East London. The call from Daniel Kane was not altogether unexpected. He had cut things short the previous night at St. Stephen's Tavern, claiming he had work to attend to. And while he clearly wasn't pleased Alex was on the premises of a crime scene, he didn't order her to stand down. Not that she would have, had he done so.
The forensic pathologist who conducted Kristen's post-mortem examination reported that her death can be... How did she say it?
Alex heard pages in a notebook being flipped.
Can be attributed to a single traumatic injury, even though she suffered multiple life-threatening injuries.
Go on.
The cause of death was a blow to the head.
What else did she say?
She said that while Kristen could have sustained these injuries by being struck by a car, the single lethal blow seems to have been inflicted by a hard object, like being kicked with a steel-toed boot. Seems there was an imprint left behind.
Anything else?
The coroner said there were bruises and abrasions on her arms, as if she had been manually restrained and had fought against it. There were no other life-threatening injuries and no indication that she was sexually assaulted. Both the forensic pathologist and the chief coroner agreed that these signs were consistent with a violent altercation, a fight, and not a bodily collision with a motor vehicle.
So, she summarized, somebody beat Kristen to death and then staged her death to look like an accident, a hit and run. Alex caught sight of Kara standing in the doorway. Her face blanched, and Alex thought she might fall over, but she sat on the side of the bed to steady herself.
As clumsy as it sounds, that would be the truth of it. Alex, the coroner has ruled Kristen's death a homicide. It's now official.
Silence.
Special Agent Martel?
Homicide. I heard you. Kristen was murdered. How did this make anything better? She thought. She thought she'd be relieved, but she wasn't. What she was more resolved to find and punish her killers.
Well, we suspected that, didn't we? He replied. But this gives our investigation more impetus to go after them, whoever they are. Alex, they were clumsy.
Very clumsy. Or just didn't care if they appeared that way, she thought. Thank you for calling and catching me up with Kristen's case. I'm going to finish up here, then I have to catch a flight home. I'm needed there.
Right.
They said their goodbyes, and she hung up. Alex walked around to Kara and put a hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry, she said. I shouldn't have been so blunt. Some of Kara's color had returned, and she asked, Now what do we do? We keep digging, Alex said.
What are we looking for?
We'll know when we find it, I guess. She looked around Kristen's bedroom, surveying it with a critical eye this time, not as an estranged friend, but like an investigator. Then she walked through the other rooms, the guest room, home office, and bathroom. Except for a section where it appeared as though a few tiles were being replaced, everything was tidy. Everything was unremarkable. Kara was at her heels the whole way.
Maybe I could be more helpful if I knew what I should be doing, she said.
Alex entered the kitchen and opened the refrigerator door.
Hungry?
Asked Kara, who had sunk deep into the cushions of a leather chair, her knees up, the soles of her shoes resting against the edge of a wooden crate coffee table. Ignoring her, Alex scanned the contents of the fridge. A bottle of milk, packaged meats, cold cuts, some fruits and vegetables, a shelf load of condiments, a bottle of San Pellegrino in the door next to a bottle of wine, 4 cans of Diet Coke. Normal. Everything looked normal. She closed the refrigerator and took a seat at the island, the quartz surface cold under her arms. She thought about Kristen's email, its mysterious message teasing her, forcing her not just to recollect the time they'd spent together in Paris, but to reevaluate her own investigative skills overall. She acknowledged that she was a more highly skilled shooter than a detective, in the truest sense of the word. Shooting solutions came naturally to her. Angles, arcs, trajectories, ballistics, ballistic coefficients, and terminal ballistics. These things spoke to her, and she could understand them. Kara came over and sat next to her at the island.
"A quid for your thoughts," she said, resting her chin down on her hand.
"I'm thinking that I need to get back to my own job, that I should leave this matter to the local authorities."
"What about Kristen?"
"I don't know what else I can do, Kara. I'm sure the police will help locate next of kin if there are any. Anyway, it's outside my scope. I've been recalled to The Hague to resume working on another critical case." Kara looked defeated. "I'm sorry. I know you wanted to hear better news."
"It's not that," she said. "I just feel so helpless. I know the police will help, but it's all such a tragedy."
Alex got up and fetched 2 glasses from the shelf above the sink, placing them on the island. The morning coffees had left her feeling parched.
"It is a tragedy. Maybe if I had tried to get to know her better, like a friend should, she would have told me if she was in trouble."
Like a friend should. The words stung. Alex opened the fridge and retrieved the bottle of sparkling water, twisting off the cap and sniffing the bottle's contents before pouring. She filled their glasses and gulped hers down, feeling the cold, bubbly mineral water chill her mouth and throat as she drank. It felt good, refreshing, cold.
"What's wrong?"
asked Kara, seeing Alex staring at the bottle. Chapter 29. Kristen's apartment, Shoreditch, East London. Alex turned and opened the fridge, staring at the bottle of wine in the door. It was a Sancerre, a white wine from the upper Loire Valley of France. Specifically, it was a bottle of La Vivandière, the same delicious wine she and Kristen had enjoyed along the banks of the Seine in Paris. The email. Chilled wine. Icebox, she thought. Kara's eyes bulged.
"Now you're talking. Like I always say, it's never too early for wine."
There were no iceboxes in either of our hotel rooms in Paris, she thought. Alex studied the bottle. It appeared unopened. A foil cap covered the cork. The words from Kristen's note played in her mind. Like that chilled bottle of wine we shared straight out of the icebox.
"What's wrong?"
Kara asked. Alex held the bottle up to the light. She could see there was liquid in the bottle. It appeared full. She pulled Kristen's email up on her phone and read it. It seemed as if it held the key to all our desires. She shook it. It still had the weight of a full bottle. She tipped it upside down. Everything appeared normal. Alex held the bottle closer so she could examine it more carefully. She rotated it in her hand and, using a fingernail, started working at a corner of the label, trying to peel it away. She kept her nails clipped short, making the job all but impossible. Kara noticed Alex's futile efforts and reached across the island, gently snatching the bottle from her grasp. "Give it here," she said in her thick brogue. She used a long, glistening, scarlet-painted nail to lift a corner. She pulled gingerly, and the label slowly came away from the glass. When it was off, Alex reached out her hands. "Good work," she said, carefully taking the bottle from Kara and setting it down on the countertop. She twisted it around in a circle. "Well, I'll be damned. What is it?" Removing the label revealed a crack around the circumference of the bottle. No, not a crack, a cut, she thought. Someone had deliberately and meticulously cut the bottle in half, then glued it back together. She tried to pry it apart, but whatever glue had been used for the job, the bond was holding fast. She studied it closely. Whoever did this had also fitted some barrier between the top and bottom sections, locking the liquid in. "Why would she have something like this?" Kara asked. "We should smash it open," she said, motioning like she was swinging a hammer. "Well, smash wouldn't exactly be my first choice," replied Alex. There appeared to be a compartment of some kind glued into the bottle, separating the top section from the bottom midway up. It had been hidden from view behind the label. She rummaged through shelves in the island and drawers under the counter, looking for some way of opening it. Nothing. "What are you looking for?" asked Kara. "A hammer." In the bottom drawer, Alex found a stainless steel meat tenderizer. "This'll do," she said, gripping the bottle and raising the kitchen tool into the air. "Wait! What are you doing?" asked Kara, turning to the set of drawers beside the sink. "You'll make a right mess." She fumbled around and returned with a wine key, a waiter's corkscrew. "Give me that," she said, taking the bottle from Alex. "Let's at least empty it first." Kara deftly cut the protective foil off the top of the bottle, then removed the cork. It came out with a slight pop. "Impressive," said Alex. "I worked as a waitress for years. Do you think we can drink it?" Alex gave her a wry look. "Never hurts to ask." Kara turned and poured the contents of the bottle into the sink, then stopped. "What's the matter?" asked Alex. "It stopped pouring." Alex took the bottle from her and peered down through the opening at the top. "That compartment in the middle is preventing the bottom half of the bottle from emptying." "Let's see that." Kara snatched the bottle back from Alex and wrapped it in a tea towel. "Don't want to scratch this beautiful sink," she said. Then, holding the bottle by the neck, she swung the steel mallet, striking it with a muted tink, but it didn't break. She took a mightier wind-up and, with greater force, slammed the steel hammer into the side of the bottle. The top cracked, and the bottom fell away with the towel, dropping together into the sink. Kara let out a squeal of delight. "You did it," Alex said. Kara set the lower half of the bottle down on the island, and the two women sat around it. "What is that?" asked Kara, pointing inside the lip of the glass. They were both looking at a circular plastic container fused onto the perimeter of the bottle with a strip of wax. "I think it's a petri dish," said Alex. It was filled with a translucent substance, similar to what was adhering the dish to the inside of the bottle. With a knife from Kristen's cutlery drawer, Alex pried the petri dish free. Opening it revealed a white substrate. Breaking even more chem-bio-rad rules, she scratched the surface with her fingernail and brought it to her nose to sniff. "I'm pretty sure it's just a paraffin wax." She dug in and pulled out the soft material from the dish, then began to pull it apart, searching for whatever was inside. She cleared away most of the wax, revealing a dark shape. "It looks like a key," said Kara. "It seemed as if it held the key to all our desires," Alex thought. "Let's clean it up," said Alex. Kara pulled a length of aluminum foil off a roll from the cabinet and laid it across a grate on the gas stove. "Great idea," said Alex, placing the remaining blob onto it. She turned on the burner. Within seconds, the wax began to liquefy, revealing a shiny brass key. The bow, or head, was in the shape of a 3-leaf clover. The blade had several distinctive cuts, some shallow, some deep. The number 407 was stamped on one side of the head. "What kind of key is that?" "Good question," thought Alex, picking it up gingerly with a paper towel from under the cupboard and wiping it clean. "Private locker? Safe deposit box? Backyard shed?" Alex thought. She turned the key over in her hand. The opposite side of the head was stamped with the word Diebold in all caps. Alex recognized the name. Diebold's Safe and Lock Company was one of the most renowned in the world. They could sit there guessing all day, but Alex was quite sure she knew someone who could give them an answer pronto. "Do you have any coins?" Kara gave her a quizzical look, but she reached into her pocket and fished out a silver-colored 10-pence coin. Alex laid it on the counter, lion side up, to provide a sense of scale. It was roughly the same size as an American quarter. Its diameter was about 2/3 the length of the key. Using her phone, she snapped a photo of both sides of the key, then fired the images off to Jonathan at Interpol in a text. AM. Need to know what this is for. ASAP. A moment later, a reply. JB. On it. "What now?" asked Kara. "Now we tidy up. I mean, about the key." "I'll have to wait to hear back from my colleague," said Alex. As they cleaned up the kitchen, Alex contemplated the significance of the key. Or, more to the point, what it meant that Kristen had concealed it. Who was she hiding it from? What secrets did the key unlock? Daniel Kane was her partner, but did he know about the key? Or was Kristen concealing it from him as well? Alex thought. She held the key up between her thumb and forefinger, studying it, thinking about its purpose, its meaning. One thing was for sure. It was evidence. And for perhaps the first time in her law enforcement career, she wasn't sure what to do about that inconvenient detail. As they finished tidying up, Alex heard the distinctive sound of the front door opening. Chapter 30. Kristen's apartment, Shoreditch, East London. Alex tucked the key into her pocket, put a finger to her lips to silence Kara, and waved her into a corner of the kitchen behind her. Drawing her Glock, she held it close in front of her, elbows bent, the weapon pointed toward the hallway. The sound of leather-soled shoes striding along the wooden floor filled the now-silent apartment. A figure wearing a long, dark coat came out of the hallway and into the kitchen. "Stop right there!" Alex commanded. The man was startled backward. "Don't shoot," he said, raising his hands. "Kane? Yes, it's me. Of course it's me. For goodness sake, who else would it be? Put that thing away." "Keep your knickers on, Danny boy. I wasn't about to shoot you." She holstered her Glock. "Why didn't you tell me on the phone that you were coming over?" "It was an afterthought. Since I was close by, I thought, why not pop over and see how your illegal search is going?
The Westminster mortuary isn't far away.
Convenient. She wasn't a fan of people just popping over under such circumstances either. It carried with it a whiff of something not unlike the smell coming off the Thames at low tide.
"Quite,"
he replied. "I thought the apartment had already been searched and was no longer considered a crime scene," she said.
"Yes, well, it was searched, but to the best of my knowledge, Scotland Yard hasn't yet released it. So, technically, you're mistaken, and you're breaking the law."
"Good thing you're here, then. More official this way." Kane wore a dark suit under a navy overcoat. Polished black Oxfords completed the ensemble. He walked around the apartment, looking at the shelves, eyeing the furnishings, the coffee table. He scrutinized Alex closely, then looked at Kara, still backed into a corner of the kitchen. His arms hung limply by his side.
"Miss Maviti, so good to see you again,"
he said, his eyes distant. He suddenly looked sad, regretful.
"You as well, dear Kane,"
said Kara, stepping over to stand by Alex, almost hiding behind her.
"She certainly had a flair for interior design," he said to no one in particular. "Quite a remarkable aesthetic."
"Did Scotland Yard find anything when they searched it?" asked Alex.
"Not that I'm aware of," he replied. "They took some of her things into evidence. Her phone, her purse, her computer, that sort of thing. But to my knowledge, I'm afraid they found no clues that would point us to her killers."
He walked to the shelves and studied the books more closely.
"She was a voracious reader,"
he said, pulling an illustrated edition of Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte from the shelf, fanning the pages as if hoping for a clue to fall out.
"Anyway, what about the two of you?"
His eyes searched theirs.
"Any luck? Finding anything, I mean."
Kara started to speak. We only just started when you called," said Alex, touching Kara's hand to signal that she should stop talking. Alex knew it was time to leave. They had searched the apartment. She had the key, and she didn't want Daniel Kane to know she had it. At least not yet. She wasn't sure why, but she had learned long ago to trust her instincts. For now, the evidence it might reveal was hers alone.
"Well, Kane, I have to return to The Hague."
"Yes, of course," he said. "You'll keep in touch, though, won't you?"
"Of course, and I hope you'll continue to keep me in the loop with regards to Kristen's murder."
"Naturally,"
he offered, seemingly distracted by whatever thoughts were running through his mind.
"The key to the apartment is on the coffee table. You'll lock up, won't you?" said Alex.
She tapped Kara's hand again in a manner that said, "Come with me now," and the two of them made a beeline for the front door.
"What's going on?"
asked Kara once they were outside Kristen's building.
"Call it a gut instinct.
Look, I really do have to leave. I don't know what Kane knows, but I want you to be careful."
Okay, said Kara. "You're kind of freaking me out, but I'm asking you to promise you'll let me know when you have any information about what happened to Kristen. I mean, it still makes no sense to me."
"I promise," said Alex, taking Kara by the hands. "One way or another, I'll be in touch and let you know what I find out." The women split up, Kara waving goodbye as she crossed the road. As Alex walked away, one of her burner phones buzzed in her pocket.
"Here in London?"
asked Alex.
"Right there."
Jonathan Burgess explained that the key Alex and Kara had discovered was a model unique to a series of safe deposit boxes provided by Diebold Safe and Lock Company and found in only a few banks in the British capital. Also, the streetscape in that second photo attached to Kristen's message was taken on Threadneedle Street in London. If you zoom in, you can see a small sign sticking out above the sidewalk from the wall on the right, by the intersection. The sign has a black horse on it that's rearing up, and it's looking over its back toward its behind. That's the logo of Lloyds Bank, the largest retail bank operation in Britain, he said. There's a retail branch at that location, right in what's referred to as the High Street district, at the corner of Threadneedle and Bishopsgate. He waited for the penny to drop. Alex, that's what her note was telling you. It is a coded message. Threading the needle came so easy for you. She's talking about Threadneedle Street. Our secrets will be forever safe with me here on High Street. High Street isn't an actual London street name. It references a district in London, specifically the business and financial district, of which Threadneedle is arguably the centerpiece. Good Lord, Alex said. I'm sure that Kristen's note is, in part at least, pointing you to a safe deposit box inside a bank in downtown London. A safe deposit box for which she even handed you the key. Can you send me an address? Already texted it to you. Anything else, Sherlock? Who are Cronus and Rhea? No idea, she replied. Okay, I'll keep looking into it. Look, I scanned your work phone again. There was some code embedded in the OS that I wiped out, but I wiped it out before, too, he explained. Like a Trojan? Something like that. I'd wiped it out of the operating system before, but it showed up again. Which leads me to believe we're dealing with some pretty high-level actors here. Like state actors? Probably. An Israeli tech firm called NSO Group created spyware called Pegasus a few years ago that was capable of remote zero-click surveillance of smartphones. They leased it to governments around the world to bolster counterterrorism initiatives, but some of them used it for less noble purposes. Whatever's on your phone seems like an enhanced version of that. Maybe it's an upgrade. Or it could be that someone reverse-engineered the source code and created a whole new app. Who'd be capable of that? Well, quite a few groups, actually. But because of everything else that's happening, I'd lay odds on Russian intelligence. We're at war, Alex, in cyberspace, but no one wants to talk about that. That fits. It does? Care to explain? Not now, she said. Can you guarantee my phone will stay clean? I honestly can't, but I installed my own code in case it shows up again. Like a tripwire? Exactly like that. It'll notify me the second it detects any non-native code going active on your device. And if I'm notified, you'll be notified. Thanks. She pulled the phone away to look at the notification that had just buzzed against her ear. Just got your text with the bank address. All the same, you should assume your agency-issued comms are compromised and stick with other methods if you need to send secure messages or have private conversations. Copy. Happy hunting. Thanks, she said, ending the call. The mid-morning traffic in London never seemed to ebb.
Cars and buses flowed in a steady stream. It was like walking beside a great river and seeing neither its beginning nor its end. Alex contemplated her next move, which would be to persuade Chief Broussard to let her follow up on what she had learned. It would mean a trip to Lloyd's bank to see what was inside Kristen's safe deposit box. Had the contents of that box gotten her killed? What other secrets had Kristen hidden there? And why? She thought. As she psyched herself up for her conversation with Broussard and lined up her rationale for staying in London longer, her phone began buzzing in her pocket again. Chapter 31. Shoreditch, East London. "I'm going to Turkey?" she repeated. She had barely said hello to Chief Broussard before he jumped in with the news that an aircraft was on its way to pick her up at RAF Northolt, a Royal Air Force airfield west of London.
"I received a call from the Secretary General herself," said Broussard. "Your FBI handlers in Washington called Madame Clicquot directly to request you fly immediately to Turkey."
Is this related to the incident at Arnhem? Is it where Caleb was heading after I spoke to him this morning?
A nuclear bomb has been stolen from Incirlik Air Base in Adana.
What? The American Air Base? When? How?
I wasn't given any details. It's still very compartmentalized. But my guess is that all these recent events are somehow tied together. And now, for whatever reason, people at FBI and Interpol want you on the ground in Turkey.
Her mind reeled from the idea that a nuke had been stolen.
"Alexandra,"
he continued, his voice dropping an octave.
"For the FBI National Security Branch to jump over my head and go straight to the Secretary General in Lyon speaks volumes about the gravity of the situation."
She considered this. It was what she had been asking for, to be brought into the inner sanctum as events were unfolding, so she couldn't quite believe her next words. "Chief, I need a couple of hours before I leave London."
"Are you joking? You are to proceed immediately to the airfield where a jet is standing by."
I know, but hear me out." She brought him up to speed on her discovery of the key in Kristen's apartment, the email's meaning as deciphered by Jonathan, and the connection to the nearby Lloyd's bank branch. "Whatever it is that Kristen is pointing me toward must be germane to the incidents in Arnhem and Turkey," she said.
"But you can't be sure of that,"
he countered. "No, I can't," she admitted. "But, Chief, I never ask you for anything."
"Come again?"
"Okay, scratch that. But you have to admit I'm not often wrong with my hunches." There was silence on his end of the call that she dared not interrupt.
"Fine,"
he said at last.
"I'll tell them you'll be at the airport in 90 minutes.
Alex did a silent fist pump as she picked up her walking pace. Traffic continued flowing along Great Eastern as she approached the grind at Old Street. She wasn't sure she'd be done and able to get to the airfield so quickly, but somehow she'd make it work. Now to get to the bank. Shoreditch, East London. After the call from Broussard, Alex crossed to the south side of the square and waited. Soon, a taxi pulled along the curb. The passenger side window rolled down.
"It's great to see you again, miss,"
said the cabbie.
"I'm dead chuffed you kept my number."
"It's been an interesting couple of days, Garrett," she replied, climbing into the back seat. "Thanks for coming to get me."
"I wouldn't have missed a chance to see you again for all the tea in China," he said. "Now, tell me all about it."
After she gave him the address for Lloyd's Bank at 39 Threadneedle Street, he made a U-turn and merged with morning traffic. When she had finished recapping the highlights of yesterday's events and the foot chase, he glanced at her in his rearview mirror.
"You don't look none the worse for wear, miss, except for that nick under your eye. The news on the telly wasn't saying much, other than 3 people were dead. I was worried until they said they were all men that were killed. Scotland Yard isn't doing much talking neither. We don't get many shootouts in London, so I figured it must have been you, but glad to see you still among the living. That's for bloody sure."
"Me too," she replied. "Turns out the folks tailing us yesterday were a determined bunch."
"I should say so. Do you know what it was all about?"
"Not really." She had already told him more than she should. She wasn't about to tell him about the missing nuke, too.
"Understood, miss. I don't have the proper security clearance anyways."
He chuckled.
"Well, better you than me. I left my running and gunning days behind me in Afghanistan."
Despite his concern for her well-being, he wore a broad smile as he regarded her in the rearview mirror. Now and then, Alex peered over her shoulder. She was trying to be discreet, but her attempts to detect a tail didn't go unnoticed.
"I don't blame you for being jittery. I'll let you know if we have company, miss," he said. "So far, we're running clean. I've got them Caterpillar drive engines engaged."
She caught his reference to The Hunt for Red October, one of her favorite Tom Clancy books and movies growing up. Not so much jittery as not wanting the extra attention again.
"Understood."
They entered a section of London dominated by tall office towers, all of which seemed of a newer vintage. She surmised they were driving through the commercial and financial district. High Street, she thought.
"There she is, love."
Up ahead on the right, Alex saw a classical stone building, 4 stories tall, its entrance facing diagonally into the intersection. In the archway above a short flight of stairs hung a circular sign displaying the Lloyd's Bank black horse on a white field. Once again, her senses tingled. Once again, she tapped the Glock at her hip. Alex hopped out of the passenger side of the cab, the left side, and stood on the sidewalk in the shadow of the building behind her. Across the road, the entrance to Lloyd's Bank was sunlit and welcoming, but time was ticking. Chapter 32. Adana, Turkey. Viktor Gerasimov caught an overnight flight from London to Belgrade via Air Serbia, then boarded a Turkish Airlines Boeing 737-800 bound for Adana, a city of 2 million that was one of the oldest continuously inhabited settlements in the world, and whose name had remained unchanged for 4 millennia. Not everything in this world was as everlasting. Gerasimov gazed through his window and spied the 6 skyscraping minarets arranged around the massive central dome of the Sabancı Merkez Mosque. It stood out against a cerulean blue sky as if guarded by a crop of nuclear-tipped ballistic missiles. The Ottomans had built the country's second-largest house of worship upon the confiscated grounds of an Armenian cemetery. It was colossal, capable of holding nearly 30,000 true believers within its walls. Beyond the city and to the east through the dusty, humid haze, he could see the outline of Incirlik Air Base, the joint Turkish-American military installation. By the time he deplaned, it was mid-morning local time. As he exited Adana Shakir Pasha Airport, he was met curbside by a driver in a Mercedes-AMG G65 SUV, its air conditioning blasting on high.
"Good morning, Colonel," he said in Russian,
reclaiming the driver's seat after loading Gerasimov's travel bag into the rear.
Sergei Malkin was a big man, as tall as Gerasimov, with 20 added pounds of muscle. He bore the signs of a recent battle. His nose appeared to have been broken, and bruising ran bilaterally beneath his eyes. The colonel replied in English, "It seems unusually humid today, Sergei." Gerasimov hailed from a small town outside St. Petersburg that straddled the 60th parallel. There weren't many days from his childhood that had approached these conditions.
"Yes, sir,"
said the driver, switching to fluent but heavily accented English.
"I'm afraid it is always this muggy. You arrived back here yesterday, yes?" "Yes, sir. Thank you again for assisting with our London operation."
Malkin's eyes met the colonel's in the rearview mirror.
"Yes, sir. It was my pleasure." Interesting choice of words, Gerasimov thought.
His trip to London to assist in dealing with a security matter must not have been pleasant, but Malkin had proved himself a trustworthy and loyal asset. Such loyalty must eventually be rewarded.
"It doesn't appear your mission was without its challenges,"
he added, smiling.
"Yes, Colonel. She was a fighter."
Gerasimov pulled out his computer tablet and reviewed the secure email he'd received overnight, confirming that the complex operation to steal a nuclear bomb from the American airbase here in Adana had been a success. Months of planning and laying the groundwork to execute the mission had translated into a truly historic achievement. He would tolerate no less from his minions. Failure was not an option for those who wished to continue breathing. His presence in Turkey, so close to the campaign, was risky. It could be viewed as the Russian Federation's complicity in what was to happen next. But then, he had always been a maverick, as calculating and cunning as a fox. He and General Tikhonov had painstakingly laid out the plan together in such a way as to ensure that a recently formed radical Islamic group would be blamed and would indeed take credit, as they always did, for what would ensue. In this way, the fledgling Islamic Levant Front would achieve notoriety surpassing even ISIL's wildest wet dreams. And for their role in this ruse, their coffers would fill with American dollars stashed in accounts scattered among various friendly banks across Europe. If traced, the money trail would lead back to Iraq and Afghanistan, from where it had been stolen. Money redirected from bulk shipments of cash the Americans had planned to use to reward the various tribes for encouraging peace in their territories. Except the cash had been intercepted and diverted by Russian proxies. And now the Americans were gone altogether. The payment would allow the ILF to carry their newfound momentum forward as they continued to grow and do the devil's work. Such was the arrogance and naivete of the Americans. One does not win hearts and minds. One seizes control of a country with brute military force, strategic and tactical domination of essential infrastructure, and the subjugation of its people. It had taken a while, but even Russia had relearned this lesson from history. It pleased Gerasimov to know that the events that would follow from this day on would bring a reckoning for America, which loved to insinuate itself into the business of the world as if it had the moral authority to do so. The United States of America's prideful belief in the flawed notion of its own exceptionalism would prove to be its undoing. As for Matushka Rossiya, Mother Russia, its glorious leader, President Sergachev, had gone soft lately. Where once he had faced down the bluster of America's presidents, now he was too frequently willing to bend like a stalk of wheat in a hailstorm. When dealing with the insecurities of NATO and the incessant whining of the United Nations,
he was more likely to back down than to assert Russia's supremacy over all others: America, China, East, West. Russia was even poised to lose all of Ukraine. Again. It was well known that President Sergachev favored enriching himself and his friends over continuing to strengthen the homeland. But in the fallout soon to be experienced from Gerasimov's actions, Mother Russia would be forced to step up as the world floundered in a state of upheaval. As America and her coalition of the reluctant would respond to the acts of a ragtag group of insurgents by prosecuting another inevitable war against Islam, Russia would seize more territories formerly surrendered in Eastern Europe and the Baltic states. Russia would no longer play the role of eunuch. Directorate 13 would undo generations of impotence on the world stage. Gerasimov and his general would come to be known as the saviors of Russia.
Create uncertainty, sow discord, deny and deflect, seize control from the chaos,
Gerasimov thought. Malkin whisked them from the airport to the Sheraton Grand Adana Hotel that sat on the banks of the Seyhan River across from the Central Mosque. He turned onto a palm tree-lined boulevard and drove up the placid slope of the hotel's driveway. Gerasimov emerged from the SUV into the oppressive morning air. As he passed through the doorway into the spacious lobby of the luxury hotel, a gust of cool air washed over him. Malkin caught up with him as he stepped into one of the elevators.
"Wait, wait!"
a man shouted, running toward them. Gerasimov pressed himself against the elevator's back wall, guided there by the outstretched arm of his driver. Malkin dropped the colonel's bag and reached under his untucked shirt into his waistband. The approaching man correctly interpreted the nonverbal cues as a threat and thrust his hands into the air, the pits of his pressed white Oxford shirt dark with perspiration. Between the thumb and index finger of his right hand, he pinched a small envelope.
"I have a note for the colonel,"
he said, the fear of impending death catching in his throat. Malkin kept one hand at his waist, hidden from view under his shirt, while he beckoned the man forward. The man stepped forward gingerly and placed the paper into the outstretched hand of Gerasimov's driver.
"I am the hotel concierge. This was left for Colonel Gerasimov."
Gerasimov plucked the note from Malkin's hand.
"Thank you,"
he said to the man, who scuttled away. He tore open the flap of the envelope, and a vellum card slid into his palm. Then he grunted.
"What is it, Colonel?" "The meeting has been moved up."
He checked the time on his Vostok Airborne Troops watch. It was 11:30. The rendezvous was in 30 minutes. Viktor Gerasimov stood under a stream of water in the marble shower of the 2,500-square-foot presidential suite, the icy spray cleansing him of sweat and fatigue from his overnight journey. He had hoped to unwind with a coffee under the umbrella on the room's private terrace while enjoying the splendid view of Merkez Park and the mosque, but unfortunately, it was not to be. Evidently, the members of the Turkish Grand National Assembly were on edge. But rather than go to the mercurial president with their questions, they chose to seek assurances from Interior Minister Ahmet Jakir, President Karaman's closest confidant and most senior advisor. He, in turn, had requested an earlier meeting to allay their fears.
"Panic is such an unsightly response to a crisis," thought Gerasimov.
He stepped from the shower and dried himself, pausing to admire his toned physique in the full-length mirror as he dragged the ultra-soft towel across his back and shoulders. He dropped the towel to the heated floor and strode into the master bedroom, donning boxers and a pair of khaki chinos, completing his ensemble with a white, short-sleeve linen shirt he left untucked,
the top two buttons undone. He slipped on a pair of brown leather loafers and Maui Jim sunglasses, grabbed his Vostok wristwatch from the top of the dresser, then marched into the living room. His driver sat on a leather sofa watching a football match, sipping a frosty can of San Pellegrino Aranciata.
"Pashli,"
said the colonel. "Let's go." Malkin took a final pull from the can, then crushed it in his grip and placed the remains on the granite countertop in the kitchenette on his way out the door. He stepped into the hallway ahead of Gerasimov and led the way to the elevators.
"It won't take us long, sir,"
said Malkin as he pulled the SUV onto the road. They rounded the traffic circle on Girna Boulevard and exited onto the branch heading south on Karatash. They drove past the Hilton Hotel and the Roman stone bridge, continuing past unimpressive two-story commercial units and storefronts lining the wide route before turning off the main road. Malkin drove them eastbound until they entered a neighborhood consisting of narrow streets of mostly broken pavement that challenged the suspension of the mountain-capable SUV. These, in turn, led to smaller streets in even greater disrepair. The multifamily dwellings and apartments along the road had boarded-up windows and gated storefronts. The stink of raw sewage hung in the air. Gerasimov looked up from his phone long enough to be disturbed by what he saw and smelled.
"Do you know where you're going, Sergei?" "Yes, sir. I'm following the GPS, Colonel. It is taking us to the location we were given for the meeting." "Very well. But if we don't arrive soon, get us out of this pigsty. I haven't seen such misery since I was outside central Baku with my Spetsnaz unit. It smelled of shit and rotting fish there, too."
Malkin grinned.
"Da, Polkovnik."
"Yes, Colonel." 3 streets later, Malkin turned right, passing from the derelict neighborhood onto a cobblestone roadway encircling a green park with a small but ornate mosque and a stand of palm and fig trees. He pulled alongside the curb, where a Mercedes sedan was already parked in front of a row of small shops and cafes. Gerasimov exited the vehicle and dodged pedestrians as Malkin raced ahead to the door and stepped through first, scanning for threats. Gerasimov considered that his driver would need to be promoted out of Turkey soon and offered a more permanent position in Directorate 13, affording him a chance to further demonstrate his value to the unit. But first, Malkin would have some key duties to perform that could test the mettle of even this battle-hardened soldier. Chapter 33. Lloyd's Bank, Threadneedle Street, London. Alex stepped into the open foyer of the bank. Beyond the doors was a reception area that featured a pair of katydid green Herman Miller modular 2-seater sofas opposing each other across a chiclet-shaped teak coffee table. A young woman sat at an information desk, typing on a keyboard. Tortoise-shell frame glasses rested on the bridge of her nose, a silver chain looping down her cheeks and around the back of her neck. The woman at the desk spun from her computer monitor, looking out above her glasses. "Good morning. How may I assist you?" She wore a fitted white Ted Baker dress with a vibrant floral print. "Good morning." Forcing a smile, Alex held up her key. "Ah, yes. Follow me," the woman said, rising from her chair. Her long, dark hair flowed nearly to her waist and danced in waves as she turned and walked toward the back of the office. Suddenly, Alex felt underdressed. In a bank. To her left, a row of wooden wickets with plexiglass barriers separated tellers from clients.
Several offices lined the back wall, and a staircase descended from the rear corner of the space. The woman led them into an office next to the staircase, where an older woman sat behind a desk perusing a stack of documents. Her outfit was more subdued than her junior colleagues, but equally fashionable. The younger woman explained that Alex had a key for a safe deposit box. "I'd very much like to check on it," Alex said, showing the woman the key. "Of course." She reached beneath her desk for a ledger bound in burgundy leather with the bank's horse logo gilded on the cover, then held out her hand. Alex handed over the key while the younger woman looked on. The woman behind the desk took the brass key and consulted the numeric marking, then leafed through the book to a page containing rows of handwritten numbers that Alex assumed was a concordance file of sorts that matched keys to boxes and owners.
"Ah, yes, 407, she said, reading the key. "From our Elite series."
She matched the key to a row and slid her finger across the page to a note scrawled in the last column.
"Everything all right?"
asked Alex.
"Yes, of course," she replied.
She dismissed the other woman from her office. Turning to a cabinet behind her, she opened it and entered a numeric code into the keypad of a small safe. From within, she removed a ring that contained another 20 keys identical to Alex's.
"Follow me, please,"
she said, rising from her chair and handing Alex back her key.
"You must be careful with this one. I'm sure you're aware that your key, by itself, will get anyone into the safe deposit box."
"So, the key is like a bearer bond?"
"Yes, it's exactly like that," she said. "Just as bearer bonds are unregistered investment securities, this key is tied to a blind account. Consequently, no records exist to list the owner's name. So, whoever physically holds the key is the presumed owner and has unfettered access to the contents. It's just like bearer bonds."
They descended the semicircular staircase into a red-carpeted reception area outside what seemed like a golden jail cell. Behind the gilded bars was another small anteroom that led through the opening of a 2-meter-wide vault door.
"It's only for show,"
said the woman as they passed through.
"The real security is the steel door in front of us. This round vault door was part of the original building construction in 1864. It's mere ornamentation now."
She waved a magnetic Prox ID card at a scanner mounted on the wall, where a red light flashed to yellow. A numeric scramble pad lit up, and the woman punched in a 6-digit code. The sound of magnetic locks releasing echoed in the air. The light turned green, and the woman stepped back as the door slowly swung open toward them. As they entered the room, it gently swung closed, locking them inside. The room was brightly illuminated by LED fixtures from above. A rectangular table sat in the center of the room, lit by a traditional banker's lamp with a green glass shade. Alex placed her backpack on the table. The 2 walls lining the sides of the room held gray steel boxes in 2 different sizes, numbered sequentially. The woman proceeded to a middle row halfway down the right-hand side wall to the one with the number 407 embossed on a brass plate on its face. The woman used her key, then removed it and stepped out of the way. Alex inserted her key and paused, suddenly unsure if it would work, or if she was even doing the right thing. Thoughts of what the box might contain flooded her mind. What skeletons was Kristen directing me to discover? What truths will I learn from her, or about her? And once released, Will I ever be able to put those secrets back in the box? Or will they haunt me forever? She thought. She pushed aside her trepidation and turned the key clockwise. She was both startled and relieved when the spring-like resistance of the lock yielded as the notches and teeth of the blade lifted the pins against the cylinder springs and retracted the bolt. Lloyd's Bank, Threadneedle Street, London. Tatiana drove this time, tired of her male associate's carelessness and testosterone-induced audacity. She opted for the nondescript Peugeot 208 in silver, or Cumulus Gray, if one read the sales brochure, instead of any of the BMW automobiles from the ample motor pool. She'd kept well back of the hackney cab carrying FBI Special Agent Alexandra Martel. Tatiana maintained the tactical advantage. Major Vasily Fedotov had texted her Alex's coordinates after intercepting a signal from Alex's dormant phone. Following the taxi hadn't been as difficult as Captain Nikulin had made it out to be yesterday. When the cab pulled over and stopped along the left-hand curb, she kept watch from a safe distance as Martel walked across the road and into a bank.
"Should we follow her?"
asked one of her colleagues, the large one crammed into the back seat.
"Into the bank? Of course not," she replied. "Agent Martel is not on a Spec Ops mission. She won't be infilling via the front and exfilling through the rear as if this were a combat zone. We will wait here for her until she comes back outside."
He grunted in reply, possibly more disappointed he couldn't get out to stretch his legs than being denied the opportunity to tail the Interpol agent. The two surveillants with her were both former soldiers from the Wimpel Group, an FSB Spetsnaz counterterrorism unit, and they were as dumb as the plows on the farms from which they hailed. Unlike American Tier 1 teams, who searched for operator candidates possessing intelligence as well as battle acumen, Wimpel Group often recruited men of questionable cognitive abilities, possessed of raw and unfettered brawn and bravado. Tatiana had experienced this firsthand when she had served in Syria and again in the Donbas region during Russia's special military operation in Ukraine. These men had joined Directorate 13 straight from FSB's Special Operations Center in Balashikha, a suburb just outside Moscow. She, meanwhile, had received her education from GRU academies for the gifted, paid for by the Russian state in exchange for a lifetime of military servitude. She had expressed her concerns from time to time over the quality of candidates being welcomed into the special units, but her opinions on the matter were of little consequence. Of all Mother Russia's societal illusions, the greatest fallacy was that the viewpoints of women mattered, that they were on an equal footing with men. They didn't, and they weren't. She tucked the little Peugeot up onto the sidewalk in front of 22 Bishopsgate. Through the building's 4-story glass facade, she could see people going about their business inside the modern workspace. It was a bright and seemingly fun and attractive building in which to work. Nothing like any building she had ever known in Moscow or any other city in Russia for that matter. Despite its occasional brushes with democratization, Captain Tatiana Burina's Russia was a melancholy land filled with brooding people possessed of a tragic view of their collective past. She put the car in park.
"You can get out now," she said to the hulk in the back. "Smoke your cigarettes, but don't go far."
The large man gladly exited the tight confines of the small car and, once outside, lit up. Tatiana rolled down her window and fanned the air.
"Please stand downwind and check your radio," she added.
The people in America, Britain, and the other countries of the West were well off by every measure compared to their Russian counterparts. But wealth was relative and tenuous. There was a fine line separating abundance from paucity. What was given could be taken away. It was her calling to teach them humility, which was why she was proud to have been chosen to serve on Directorate 13, at the pleasure of President Sergachev. If Special Agent Martel interfered with or discovered their true mission, Tatiana would know it, and the American would be dealt with as any other enemy of the President of the Russian Federation, terminally. Chapter 34. Lloyd's Bank, Threadneedle Street, London. Alex felt gentle resistance as she turned the key in the lock and a sense of relief as the bolt retracted. She pulled on the door, and it swung open on brass hinges, revealing a covered gray box the size of a shoebox that she slid out and carried to the table. "Press that to call me once you're finished, and I'll return to lock up," said the banker, pointing to a button in the wall. With that, she excused herself and left the secure room, closing Alex in alone. Alex could feel the weight of something inside the box. She placed it down gently in the center of the table. Pausing for a beat, she wiped her sweating palms onto the front of her pants, then lifted the lid. A folded manila envelope sat on top of a pile of similarly folded manila envelopes. Alex removed the one on top, undid the string, and reached inside. She first pulled out a British passport, looking new and unused. She flipped it open to the biodata page and examined the photo. It was Kristen's picture, taken recently. She ran a finger over the high-res image as if, by doing so, she could conjure up her friend's physical presence. But she couldn't, and her stomach knotted. How real she seemed. How close. How alive. The passport identified her as Kristen Gosling, British citizen. The information page listed her date of birth as well as her place of birth, London. Alex flipped through the pages. All were blank, no stamps. She reached back into the box and lifted out the next envelope. Inside was a short stack of 4x6-inch photos, bound with a broad rubber band. She removed the elastic and slowly shuffled through them. There were pictures of landmarks and tourist destinations in London and Paris, most seemingly taken years ago, before cell phones and memory cards had supplanted cameras and film for documenting everyday life. There were newer photos, too. Kristen had likely made prints of these from cell phone shots. But why? Alex thought. Among the photos, an ornate house behind an iron gate on a tree-lined street, a familiar-looking building along the Thames, and a Paris street scene, looking up toward Sorbonne University, where they had attended a symposium at the Paris Peace Summit together. Next were photos of the two of them together in Paris, the selfie in Trocadero Gardens, with the Eiffel Tower looming behind them across the Seine, a snapshot taken on the patio of La Durée on the Avenue des Champs-Élysées, another of the two of them at the Paris Peace Summit, standing in front of one of the conference rooms inside the Sorbonne University International Conference Center. She raised that last one closer to read what was written on the board behind Kristen. When she did, she remembered the session. The speaker had been a doctoral fellow from Harvard Kennedy School, Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs. Her presentation had been on the topic of nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament. Specifically, she'd spoken on the subject of the inherent challenges and dangers faced by nuclear-armed countries in attempting to maintain the security of their stockpiles of nuclear weapons. Dr. Sylvia Campbell had spoken passionately on the growing global security risk posed by the ongoing illicit trade in stolen nuclear materials, as well as the omnipresent threat of nuclear terrorism and the theft of nuclear weapons. How ironic, given today's news, she thought. Dr. Campbell had insisted that it wasn't a matter of if, but when a nuclear weapon would go missing, through theft or misadventure, and postulated that such a scenario would lead to a critical escalation of tensions between the existing and emerging global nuclear-armed superpowers. She further believed that such an event would cause an erosion of confidence among partners in the Western alliances of NATO, the UN, and other international organs of peace and security. And here we are, she thought. Alex quickly flipped through the rest of the photos. She paused at one showing a squad of soldiers, 12 in all, posing for a picture, just as she had done many times throughout her own military career. One row crouched in front of another. All wore green camis, rifles cradled. Some wore ballistic helmets, while others were without cover, wearing only face camo. She saw a face she recognized. "Shit," she muttered, taking a closer look. There were 2 women in the squad. The one in the front row bore a striking resemblance to Kristen, only at a much younger age. Even wearing a Kevlar skull bucket, there was no mistaking her features and her beauty. It was definitely her. Alex raised her phone, zoomed in with the camera, and took a picture. Then she opened her Photos app, selected the image, and swiped up. A thumbnail image of the same woman from among her own photo collection appeared. Shit, 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 she thought. Even Siri recognized Kristen. Trouble was, the photo was of a squad of Russian soldiers. Alex's throat tightened, as if someone's hand had clenched around it. She glanced up at the door, feeling entombed inside the vault. The walls around her closed in, and the room grew dark. A pair of leather wing chairs sat off in the corner. She dropped into one to center herself and think, but her thoughts were unsettling. She closed her eyes and breathed slowly, the way Kyle had taught her. In, out, rest, 2, 3. There must be a reasonable explanation. Maybe she was working on a deep cover assignment. But who would go deep undercover inside another country's military like that? She thought. Despite the coolness of the temperature-controlled room, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, above her lip, and on the back of her neck. Despite her body's response, she stepped back to the table. Next in the stack was a photo of the same woman receiving a medal from a Russian general. They were standing in an open area surrounded by barracks, a boulder-strewn mountain ridge in the background. Alex was sure she recognized the Russian flag officer, but was unable to recall the details. The photo reminded her of when she had been presented with her Silver Star for Valor in Combat. In her case, it had involved the hasty assembly of a presentation dais in a hangar at Bagram Air Base. The aircraft-sized doors had been open, revealing a spectacular view of the snow-capped peaks of the 500-mile-long Hindu Kush mountain range. Behind her, a banner bearing the insignia of the 75th Ranger Regiment had left in the breeze as the Vice President of the United States pinned the medal to her chest. Breathe, she told herself. What did I miss? Why hadn't I known? She thought. She studied the photo. Alex and Kristen had connected the moment they met in Paris. Had Alex been her mark? An asset to be developed? A patsy? If so, to what end? What was the play? Kristen had served in the British military. Of that she was sure. How was it possible for her to also have been a member of the Russian military? It wasn't. Or was it? She thought. She took a few deep, cleansing breaths, sat in the chair, reached into the box, and removed the next packet. From inside the envelope, she extracted another passport. This one bore the coat of arms of the Russian Federation with gold Cyrillic lettering above and below. Near the bottom of the cover, in English, were the words, "Service Passport." She was afraid to open it. She flipped to the information page, which bore the digitized photo and signature of the passport holder. Shit, she thought. It was Kristen, except not Kristen. The name on the passport read Anna Baronova. She shared the same date of birth as Kristen. Baronova's place of birth was written in the Cyrillic alphabet, although USSR was stamped below it in the Latin alphabet. But the photo was definitely Kristen, right down to the small birthmark on her left cheek. She took a picture of the cover and the identification pages with her phone and texted them to Jonathan with the message, AM, call me ASAP, 911. A moment later, her phone rang.
"I can see your day is getting more interesting by the minute," he said when she answered.
"What's a Russian service passport used for?"
"Checking."
She heard the clicking of keys on a keyboard.
"According to our Interpol wiki, a Russian service passport is issued to civil servants and their dependents assigned overseas. It's also given to members of the Russian parliament who travel abroad on official business and judges of the Supreme and Constitutional Courts. It's like a diplomatic passport, but without the benefits of diplomatic immunity or fancy license plates, or the ability to escape customs lineups and taxes at border points, stuff like that. It's also issued to military personnel deployed overseas."
Why would Kristen have one?
Is that a rhetorical question?
No, Jonathan. I need you to find out. Why did Kristen Gosling, a woman I knew to be a former member of British Special Forces and was, up until she was murdered, an intelligence officer with the British Security Service, have a Russian service passport? And why does it appear this same woman I knew was a member of Russian Special Forces sometime before that? She knew the tone in her voice betrayed her frustration. It wasn't her intent to take it out on Jonathan, but he was a big boy. He could handle it. This was no time for mollycoddling people's feelings.
"Send me whatever other photos you have there," he said, "and I'll get on it. Whatever you find, shoot it and send it. I'm still trying to decode the rest of her email."
"Get back to me as soon as you can," she told him. With increased dread, she reached into Kristen's, Anna's, safe deposit box. Another manila envelope.
"This box is the gift that keeps on giving," she thought.
The envelope held another stack of photos. These were older. Some were yellowed with time, bent, wrinkled, or otherwise damaged. Some had pinholes in them, as if they had been tacked up on a bulletin board or a wall, like in a girl's bedroom or dorm room. Some depicted a little girl playing sports at a young age or with friends in a playground. Others showed the same little girl with a couple who appeared to be in their 30s. They resembled the people from the photo she had seen in Kristen's apartment, but younger. She examined an image of that man and woman sitting on a sofa with that same little girl, at maybe 8 or 9 years old, in a tiny room. It was a cramped apartment with cracked plaster walls. She had a pixie cut, and though her clothes appeared clean, they were old and worn. She was smiling at the camera. The couple had pained expressions on their faces, their eyes weary, their figures gaunt. Who took the picture? She thought. Another photo showed the same girl again, perhaps a year or two older, standing outside a school. On one side of her were her parents, happier and healthier looking, as if they had been eating well and feeding their daughter better. On the other was a military officer, his hand placed gently on her shoulder. All of them were smiling for the camera. Damn, she thought. She shuffled back through the stack of photos on the table until she found the one of Anna receiving her medal. The Russian general making the presentation was the same military officer. She looked more closely at the little girl. The resemblance between her and Anna as a young woman was uncanny. Alex imagined that if she could zoom in on the photos, she'd find a birthmark on the little girl's cheek, too. Alex was forming a picture in her head. If this was her friend Kristen, the image developing was one of an impoverished family trying to make ends meet in a country where that wasn't always easy or even possible for many. Alex knew that Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service and its Foreign Military Intelligence Agency recruited children as young as 8 from poor Russian families. Could the young girl have been taken away from her family at such a tender age to be educated by the state and groomed for a life as a spy? That would explain why the family looked better off and healthier in the later photos. That would explain some of what Kristen had done. Maybe not excuse it, but paint a sympathetic picture as to why. But Alex struggled with the fact that she hadn't known, hadn't even suspected a thing. It gnawed at her gut. Pushing the photographs aside, she reached back into the box. There was one more envelope. She pulled out a letter-size envelope bearing the seal of the British Security Service. The flap was only tucked in. She removed an A4-sized piece of paper and read the handwritten letter.
Alex, if you're reading this, something terrible has happened to me. First, I want to apologize. Right now, you're probably pretty pissed off at me and feeling betrayed. Please know that I genuinely liked you and valued our friendship. I won't bore you with the details, but suffice it to say, growing up in a poor family in Russia, there are limited choices for bettering one's circumstances. My parents chose the only option available to them to give me a good life. And then I, too, made my choice. Most of the time, I didn't mind being an agent for the mother country, and I did get to live a better life and meet people like yourself who I truly liked. Sometimes I even pretended to forget who I really was. I'm not writing this for your pity or your forgiveness. You will ultimately decide what to do with your memories of me. I always knew there might come a time when I would be asked to do something that went too far for me, and the cost of defying such a thing would be my life. So, if you're reading this, such a thing has happened. I can't say what it might be, but know that whatever it is, I couldn't do it, and I have likely given my life to warn you. Kristen. It was signed and dated a year ago, as if Kristen had known this day would come. Had she known about the plans to steal a nuclear bomb, even then? Was this confirmation that the Russians were behind the theft? Alex shot photos of everything on the table and sent them to Jonathan. She stuffed the passports and pictures into her backpack, but put Kristen's handwritten note in her pocket. She placed the empty box back into the vault in the wall, turning her key before pocketing it. Then she hit the buzzer and waited for the banker to appear. She needed to catch a plane. Chapter 35. Threadneedle Street.
London. She had been watching the door for 40 minutes. For such a high-end location, the in-and-out traffic at this bank branch seemed light. Tatiana decided that people with lots of money and no spare time must perform all their banking tasks online. Why go to a bank if the bank could come to you? It was different for people back home who had lots of time and no spare money. For them, going to a bank to perform routine transactions and chat with tellers was the highlight of their weekly social calendars. On her instructions, Tatiana's colleague, Ivan Gavrikov, the large man from the back seat of the Peugeot, had taken up a position next to the 7 steps leading into the bank. He stood there looking as nonchalant as a bull in the middle of Red Square, smoking cigarette number 8 or 9. Andrei Morozov, the 3rd surveillant, stood across the street from him. Together, the 3 formed a kill triangle that Special Agent Martel would have to enter, regardless of which direction she walked when she left the building. From there, they could follow her and decide what actions, if any, they should take. But Tatiana suspected that one way or another, this was leading to a confrontation. The fact that Martel was here at this bank was highly suspicious. She was in England at the Scottish woman's request to look into Kristin's/Anna's death. That much they had learned from her telephone. The same phone the GRU computer wizards had tapped into when they learned of Kristin's email to her friend. So what would bring Martel to this location if not something linked to Kristin? Martel's presence virtually confirmed Kristin had been a double agent, a traitor. Why else would she have stolen the mission plans from the computer server and emailed them to Martel? Fortunately, Colonel Gerasimov had been tipped off to Kristin's activities leading up to the theft, and Directorate 13's operations chief, Major Vasily Fedotov, had intercepted the email when it left Kristin's phone before it arrived on Interpol's servers. Who it was that had tipped the colonel off was a mystery still, even to Tatiana. And while she'd hoped the Kristin situation could have been handled differently, they had been friends, after all, once upon a time. It didn't surprise her that Sergei Malkin had been summoned to employ lethal means to manage the job. Within Directorate 13, the mission came first, irrespective of any other consideration. Tatiana sat behind the wheel of the car, coordinating her team's movements and tactics with hand signals and messages across their encrypted portable radio net. She was sure Major Fedotov was monitoring their communications back at the operations center in the basement of Harrington House. He might even be reporting her actions to Colonel Gerasimov, who had himself flown to Turkey to carry out the next phase of their operation. At last, the front door of the bank opened, and Martel emerged. She took the steps lightly, as if she were a young girl skipping out of school at the end of the day, appearing annoyingly cheerful. Tatiana keyed her mic. "Be alert," she directed in Russian. Gavrikov flicked his smoldering cigarette into the gutter and turned toward the steps Martel had just descended, while Morozov paralleled her movements on the other side of the street. As she exited the venerable old building, Martel turned left up Threadneedle Street. She walked as if the weight of the world weren't upon her shoulders, but there was no telling what she knew.
"Should we take her now?" asked Gavrikov, the bull. "Follow her, but keep a discreet distance back. Let's see if she's alone."
Tatiana watched as Martel made her way up the street. When she was 50 meters ahead, Tatiana eased the Peugeot back onto the road and turned up Threadneedle, hugging the curb so traffic would move around her. Martel crossed the street about 10 meters in front of Morozov. Half a block ahead of them was the entrance to a laneway on the right.
As Tatiana watched her semi-competent crew in action, her phone pinged with an urgent message from Vasily Fedotov. She opened the Signal app and read his brief but alarming report, then spoke into her voice-activated mic.
Ivan, move up. Then cross the street and come back toward Andrei. Take her at the alley. Da.
Yes. She watched as he complied. 30 seconds later, Gavrikov, Morozov, and Martel's paths were about to intersect. Chapter 36. Threadneedle Street, London. She noticed the two men the moment she exited the bank. One was standing to the right of the staircase as she descended. He immediately discarded his half-smoked cigarette, telegraphing his intentions even before he began to move up the street behind her. The other man stood directly across the street, trying not to look at her, which confirmed he was doing just that. His journey along the road started the instant she turned up Threadneedle. A 4-year-old could have spotted these two buffoons. She scanned the route ahead. The road was a tall canyon of 18th and 19th century stone buildings. Other than some light traffic, it was clear of immediate threats. She was at a disadvantage, not familiar with the layout of the area. Not ideal. She couldn't see any obvious escape routes. No side streets, nor a conspicuous, sizable public building like a shopping mall to dodge into. Still, a short distance ahead on the other side of the road, a gated entrance to what seemed like a laneway, or perhaps a courtyard, looked promising. It might contain multiple exit points, or none. She aimed for the alley as a primary means to break out of her surveillance visual field. She'd be there in under a minute. Maybe she would lose them before needing to confront them. Either way, she was perturbed. She had no time for drama. She crossed the street, and the big man behind her picked up his pace, keeping to his side of the road. The more diminutive fellow was now a short distance behind her. She slowed her pace to force the men to adjust theirs. 30 seconds, she thought. Whoever they were, whatever they had planned would be more challenging to accomplish if she kept her movements less predictable. And since altering her destination wasn't in the cards, playing with the game's timing was. 20 seconds and she'd hook right into the laneway. The big one, the man who had been smoking outside the bank, had soared ahead, then crossed over and doubled back toward her. The other one hadn't slowed to match her speed, but seemed content to gain on her. It appeared, then, that their plan was the same as hers. The laneway would prove to be the intersecting point of their engagement. She knew it, and they knew it. Alex was sure they were Russians, but the question remained, what did they want? It seemed her phone was compromised again. Using it had been a careless mistake on her part. She had let her emotions throw her off her game inside the bank vault, and this looming confrontation was, therefore, of her own making. Had they listened in on her call with Chief Broussard outside Kristen's apartment? Or her call with Jonathan from inside the bank? Had they intercepted the photos she had sent to Interpol? Or were they merely tracking her phone's location? Of course, it was also possible that her surveillance had utilized the low-tech option and simply followed her from Shoreditch and Kristen's apartment. And having seen her go into the bank, now they were wondering what she had been doing there. If that were the case, she thought wryly, she would have to talk to Garrett, her cab driver, about stepping up his counter-surveillance techniques. She hooked right, passing through the black wrought iron gates of Adams Court. Making the turn, she came face to face with a woman holding a pistol. A Russian-made Makarov, to be precise.
"Hello, Special Agent Martel," said the woman, more than a trace of an accent bleeding through. "Keep your hands where I can see them. Please don't make me shoot you by reaching for your pistol."
Alex recognized the woman from the second car that had pursued her yesterday. Her male counterparts kept her boxed in from behind. The big one snatched her pack off her shoulder.
"Hey, bozo," Alex said. "Your mother not teach you any manners? You do have a mother, don't you?"
He swatted the back of her head. Alex wasn't fond of men who hit women. Reflexively, her fist closed, and she started to wheel around.
"Uh-uh,"
said the woman, raising her gun. Alex could see the hammer was cocked, allowing her a quick and accurate first shot if needed.
"Maybe someday, but not today."
Then, to her colleague, she added something that even to someone who didn't speak Russian sounded like a chastisement.
"My Russian is a little rusty,"
Alex said, tucking her hair behind her ears.
"What did you say?"
Gavrikov rummaged through her backpack while the woman draped a fleece sweater over her arm to hide the gun. She barked an order to the other man, and he reached under the back of Alex's shirt.
"Don't get any ideas, Alexandra," he said, removing her Glock from its holster.
"I'll need a receipt for that," she replied.
The woman smirked, but held her gaze and her Makarov steady. Gavrikov took her gun from the other man and put it into the backpack, then rummaged through its contents, pulling out the thick manila envelope and handing it to the woman.
"Do you mind?" asked Alex. "Do you know how much trouble I went through to get that?"
"Perhaps in due time. Walk this way," said the woman.
The four of them walked casually into a covered passage between adjoining buildings and out the other side into a square lined with ornamental trees and shrubs between narrow pathways. It reminded Alex of the unofficial smoking quadrangle behind her high school. The quad was surrounded by old low-rise buildings. Again, not unlike her high school. A man and a woman strolled through in different directions, their faces buried in their smartphones, paying their foursome no heed. The woman stopped and turned as they approached a fountain, tucking her Makarov away at the small of her back. The men stopped short behind Alex.
"Don't do anything stupid, Alexandra," she said. "My colleagues can shoot better than me and have more of a taste for it."
"I never doubted it for a minute. Sorry, I didn't catch your name."
"It does not matter. I am thinking we will not become friends."
"Don't be so sure. This could be the first of many pleasant encounters."
"Or the last of one."
The men behind Alex chuckled.
"In that case, you might as well humor me."
The woman shot her an appraising glance and a tight smile. It wasn't that Alex was desperate to become friends. On the contrary, she took it very personally whenever someone aimed a gun at her, especially one with the hammer cocked. But when she found herself free again from these Russians, whom she was now sure were members of Directorate 13, it would be handy to begin her search for them with a name or alias.
"Tatiana," she said, opening the manila envelope. "I am disappointed my colleague chose to share these things with you instead of giving them to me. You must have been close, yes?"
"Niet," replied Alex, all but exhausting her Russian vocabulary.
"But she apparently thought me a better friend than I was."
"It's a pity we don't realize such things until it's too late."
"Da," agreed Alex, realizing her knowledge of working Russian was quite extensive after all.
"So now you know your friend was a spy, a traitor. This is something else you and I have in common. Please, follow me."
Alex got the impression this wasn't a request and followed Tatiana through the courtyard. At the south end, they entered another building, walking across a terrazzo floor toward a set of large wooden doors. There were more people here, some in business attire, others casually dressed, but she opted not to create a disturbance in the hopes of avoiding collateral damage. "Your preparation is admirable," said Alex. It wasn't a lie. Tatiana had done some fine location scouting. "Thank goodness for Google," she replied. "I found myself with spare time while you were inside the bank. London has excellent cell phone coverage, and of course, it helps to have a good data plan." "Naturally." They exited the building through an archway to a car waiting along the curb, facing the wrong direction, which in London seemed utterly normal. The bigger of the two men opened the rear door for her. "Get in," Tatiana said. Getting into a car under these circumstances was never a good idea, but Morozov kidney-punched her for encouragement when she hesitated. "Oof," she thought. "You're going to regret that, little man," she said. "Get in," repeated Tatiana. Alex slipped into the back seat of the small car. Gavrikov walked around to the other side and got in, pulling his own Makarov and pointing it at her. "Don't do anything stupid," he said. Tatiana climbed into the driver's seat on the right-hand side of the Peugeot, while the little man with the little hands rode shotgun. She took the passports out of the envelope and placed them on the dash. "Anna was one of our best officers," she said. "Like me, she was educated in special programs from an early age. But she had a gift for languages and a musical ear that helped her absorb not just the dialect, but the accents, something most of us will never be able to master." "And what were you good at?" "You should hope you don't find out." Alex watched her rummage through the photos, pausing at one of Kristen on a set of monkey bars in a playground. "Did you know she was good at sports? Her father was an intellectual, literature, I think. But her mother was a great gymnast who won Olympic bronze and silver medals in Los Angeles. Or maybe Seoul? But circumstances changed for them when the university dismissed her father. Her mother held a low-wage job at the telephone company that couldn't pay the bills when inflation shot through the roof when Anna was very young. When we were all very young. For a while, we attended the same academy, but she was a grade above me. Everyone liked her. She was sweet, but very tough. I looked up to her. And then you killed her." "I did no such thing, Alexandra," she said. "But I proudly would have if I had been given the task. She betrayed her country and president." "Did she tell you why she grew a conscience? I'm curious what caused her to abandon her principles." She was shuffling through the photos, pausing now and then to examine one more closely. "We didn't talk about it, I'm afraid," Alex said. "But I have a good idea. Kristen left us a lot of good intel that's now in the hands of Interpol, including photographs of everything you're holding there in your hands." Tatiana studied Alex in the rearview mirror. "We know what you know, Agent Martel. And what we don't, we will find out soon enough." Alex didn't like the sound of that. "Unlock your phone and hand it over, please." "Sorry, not going to happen. I have a lot of private photos I'm too shy to share." "Take her phone," Tatiana commanded Gavrikov. As he reached for her, the roar of a revving engine caught her ears. Then the startled look on Tatiana's face made Alex duck down and cover her head. The force of the collision threw her sideways onto the big man beside her. The small car went airborne, its flight halted by the side of the building they had just stepped out of. Upon impact with the wall, she was hurled back to the right side of the car, glass windows exploding all around her. Dazed, she seized the moment of disorientation to begin pummeling her seatmate with her fists and elbows. Gavrikov tried to block her blows, but a few connected before he reached out and grabbed her by the throat, his large hand almost entirely encircling her neck. As she fought to breathe, she cocked her arm back, then drove the heel of her palm upward with all the force she could muster, connecting on the point of his chin. The crunching sound made as his teeth smashed together was sickening. His eyes rolled back, and it was lights out. Morozov in the front seat had taken the brunt of the collision on his left side and was unconscious or dead, dangling out the window at the waist. Tatiana was shaken but managed to swing around with her pistol. Alex deflected her aim, and the gun went off, the sound deafening within the confines of the car, the bullet piercing the thin metal skin of the roof. She punched the Makarov out of her hand before she could take another shot. It flew out the window and skittered across the sidewalk. Tatiana shouldered the door repeatedly, trying to force it open. Finally, it gave way, and she tumbled out onto the sidewalk, blood running down her face from a scalp laceration earned during her impact with the side window. Alex tried to shoulder her way out the rear door as well, but it remained jammed. Tatiana picked the Makarov up off the ground and aimed it at her. She squeezed the trigger, but nothing happened. The previous round's empty cartridge case was caught partway out of the ejection port. Tatiana noticed as well and racked the slide to clear the stovepipe malfunction. She reached into the front of the car and grabbed the manila envelope that had fallen to the floor, keeping the gun trained on Alex the whole time.
"It was good to meet you, Alexandra. I suppose we now know that this was the last of one pleasant encounter. Say hello to Anna for me when you see her."
Alex saw her backpack on the passenger side floor. She could sit there and be gunned down in cold blood by this crazy woman, or she could keep fighting. She dove for the pack to retrieve her Glock, but it was snagged in the twisted metal of the damaged car, and she was unable to tug it free. As she struggled with it, she heard another gunshot. She whirled around to see a man wrestling with Tatiana on the ground, fighting for control of her weapon. In the distance, she could hear the high-low siren tones of police vehicles fast approaching. Tatiana and the man were still rolling on the pavement. Finally, she heard a grunt and saw the man roll off her after taking a knee to the gonads. She instantly recognized him.
"Garrett!"
she shouted. Tatiana stood, hovering over him, and kicked him in the face. By now, a loud crowd had gathered, but were silenced when she picked her Makarov off the ground and waved it at them, daring them to come closer. The sirens were almost on them as she swung the pistol from the crowd back to Garrett, lying on his back. He raised his hands in surrender as Tatiana lined up the gun's iron sights with his head, her icy stare fixed on him.
"No!"
shouted Alex, still trying to bash the door open with her shoulder.
"Shoot me, you crazy Russian bitch!"
she spat in full fury. Tatiana's face, already painted a glossy crimson on one side by the streaming blood, now turned scarlet with rage as she swung the pistol at her and took aim. Alex's heart pounded in her throat as the black hole of the barrel's aperture loomed 20 sizes larger in her mind's eye. She stared into Tatiana's cold steel eyes, bracing for the flash of burning cordite and the impact of the bullet that would end her life. But the shot never came. Tatiana lowered the gun and smiled at her.
"Yesha uvidimsya, Alexandra,"
she said, fleeing into the crowd.
"See you again."
Chapter 37. Threadneedle Street, London. The three-way intersection in front of Lloyd's Bank was located within the 1 square mile territory and ceremonial county of the City of London, an urban enclave within the metropolis of Greater London. Within minutes, its police force had the area locked down tight. Emergency vehicles and flashing blue lights flooded the intersection. By any standard, it was a circus. Traffic was diverted, and every vehicle except the iconic red double-decker buses was shunted elsewhere. 3 units from London Ambulance Service were still on scene. The man Alex had fought with, Gavrikov, had been medically cleared by LAS paramedics and was being escorted in handcuffs to a waiting police van. Morozov, the front seat passenger in the Peugeot, had been worked on furiously by another team of paramedics and then transported in critical condition to the Royal London Hospital, the capital's leading trauma center, under police escort. Garrett was lying on a stretcher raised into a semi-sitting position in the back of another ambulance. His head was wrapped in a bandage that covered the laceration made by Tatiana's boot. A paramedic leaned over him, assessing his vitals. "What the hell were you thinking, Garrett?" Alex asked. A shit-eating grin lit up his face.
"That was more fun than being back in the stand, Alex,"
he said, excitement lighting up his wide eyes, his pupils still dilated from the rush of adrenaline.
"I saw them blokes hanging around after you went into the bank, but your phone went to voicemail when I called. I even texted you twice, but you must not have gotten it."
She checked her phone. Sure enough, she had a missed call and 2 text messages from him.